A warmer for the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peters, and now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. We are not going to be doing a recap of what we saw on Friday. We are not going to have a guest interview, mainly because we have ourselves yet another banger of a Saturday, shall we say, slate. At last check, I think that I counted 144 games on the college basketball betting board, and it is my job to give you picks and analysis and a breakdown of every single one of them as we hit bank shots. This is going to be about a 5-hour podcast, maybe even a little bit more. That's why there's no recap of the Friday games or a guest. Have no fear, we'll get you a guest interview, and anything pressing that happened on Friday, including that Michigan versus Illinois game, I will wrap those up on the podcast tomorrow. So have no fear there, but we have to try to get you guys as many winners as humanly possible as we are running out of these big Saturdays before we get to the NCAA tournament. If you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, on days where I don't have 100 plus games to break down, I answer those right here on the podcast, and you've got one or two ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters the name does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline, and the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it's very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. With today's podcast, the first segment is going to be the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board. Those are merely the big conference games and the big conferences in general. And then these are the conferences I'm going to hit in the final two segments. Those are going to be the smaller conference games. The America East, the NEC, the Patriot League, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Atlantic Sun, the Big South, the Southland. I believe that I have gotten them all, and it is going to be a whole heck of a lot of fun. And because there is so many games on the card, I might go a little bit quicker with the breakdowns today than I do on normal days, mainly because, well, when you've got over 140 games to get through, that means that you've got a lot of work to do. So how about if we get to work right about now, you're going to get this relatively commercial free thanks to our friends over at VSiN. There's only 2 commercial breaks in a 5+ hour podcast. I'd say that's pretty darn good. And if you're looking for any specific games, I always put the time markers. And I personally, after I upload this at midnight Pacific, 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern, I listen back to be able to get you guys those time markers, so you know that those are accurate. So how about if we dive in? Picks and analysis on every game on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday as we hit some bank shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601-602. NC State is on the road against Notre Dame. Notre Dame, a home underdog of 6.5 points on this game, 153.5 to 154. I do like the under. I set my total at a 149.5. Notre Dame got completely demolished a few days ago, and they're not playing very up-tempo, 253rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. NC State is fast, but they're not warp speed fast at about 111th in terms of total possessions per game, and it is an NC State defense that certainly has been leaving something to be desired in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This unit is currently 118th in the country, but you do have a Notre Dame team that is very much shorthanded that I think is going to be looking to make this a slog of the game. You've got Marcus Burton, who's been out for quite some time, but now Jalen Harrelson is also out. He was given the team 15.5 points per game. With Burton out, he became that top scorer. So now you're looking at Brandon Shrewsbury, Cole Kurta, who combine for about 24 points per game. And they combine to shoot about 38% from three-point range to take ownership of the offense, but you really don't have a healthy player that gives you over 2 assists per game. So guys like Shrewsbury are going to need to step up. Now Notre Dame has been a top 35 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, with Carson Tout only gives you about 6.3 points per game, but chips in there 9 rebounds per game. He does a nice job in terms of not allowing second and third chances, and this NC State team has actually been really good with their offense away from home. A top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis away from home. They, from three-point range, shoot over 40% from three-point range away from home. And it is a Notre Dame team that at home specifically has been shooting over 37.5% from the outside, but again, with the injuries, I do think that things slow down a little bit. And for NC State, each of their top 3 scorers, Kadir Copeland, Paul McNair Jr., along Darion Williams, they're all shooting at least 40% from three-point range. Copeland is really that do-it-all guy, 13.5 points, 6.8 assists per contest. McNair has been able to give you right around about 4 boards per contest, but it is an NC State team that really doesn't fight for second and third chances. Outside the top 235 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, they have been outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. NC State, an ordinary team in terms of getting to the the free throw line, do a nice job taking care of the ball. This NC State team is a top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they'll generate some turnovers as well. 59th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but I do think that for Notre Dame, they're probably going to have some squandered possessions, but I do think that they do a nice job slowing this game down, and I do think that they do a much better job than they did a few nights ago against Duke. So I did set my total 149.5. I'm in on the under right now, seeing a stray 6 out there. 6 or less will be willing to lay with NC State. I set my line at 6.5, so 6 or less willing to lay with NC State. 7 or more taking those points with Notre Dame. 603, 604. Virginia's on the road against Duke. Duke is a favorite of 10.5 points. 138.5 to 139.5 is the total line. I do like the points with Virginia. I did set them as an underdog of 7.5 points. It's a Virginia team that's one of the few in the country, in my opinion, that could stand up to Duke. Duke is really good down low. 4th in the country in terms of 2-point shooting percentage on offense. 17th in opponents' 2-point shooting percentage on defense. And Duke overall is 2nd in the nation in points per possession allowed. Virginia is 25th. And for Virginia, you've got the Darius Ritter, who's done a nice job, gave you 15 plus points, about 6 or so rebounds per game, and Virginia has been able to do a nice job in terms of grabbing second and third chances. A top 8 team with grabbing 38% of their misses as an offensive rebound. You've got a pair of guys in Oguna and Yesu, John Grunlow. They only combine for about 14 or so points per game, but they do combine for 5 blocks per game. You've got solid outside shooting for this Virginia team as well. They shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range. That's a top 65 mark in the country, and it's a good offense. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, Virginia is 19th in the country, so they're certainly not lacking there. That does fall outside the top 30 when they're away from home, and neither of these teams really pushing an aggressive tempo. Virginia is about 215th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. A little bit of a warp set with that double overtime game against Virginia Tech. Meanwhile, for Duke, they've really slowed things down at 249th, and obviously you've got Cameron Boozer give you a double-double, 20 plus points, 10 boards, 4 assists. He's doing everything for the team, but Patrick Ndongba down low has been able to give you about 6 boards and a block plus per contest. Isaiah Evans gives you darn near a block per game as well. He's only shooting about 35% from 3, about 14.5 points per game. For Duke, they shoot 35% from 3, a hair above country average. They haven't necessarily been amazing there, but they do a nice job locking you down from 3. Teams are shooting less than 30.6% from 3-point range against them. They've also become a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, something that Virginia doesn't do. But I do think that Virginia holds in this game. I think that's going to be a slow game that's going to be based around defense. So set a 137.5. I'm going to be in on the under and anything of 8 plus here with Virginia. 805, 806. Iowa is going to be on the road against Penn State. Penn State does find themselves as a underdog here of 9.5 points. 145.5 to 146.5 is the total line. For Iowa, I set them as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. It is a Penn State team that in their home games, they've actually been decent in terms of generating turnovers. This Penn State team overall is 93rd in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. If you look specifically at their home games, that does ascend to the top 45. But for Iowa, this is a team that has been much better with this regard. 16th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Iowa is one of the slowest teams that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Out of 365 Division I teams, are in 64th in terms of total possessions per game, but they're just really stinking efficient on offense. Iowa, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, is 20th in the country, and it really doesn't take too much of a fall off away from them. You got a guy that's averaging over 20 points per game, and Bennett starts with how slowly they play. That's like almost averaging 25 points on a normal team. Shoots 40% from 3, 4.5 assists per game, and then Tavion Banks has been able to shoot 44% from the outside. It is a team that can be at a little bit more on the inside for this Iowa team. They're outside the top 225 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they're also not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Iowa's not going to grab for themselves a lot of offensive rebounds either. They're outside the top 250 with that regard, but you've also got a Penn State team that you've got Ivan Jurcic, who gives you about 5 or so rebounds per game. He is pretty much a lone guy on the roster right now that gives you over 4.1 rebounds per game. Josh Reed, and Mingo, Freddie De Leon, they've all been able to give you between 11 and 14 points per game. Mingo and De Leon, 13.9 points per game apiece, and it is a Penn State team that is a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they shoot just 32% from 3. They're getting absolutely blasted in terms of allowing good looks as well. They are outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that Iowa is just going to be very efficient in this game. I don't think you get enough possessions for the over, and I do think that the turnovers help you say under, so my total 144.5. I like the under, but with Iowa, I'm willing to lay up to 10 with them. 607, 608. Seton is going to be on the road against UConn. UConn is a 13.5 to a 14.5 point favorite. Totals between 129.5 to 130.5. I like the points here of Seton. I did set them as an underdog of 11.5 points. It's a Seton team that has been rough with regards to their overall shooting. They are about 300th in the country with their 2-point shooting percentage, 337th with their 3-point shooting percentage, but they do a nice job grabbing second and third chances, 41st in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, as Stephon Payne, the Payne train, gives you 6.3 points, 7 boards, a block and a half per contest. Najee Hines throws in there about 5.5 rebounds per game, and then you have a trio of guys to give you double figures. TJ Simpkins, he's really your main 3-point shooter at 39%, 10.5 points per contest. AJ Sam McCree, 12 points, shoots 32% from 3, and 85+% the free throw line. Meanwhile, Adam Clark has been able to step up, give you about 12.5 points, 2 steals, 4.5 assists per game. So like what these guys bring to the table, it's a UConn team that's coming off of one of the more dominant performances that we've seen all season long. Just absolutely dump-trucking St. John. So I have to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of letdown here against a Seton team that's been really good defensively. They're in the top 8 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, away from home, top 15 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. UConn is right there on defense, 13th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and certainly they've got the better 3-point shooting, but I am for solo ball. He's only shooting about 31% from 3 this year. After that was 40% a season ago, 14 points per game. UConn at home, their line teams who shoot less than 30% from 3-point range, and their top 20 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They don't really generate a ton of turnovers, unlike the Seton team. And for UConn, they've been a solid but not amazing shooting team. You've got Alex Caravan, who gives you 13 points, 5.5 boards, so shoot 40% for 3. Braylon Mullins has been able to step up, give you about 12 points per game. And then I do like the versatility of Silas Emery, 11 points, 6.5 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game. It sets up to be a pretty low-tempo game as Seton, about 291st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a UConn group that is about 274th, so I do think that you get a little bit of a lower scoring slog, and I think that Seton, with their defense, holds in their semi-line at 11.5. We'll take 12 plus here with Seton, and I like the under semi-total 127.5, 6-9, 6-10. Georgia Tech is going to be playing also Florida State. Florida State is a 5.5 to a 6.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 158.5 to 159.5. So Florida State is 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 5 plus. It is a Florida State team that loves to go bombs away from 3. They take over 50% of their field goals from 3-point range, outside the top 250 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. And both of these teams are playing, in my opinion, too fast for their own good. Georgia Tech 31st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Florida State is 36th, and neither offense is too efficient. Florida State is 133rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And despite the fact that Georgia Tech has actually been a halfway decent 3-point shooting team, they are 290th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And if you look at specifically their home games, that falls outside the top 325. Georgia Tech, again, they're a solid 3-point shooting team. They shoot 35.5%. That's the top 100 mark in the country, but they're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security. This is a Florida State team that does rank in the top 50 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, as you've got a headline guy in Robert McRae, giving you 15 points, 5 assists, steal per contest, shoots 32.5% from 3-point range. But I mean, right now, Chancey Wiggins, who shoots 35% from 3 with 12.5 points per game, it's like your lone guy on the roster that shoots above 35% from 3 with this sort of a style. I don't think that that's necessarily magnificent, and it's a Georgia Tech team that, in specifically their home games, they've been decent with their defense. Overall, they're about 143rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but if you look at their home games and their home games only, that does ascend into the top 100, and it's a Florida State team that they very much gamble for turnovers. They're about 163rd in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Florida State is outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentages. Right now, you've been able to get 5.8 rebounds per game out of Lajay Jones with his 12 points per game. Alex Steen, 5.5 boards, 7 points per game. Lone 2 guys on the roster that give you over 4 plus rebounds per game. So Bang Ndongo, who's been able to give you about 12.7 boards per contest, he should be able to win the battle down low for Georgia Tech. And then you've had Kawasi Reeves do a nice job stepping up. He's been really your main 3-point shooter, as he's been able to shoot from 3-point range just a hair below 38%. Throws in there about 14.5 points per game. Lamar Washington is a total guy, 10 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. So like what he brings to the table. Do think that that's going to be just enough for Georgia Tech to hold lively in this game, as it's a Georgia Tech team that has also been a top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Give up a little bit more than what you'd like from 3-point at 33.7%, but also Florida State team that allows teams to shoot 34.5% from the outside. Did semi-total at a 158.5, 159 plus. I just don't think that these teams shoot well enough to be able to get you the over. So in on the under, and we'll take 5 plus here with Georgia Tech. 6'11", 6'12", Rhode Island is going to be playing host to St. Joe's. St. Joe's hopes to not be average shows as an underdog of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 135.5 to 136.5 is the total. I like the under. I saw my total at a 134, as for this Rhode Island team, the way that you're supposed to beat them is from 3-point range. This is a Rhode Island team that has been very good in terms of generating turnovers, 12th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per per possession basis, but are 312th in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage at 36.2%. That does improve to 33.7% at home, but St. Joe's, I know that they've been better in conference, shooting closer to about 32 to 33% from three, but still 30.6% is their 3-point shooting percentage overall for the season, and both teams shoot it very differently from the free throw line at home rather than away from home. St. Joe's at home shoots 78.2% at the free throw line, away from home 70.4%, Rhode Island 77.8% at home. That falls to 67% away from home, so that's very important in this spot, especially with a Rhode Island team that, because they do try to generate so many turnovers, they will put you on the free throw line. They are a top 50 team in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, so they put teams on the free throw line a ton. And for Rhode Island, you've got two guys that combine for about 28.5 points per game in Tyler Cochran, along with Jonah Hidden. Now, they've been dealing with an injury to Jamari Tripp, who's been their top 3-point shooter at about 42%, but should be good to go here. Played limited minutes against St. Bonaventure, only about 18 minutes, so a little bit of fall from his normal allotment, but getting him back, that's big in this ordeal as well. And then for Cochran, he shoots about 33% from three and shoots 34% from three. Rhode Island, only for the season, shoots about 31.6% from three, but it's been getting better for them as the season has been going along as well, and getting Tripp back, that's going to be a help out. And then you've got Keenan Idejere, who down low has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. They're going to need it because St. Joe's, their bread and butter, is being a top 100 team in terms of rebound percentage, and they're a really good shot blocking team. They're a top 30 team in the country in terms of shot blocks per game, just as Xavier, 5 points, 5 boards, 2.3 blocks per contest. He's the dominator down low, and then you've got Jaden Glover, who gives you versatility as a top scorer, shoots 35% per three, 16 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Desir Haskins, 6 boards, 11.5 points per game. But for the St. Joe's team, they're really not doing a great job with regards to their outside shooting. They're very good on the inside, top 35 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They'll give up a little bit more along the outside. And for St. Joe's and how good they are in terms of being able to grab second and third chances themselves, they do give a lot of opponents second and third chances as well. In terms of their defensive rebound percentage, they allow 12 offensive rebounds per game to their opponents. And if you look at just percentage of missed shots become an offensive rebound for opponents, they're 223rd in the country. So I do think that wins out here for Rhode Island in a little bit of a lower scoring game. Rhode Island, in terms of total possessions per game, they clock in right around about 290th. So I set my line here at a 6. I'm willing to lay with Rhode Island, and I like the under. Somebody total 134. 613, 614. Houston is going to be playing us to Colorado. Colorado is a 17.5 to an 18.5 point underdog. 140.5 to 141.5 is the total. And for Houston, I set them as a 19-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Colorado team that plays fast, but not overly fast. In terms of total possessions per game, 92nd in the country. Houston is back to playing that very slow and controlled style, 328th. In terms of total possessions per game, and after back-to-back losses, I think that these guys are going to be angry. Now, Houston has been allowing more second and third chances than we've seen in the past. They're 151st in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, with teams grabbing about 27.7% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, but now you've got a Colorado team that they do not pull in their second and third chances. It's a Colorado team that in terms of offensive rebound percentage, they're 186th in the country. Colorado doing a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and it is a Houston team that on defense are in the top 20 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Colorado, a solid but not amazing 3-point shooting team at about 35.3% from three, but it is a Colorado team that's really given it up defensively. They are 229th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now you have to love what you've been able to get out of one Barrington Hargis, comes over from UC Riverside, 14 points, 4 assists, shoots 50% from three, but outside of Isaiah Johnson, who shoots 37% from three, out of your top 5 scorers, nobody else shoots above 32.5% from the outside. You've been able to get Sebastian Reynick along with Bengo Doc to be able to give you a combined about 12 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do an okay job, but this is a team that's getting pretty line-based with regards to shooting percentages, especially from the outside. They're allowing teams to shoot over 36% from three-pointers, or outside the top 310 with that regard, so Milo Suzanne, who was cold to start the season from three-point range, but here in conference play, shooting 41% from three. He should be able to get some good looks. Kingston Flemings, Emmanuel Sharp, they combine for 32.5 points per game between the two of them. They shoot about 37.5% from three-point range. Houston is a team that does a great job of executing at the free throw line at 77.6%. That's the top 25 mark in the country. They've been pedestrian in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but they should get good looks here. And for as many second and third chances as Houston is allowing, they grab a lot of second and third chances. This Houston team, 22nd in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Joseph Tugler give you a block plus, 5 rebounds per game. Chris Ennick, 8 rebounds per game. I think that Houston goes out there and after a few tough losses, just takes it to a Colorado team that's not been good on defense. I set my line at 19, going to be willing to lay the number. Semi-total at 141, so we're between a 140.5 to a 141.5. Just personally, with this Houston defense, I default to the under here. I would rather take the 141.5 to the under rather than the 140.5 to the over. 615, 616. VCU plays host to Fordham. Fordham, an underdog of 12.5 to 13.5 points. 141.5 to 142.5 is the total. Set my line at 12.5, 13 plus. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Fordham. It's a Fordham team that's been able to do a nice job on the glass. They give themselves a lot of second and third chances, 32nd in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound. They're pretty solid in terms of not giving you second and third chances as well. 20th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and it's a VCU team that has been allowing teams at home to grab about 27.6% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is outside the top 150. Now, Fordham is a team that can't shoot. They're outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. They're not even that great down low. They're outside the top 125 with their two-point shooting percentage, but they do a nice job in terms of not allowing good looks down low. They're a top 55 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. You do have Joshua Reeves, gives you 15.5 points, doesn't shoot it well from three at 28%, and team as a whole, they shoot 29.1% from the outside. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball, but again, with the way that they're able to do nice job on the boards, or a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, I think that that's going to keep them lively in this game, especially with Christian Henry. He gives you 5 assists per game. Rico Schulte has been able to give you about 10.5 points, 9 rebounds, steal and half per contest, and it's a Fordham team that's about country average in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. Meanwhile, you do have a VCU team that from time to time this year has had a little bit of a difficulty with regards to turnovers, but now they've been able to find their main two scorers in Lazer Djokovic and Terrence Hill, who've been able to lead the way, combined about 28.2 points per game. Djokovic, he stands right around about 6'10". He shoots 38% from three, 36.5% for Hill. For a VCU team that overall, they're now shooting about 36.3% from three-point range. That's gone down to about 35% here in conference play. But for VCU, they are going to allow a few looks from the outside. They're outside the top 160 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. VCU, again, they're giving up those second and third chances. They're a very solid team, though, down low, top 50 team with regards to shot block percentage, as you've got someone like a Michael Beal, who's been able to step up 7.5 points, 5 boards. He gives you darn near a block per contest. JD and Tracy, about 10 points per game. But I do think that with the Fordham defense and the way that Fordham just slows games down to a crawl in terms of total possessions, bringing 357th in the country, that they keep this game under and they hold in there. So semi line at 12.5 and taking 13 plus here with Fordham and the under. Semi-total 140.5, 617, 618. Missouri is going to be on the road against Mississippi State. Mississippi State home underdogs of 1 to 1.5 points. 154.5 to 155.5 is the total, and I made a total of a 152. I'm in on the under. Now, you've got a Mississippi State team that I have no idea why, but they've really sped themselves up this year in terms of total possessions per game. The Bulldogs are now 47th in the country, and Missouri has slowed themselves out. They're now about 186th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It's a Missouri team that has been solid but not amazing with their offense, 59th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they average more than 14 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. They fall outside the top 110 in terms of points per possession away from home, and have a Mississippi State team that they're about 170th in the country in terms of points per possession on offense overall. That falls outside the top 225 at home, but I do think that Mississippi State finds a way to get the job done, mainly because, for one, you've got a Missouri team that has been not taking care of the ball outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, albeit Mississippi State is quite literally a bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. But for this Missouri team, they're just giving it up from three-point range. They're allowing teams that shoot over 36% from three. They're a bottom 75 team in all of college basketball in that regard. Now, Mississippi State in a pressure spot, they shoot 67% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. Missouri isn't much better, though. They shoot 68.4% at the free throw line. Now, I like Mark Mitchell, 17 points, 5.5 boards. Doesn't really shoot it well from three, but he gives you 4 assists per contest. Jaden Stone, 14 points, 5 boards. He shoots 40% from three. Trent Pierce, he's been able to give you versatility with about 12.5 points, 4 boards. He shoots the ball from three-point range as well, but it's a Missouri team that isn't quite the same three-point shooting team that they've been in the past, and this is a Mississippi State team that does have Quincy Ballard down low, who's able to give you 5+ boards. He's able to give you a block per contest. I do think that they're going to be able to come up with second and third chances against a Missouri team that they are, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, 226th in the country. Teams are grabbing over 29% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Now, it's a Mississippi State team that they're about 154th in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but you are going to have the best scorer out there on the floor in Josh Hubbard, 21.5 points per game, shoots 35.5% from three. Jaden Epps has been able to shoot about 31% from the outside. He supplies about 14 points per game. And Jabari McGee has become a 40% three-point shooter. Akur, 6.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. I think that that's just enough for Mississippi State to get the job done. And what I think is going to be a game of inefficiency, and I think that missed free throws and just not doing the little things cost you the over. So I saw my total 152. I like the under, but so Mississippi State is a 2-point favorite. I'm taking them on the money line. 619, 620. New Mexico State on the road against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee is a favorite here, a 5.5 points on this game. It is 146 after 147. I'm going to take the points with New Mexico State. I set them as an underdog of 1.5 points. Got completely line based a few days ago against Western Kentucky, but what is this Middle Tennessee team really doing well? They're a country average team in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Middle Tennessee, I guess to their credit, they've been able to do an okay job in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 155 team in terms of U.S. turnovers on a per possession basis, but let's say you get into a pressure spot, they shoot 69.2% the free throw line outside the top 240. With that regard, Kamani Lands is a nice scorer, 14 points, shoots 34% from 3-point. Jamel Jones on the flip side for New Mexico State, though, shoots high 30s from 3, 16 points, gives you 3+ assists per game, so he's able to match that energy. You've got Javon Carter for this Middle Tennessee team, give you about 3.5 assists, 10 points per game, and for Middle Tennessee, they're solid with regards to their shooting percentages on defense. Top 200 team with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. There's not really a forte for this team. There's not really a weakness for this team. And then for Middle Tennessee, they have been 91st in the country in terms of defense rebound percentage. You're not allowing a ton of second and third chances. New Mexico State, they're 94th in the country. And for this New Mexico State group, you've been able to have Julius Mims step up, be able to give you about 11 points, 9 boards. He shoots about 34.5% from 3-point. Just a New Mexico State team that has taken quite a bit of a setback on defense last year. They were a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Right now, they're checking in 195th in the country, but that does improve into the top 150 when they are away from home. And you've got a Middle Tennessee team that is right around about 218th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've had Elijah Elliott do a nice job at the backcourt for this New Mexico State team. 9 points, 2.5 assists per game. And it is a New Mexico State team that overall is shooting about 33.3% from 3-point in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're about 165th in the country. This ascends into the top 150 when they're away from home. Middle Tennessee is also a team that should be giving up a few second and third chances to a New Mexico State team that's been in the top 100 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, even though they aren't really executing the greatest on the inside. They're outside the top 270 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. So I did set a little bit of a lower total here. I set my total at a 139.5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with New Mexico State right now, seeing that total at 146.5. I'm also in on the under. 621, 622, Cleveland State. They're going to be on the road against Robert Morris, and Robert Morris is a 13.5 play favorite total on this game. It is 158.5, and with Cleveland State, I did set them as a underdog of 13 points. 13.5 does become my buy point there. It is a Robert Morris team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, has really taken off. They're now 68th in the country with this regard. It's a Cleveland State team that's been able to bomb it from 3-point range. They're overall 130th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This does go into the top 110 when they're away from home. And Cleveland State is a really good 3-point shooting team. They're shooting overall about 37.5% from 3, goes up to 38.5% away from home. Robert Morris has been absolutely bombing it themselves. Robert Morris, 15th in the country. They shoot 40.4% from 3-point range at home, 38.1% overall, and it's a Robert Morris team that's also a top 15 team in the country with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Both of these teams actually have similar kryptonites, as both teams have been turning the ball over quite a bit. Robert Morris 277th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Cleveland State is 262nd, and it goes outside the top 275 when they're away from home, and Robert Morris has been the better defense in this ordeal, as well as both of these teams have had a little bit of a tough time there. But the Cleveland State perimeter defense is not the world's worst. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 36.2% from 3-point range. That has taken quite a bit of a tumble recently. And for Robert Morris, they're allowing teams at home to shoot about 34% from 3. That is outside the top 200 in the country as well. So I do think that you're going to be able to get plenty of points on the board. I did set my total. You're at a 159 at the 158.5. That's my max buy point on the over. We have a Cleveland State team that has had Trey Beard do a nice job stepping up. He's been able to give you 13 plus points per game. He's shooting 40+% from 3-point range. They've been dealing with a little bit of injury throughout the season to one of their top rebounders in Josiah Harris, 9 points, 6.7 rebounds per game. He's back for this team. Jane Lipscomb has been able to give you some versatility, 3 boards, 3 assists, shoots 40% for 3 with about 13 points per game. And then Dayon Nasai chips in there 15.5 points, 6.5 boards. So like with these guys to bring to the table, Cleveland State not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and it's going to be a little bit of a tempo war. Robert Morris is looking to play slower, 258th in terms of total possessions per game. Cleveland State, they're looking to play at warp speed, 61st in the country, but for Robert Morris. They certainly are going to be able to dominate down low with Jashawn Good, along with Chatakulis, combining for about 16.5 rebounds per game between the two of them, 27 points per game, and Good continues to shoot 59% from three-pointers, just absolutely insane. Ryan Prather has been shooting 36.5% from three, 15.5 points per game. Here in conference play, that's up to 38%. Albert Vargas has been able to dole out about 4 assists, 8 points per contest. Robert Morris has been cleaning up some of those turnover woes a little bit as well. And Robert Morris, they're a top 175 team, both with their own two-point shooting percentage and opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They just don't get to the free throw line too much, and they only shoot about 69.5% when they do get to the free throw line against a Cleveland State team that is not afraid to foul. So this is a circumstance where I set my line at 13. I'm going to take 13.5 plus here with Cleveland State, and I like the over. So my total 159, 623, 624. Georgetown is on the road against Xavier, and the X-Men do find themselves as a favorite here of 4.5 points. 154.5 is the total, and I like the points with Georgetown. I did set this line at 1.5. It's a Xavier team that has been looking to play very fast in terms of total possessions per game. They are now checking in at about 39th in the country. Georgetown has been a bit of a slower team at 244th, and getting back Vincent Iwuchukwu, I think, has been very big for this Georgetown team. He doesn't necessarily do one thing great, but he just is able to stuff the stat sheet as a 7-footer. He's got good versatility, 11.5 points, 6 boards, throws in there a steal and a block per contest. He's able to pop a few threes, but he shoots about 27.5% from the outside, and this Georgetown team as a whole, they're only shooting about 31.7% from three. They're just inside the top 3 with that regard. And it is a Xavier team that has been able to shoot it quite well from 3-point. They're 55th in the country. They shoot 36.2% from the outside, but they're also outside the top 3 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. It's a Xavier team that's been able to do a nice job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. In terms of defensive rebound percentage, they are 58th in the country, and they do a nice job taking care of the ball, while Georgetown, they are going to allow opponents to grab about 29.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound, so they do have a little bit of issue there. But that said, I do think that Georgetown is going to be able to hold in there, because you got a Xavier team that they are getting absolutely blowtorched with regards to their defense. They're outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. 206th in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Georgetown away from home has been allowing teams only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point. That is a top 75 mark in the country. You've got KJ Lewis, Malik Mack, who've been able to combine for about 28.5 points per game. Both guys shoot about 30% from 3, but Mack gives you about 4 assists per game. It's a Georgetown team that does rank in the top 75 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Meanwhile, you do have a Xavier team that down low in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They are outside the top 250 with this regard, so Georgetown is going to be able to get some nice buckets down low. You do have Trey caroling all the way to be able to give you 18 points, 6 boards, 3 assists, trying to shoot 35% from 3, and then Jovan Misevich has been a 44% 3-point shooter, 12 points per contest. If Xavier needs to cover at the free throw line, they shoot just 71.5% at the free throw line. They're a bottom 50 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis as well. With the Xavier team, they're not grabbing a lot of second and third chances as well, so I do think that Georgetown is going to be able to remain lively, and I think that the overall just poor shooting on the inside for Xavier hurts you to the over. So I like the under. So I told 151.5, and we'll take the points for Georgetown, made them a 1.5 point dog. 625, 626. UMass is on the road against Bowling Green. Bowling Green is a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite. Total game 151 to 151.5. Made my line 5.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Bowling Green. It's a Bowling Green team that's been able to do a great job in terms of generating turnovers. And to the credit of UMass, this has been a defense that has been able to do a nice job in terms of traveling. Now, they can be had on the inside. They're outside the top 260 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But UMass is allowing teams to shoot just 30.9% from 3-point in their games played away from home. That is a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. So UMass team that's neither here nor there with regards to generating turnovers. They are checking in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, 151st in the country. Much better at home rather than away from home. And Bowling Green having Javonte Campbell being able to give you 3 steals, 16 plus points per contest for a team that is 69th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and is doing a pretty solid job as well with regards to not allowing second and third chances in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They are 55th in the country. UMass, to their credit, they're not allowing second and third chances either. They're 17th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do think that that's going to help you out in terms of a little bit of a lower scoring game. I did set my total at a 153.5 though, mainly because I just think that UMass gives you enough possessions for the over. They are 22nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that this game will be close enough for a late game following in. You have a Massachusetts team that has really improved with their 3-point shooting. This unit as a whole, they're shooting about 35.5% per 3, top 100 mark in the country. Leonardo Batil really doesn't give you any of that. 15.5 points, 8 rebounds per game, but then you've got Marcus Banks shooting 38% per 3, 16.5 points per contest. Daniel Hankins Sanford, 11.5 points, 7 boards. You've got Kajal Parker, who's been shooting 42.5% from the outside. And again, it is a UMass team that while they do a lot of good things on defense, they are ranking outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And the big thing for UMass, I think, is going to kill them, and it's a reason why I'm willing to lay with Bowling Green. They are outside the top 255 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, while Bowling Green does generate those turnovers. You've got Sam Towns, Josiah Shackelford, who've been able to combine for about 24 points per game in sort of support of Campbell. And with both these guys, they shoot 34+% from three. Meyer Wool shoots 40% from three with about 11 points per contest. If you need Bowling Green to cover at the free throw line, they shoot about 73.5% there. Neither here nor there. That's a country average mark. And for UMass, they are probably going to be put to the free throw line a little bit here, and they only shoot about 67% the free throw line. That's a bottom 35 mark in the country. So I'm going to line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 with Bowling Green, and do like the over. Semi-total at a 153.5. 627, 628. UCLA is going to be on the road against Minnesota, the state with the smallest strengths in the union. Minnesota is a 1 to 1.5 point home underdog. 135.5 is the total. I like Minnesota here on the money line. I did set them as a 1.5 point favorite. It's a Minnesota team that is just so vastly different with their defense when they're away from them rather than when they're at home. This Minnesota team is a top 35 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're at home. They give up quite literally 22.4 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home. And you have a UCLA team that can really be had down low. UCLA overall is 134th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're another team that gives up more than 16 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than at home. And for a Minnesota team that's not really shot it well from three, they should be able to eat up a UCLA team that is overall 238th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. You look at games played away from home, they are outside the top 300 here. And Minnesota has been dealing with an injury to Jalen Crocker Johnson that is going to be hurting them quite a bit. And I don't think that he's going to be able to play in this game. And even if he does, he's not going to be 100%. But Kate Tyson, he's going to be able to dominate in the post. 19 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 41% from 3-point. You've got Isaac Kusama along with Langston Reynolds, who do a nice job, giving you about a combined 8.4 assists per game. It is a UCLA team that's still solid in terms of generating turnovers, but they're not the supreme team that they've been in the past. In terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense, it's UCLA team checking in about 78th in the country. And Minnesota's not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 135 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. But for this UCLA team, it's again a team that just has not been able to travel very well, and their 3-point shooting starting to take a little bit of a dive with the injury that they had to Sky Clark, who was shooting 47% from three. So if Tyler Billadu shooting 45% from three, 18 points per game. Donovan Den not really bombing it from three, but 14 points, 7 assists to about 2 turnovers per game. So UCLA doing a nice job taking care of the ball. They're a top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And to the credit of UCLA, they shoot 76.8% at the free throw line in a pressure spot that is at top 45 mark in the country. They're very much going to be looking to get good looks from 3-point as they continue to be a top 40 team with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. And for this Minnesota team, they only allow you to shoot 30.6% from 3-point. And I think that this is going to be a low-tempo game, especially with Minnesota banged up. 354th. There's the total possessions frame. Do you think they get some late game fouling? Semi-total at a 135.5. So like Minnesota on the money line. Right now I'm seeing between 134.5 to a 135.5. At a 135 or less, I do like the over. 629, 630. You've got Campbell. They're going to be on the road against Towson, and Towson is a 4.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 140.5 to 141.5. Set Towson as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. It's a Towson team that's outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home. Now, to the credit of Towson, they're not going to give you good looks from three. Teams at home are shooting 29.2% from 3-point against them, and Campbell is right now 331st in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Towson, though, continues to be a bottom 10 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. So that ultimate kryptonite that you've got for Campbell, it's not going to be unearthed, and Campbell's had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Towson is outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers as well. So a lot of the weaknesses that you've got for Campbell are masked in this game. You do have Tyler Teata on the side of Towson, who's been able to supply about 16.5 points, 5.5 boards. Now he only shoots about 25% from 3-point, but still a nice contributor. Dylan Williamson, he gives you 14 points per game, and both of these guys shoot over 80% at the free throw line. These are like the lone two guys on the roster that shoot above 71% at the free throw line. As you've got a lot of banged up guys that aren't giving you a whole heck of a lot. Now you do have Jack Dombia, who's able to give you about 10.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but for Towson, this is a very strong team on the inside. They've been a team that, in terms of offensive rebound percentage, has been in the top 30 in the country, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're also right around about 300th with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Oh, and for this Campbell team, they should be able to do a nice job down low. They've been a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're not giving up a lot of second and third chances. Again, they're getting land-based from 3-point range, but it's a Campbell team that, even with their bad 3-point shooting, they're a top 250 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. You've got a pair of guys in Davide Espuca along Chris Fields, who combine for about 23.5 points. Between the two of them, you're getting just below 16 rebounds per game. DJ Turner-Smith, 19.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Jeremiah Johnson, he throws in there about 2 assists, 15 points, shoots 38% from 3-point. Campbell has gotten better and better with their outside shooting as the season has went along, and they've been able to clean up the turnovers in conference play. They've been turning the ball over 9.8 times per game compared to 12.4 overall for the season. I think that that's enough for them to remain lively in a game that should be a slog. Towson well outside the top 10 with regards to total possessions per game, made a total of a 140.5, so I like the 141 plus to the under, and I'm willing to take the points here with Campbell. 631, 632. South Dakota State is going to be on the road against South Dakota. South Dakota is a underdog here of 2.5 points. Total is between 150.5 to 151.5. I like the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State in this spot, made them a 4.5 point favorite. For South Dakota, you're still dealing with the injury to the Bruns burner, Isaac Bruns, who's been the top scorer for the team thus far this season. Right now, he supplies you with about 20.5 points, 5 boards per game, and that means that Jordan Crawford has to take ownership of the backcourt, and he's been able to shoot about 37% for 3, 14 points per game, but it's a South Dakota team that, even with Bruns out there on the court, had some ball control issues outside the top corner with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and South Dakota is just getting absolutely lambasted on defense. This South Dakota team is well outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, they only allow opponents to shoot about 32% from three-point range in their home games, but they're not going to be able to get the second and third chances that they've been counting on all season long, because even though South Dakota State is checking in outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, the one place where they've been able to dominate is on the glass, as they don't necessarily pull in there a lot of second and third chances for themselves. They're just a hair outside the top 200 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but in terms of not allowing second and third chances, they've been a top 55 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a South Dakota team that the one thing that they've really got going for them is the 7-footer and Cameron Fentz, who's been able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. It's a South Dakota team that has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of knifing the ball down low with them. They're a top 225 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they get to the free throw line constantly. They're a top 20 team in terms of free throw attempts per game, with Uzziah Butin being able to give you about 12 points per contest, but only shoots 29% for 3, but gives you over 5 free throw attempts per game. But for South Dakota State, they've been a very, shall we say, cerebral team, as you've got a quartet of guys that do give you double figures. Kellen Gary, 11 points, 5 boards, 3 assists per contest, 2.5 assists and 12 points per game. Jane Jackson throws in their 4 boards per contest. Samion Wilkerson, 14 points, 6.5 boards, and then Joe Saylor, 14 points, 3.5 boards, and he's been your top 3-point shooter at about 41% for 3. Now, it is a South Dakota State team that's averaging about 15 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but they've been a top 150 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, hovering right around about 200th with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but not allowing those second and third chances. I do think it allows them to get the job done against a South Dakota team that is shorthanded, but a South Dakota team is looking to play at warp speed. 24th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. South Dakota State, they're more of a mid-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game. They're checking in just a hair outside the top 235, 236, so circumstance where I set my total at a 156.5, so I like the over, and I'm willing to lay it here with South Dakota State. 633, 634. IU Indianapolis is going to be playing us for Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne, a road favorite of 2.5 points. 162.5 to 163.5 is the total, and I did set my line at 2.5. I'm right now seeing a 2 out there. Willing to lay the deuce and not a half a point more, mainly because Fort Wayne is a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of overall rebound percentage. Now, IU Indy is outside the top 340 with this regard, so neither of these teams are doing a great job on the glass, and both teams are looking to win the turnover battle. As for this Fort Wayne team, they're a top 55 team, both in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense and in terms of ball security on offense. Meanwhile, you've got an IU Indy team that just absolutely gambles for turnovers, 35th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. If you look specifically at their home games, this doesn't send into the top 30 in all of college basketball, but boy, oh boy, if they don't generate a turnover, they are going to give up a clean look. They're outside the top 340 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're a nice hearty 355th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And for Fort Wayne, for as bad as they are on glass, they've actually been relatively decent in terms of their interior offense. They're a top 85 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Corey Hadnot is the best scorer in this game, 20.5 points, 4 boards, 3.5 assists, shoots 37% for 3. And then DeAndre 3000 Craig, Mikael Stevenson, they combine for 28.3 points per game. Craig shoots 38.5% for 3. You get Stevenson to give you 3 assists per game, and both of these guys combine for about 3 steals per contest. It's a very top-heavy team with Fort Wayne, but they've done a nice job executing there, and for Fort Wayne, they are also outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. A little bit better than IU Indy, but both teams are relatively ghastly with that regard, and you should get a relatively up-and-down game with IU Indy being one of the fastest teams in the country. They're 10th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so I did set a total here of 164.5, like the over, especially with Kyler D'Agostino, give you about 18.5 points, shoots 39.5% from 3-point shot. It's an IU Indy team that here in conference play, they're shooting just 31.1% from 3-point range. That's been rough. They've been middle of the conference in terms of their 2-point shooting shooting percentage, and they haven't been as bad on the boards, but still, they're not generating the same amount of turnovers that they were towards the beginning part of the season, so that's hurt them, and that's allowed them to give up many more open looks. You do have Finley Woodyard, who's been able to supply 9.6 assists, 5 rebounds per game. Jackson Edwards, about 5.5 rebounds per game, but those are the lone two guys on the roster. They gave you 4+ boards per contest, and having Maximus Nelson on the flip side for Fort Wayne, I do think that they're going to be able to do just enough down low to be able to get the job done, and in a pressure spot, both of these teams shoot relatively similarly at the free throw line. For Fort Wayne, 70.8%, 72.6% for IU Indy, so like the over, so my total 164.5, and I'm willing to lay up to 2 here with Fort Wayne 635, 636. You've got William and Mary, America's favorite tag team, on the road against North Carolina A&T. A&T is finding themselves as 5.5 to 6.5 point underdogs. So on this game, 161.5 to 162.5. Well, you don't just get William or Mary, you get both. I think that laying this big of a number is just a little bit too much. If they threw in there like Doug or something like that, I'd be willing to take it, but I can only set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to take the points, mainly because North Carolina A&T has actually a really nice advantage on the glass here. It's a William and Mary team that, in terms of rebound percentage, are just 251st in the country, and for North Carolina A&T, they're doing a bad job in terms of taking care of the ball, right around about 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. William and Mary games played away from home, they are a top 35 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but A&T is 76th in the country with regards to their overall rebound percentage. I do think that that's going to be just enough for them to remain lively in this game, and you do have a nice dominant scorer here in Lewis Walker, 19 points, 5 boards. He shoots about 37% from three-point shot. Who else steps up around him? That's a little bit of a question mark. Zamku Walche Ume has been able to give you about 7 boards, 11 points per game. Trent Middleton comes over from Delaware, 12.5 points per game. It's a team that doesn't shoot well from 3. They shoot about 31.7% from the outside, hovering right around 300th in the country, but this team does a nice job getting to the free throw line. They're a top 30 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis. Not a team that's going to put you under duress. For A&T, they're outside the top 30 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and William and Mary's had some ball security issues. They're outside the top 230 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but it's a whole is greater than the sum of its parts sort of outlet with this team, as you've got 8 different guys between 7.2 and 12.1 points per game. Your top scorer in Reese Miller, 12.1 points per game. Really, none of these guys outside of Joel Emmanuel shoots above 36% from 3 points. He shoots 38% from the outside. Kate Askins at 7.2 points per game shoots 37% from 3. Really, none of these other guys that attempt at least 1 3 per game shoots above 33.5% from the outside. So neither here nor there. They've been able to execute on the inside. William and Mary has been a top 35 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but again, they're not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances. They've been very good at guarding the outside. They've been, in games played away from home, actually a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but it is an A&T team that's also been a top 150 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They give it up much more from the outside. I do think that A&T is going to be able to do just enough to be able to remain lively in this game, find ways to be able to get to the free throw line. So I did set my line of 5. I'm willing to take 5.5 plus with A&T, and I did set my total here at a 163. You've got a William and Mary team that's playing at warp speed in terms of total possessions per game. 17th in the country. A&T, they're neither here nor there. 173rd in terms of total possessions per game, but I think that this is close enough for late fellas. So 162.5 or less, in on the over to go along the points with A&T. 637, 638. Oklahoma State is on the road against Cincinnati, and yes, we're on at Cincinnati, who's on to being a 9 to a 9.5 point favorite. 149.5 to 115.5 is the total. Made Oklahoma State the 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Cincinnati continues to be a dominant defense. They are 17th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Cincinnati doing a nice job guarding the 3-point line. 31.9% is how opponents shoot from 3. 62nd in the country. Oklahoma State, they're allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range more around about 35.1%, which actually goes down to 32.1% away from home. And it's an Oklahoma State team that has been outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that Anthony Roy is going to be able to go into takeover mode in this game. He's been rock solid this season with about 17 points. He's 40% for 3. Pascal Farlaw, he's able to give you about 40% 3-point shooting, 14 points, 6 rebounds per game, like what these guys bring to the table. And it's an Oklahoma State team that's been one of the best teams in the country in terms of getting to the free throw line. They're a top 50 team in terms of free throw attempts per game. Now, they can be at a little bit down low outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but this is a Cincinnati team that just has not been able to generate a lot of offense. They're about 258th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Oklahoma State is looking to fly. 7th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They are a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis away from home as well, so I do think that overall efficiency gets you to the over. I set my total at 150.5, so at the 149.5, I do like the over, and for Cincinnati, they've been able to do an okay job in terms of controlling the boards. They're a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage with Bob Miller, 14 points, 10 rebounds per game. Musafa team has been able to give you a block and a half, 12 points per game. You don't get a lot of clean looks on the inside against the Cincinnati defense, but again, again, for Cincinnati, they shoot about 67.7% at the free throw line against an Oklahoma State team that's not very afraid to foul, so that's going to be a big issue, especially if the cover comes into effect. You've got Jizzle James, who shoots 43% for 3, 11 points per game. He's been a rock-solid three-point shooter, and so is Day Thomas. Shoots 38% from 3, about 11 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but again, you just don't have a lot of pizzazz from the outside for Cincinnati. They're outside the top 230 with regards to both their own 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, being outside the top 200 with regards to ball security. I do think that that's going to keep Oklahoma State very lively in this game. So I did set a line here of a 5.5. I'm willing to take the points with Oklahoma State, and I'm in on the over at a 150 or less. 639, 640. Oregon is going to be on the road against Northwestern, and Northwestern a favorite of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 142.5 to 143.5 is the total. I like the under. It's set by total at a 140.5. Neither team is looking to play with a lot of tempo. Right now, Oregon is 288th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northwestern is 286, so similarly slow teams. And I mean, for Northwestern, they're doing the little things much better. This team is in the top 10 in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Northwestern, if they need to knock down free throws to cover the game, they shoot 74.9% of the free throw line. Oregon more around 72.8% at the charity stripe, and it's an Oregon team that just has not been able to do a great job in terms of their defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is an Oregon group that's right now checking in outside the top 225 in all of college basketball. Matter of fact, 246. Now, Northwestern, they've been a team that's been leaving a little bit of something to be desired there as well. They're about 193rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of being able to guard the perimeter right now. They're allowing teams to shoot about 32.7% per 3. That's a top 105 mark in the country. Meanwhile, for this Oregon group, they are allowing teams to shoot about 34% from the outside. That goes past 36% away from them. Getting back Nick Biddle is big. He's giving you 14 points, 6 boards, over a block per contest. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point as a true 7-footer, but still having Jackson Shell set out, that has completely just wrecked this team. You've got KJ Evans along TK Simpkins, who combine for about 25.5 points per game, and Simpkins does shoot 36% per 3, but Oregon is outside the top 225 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. The best thing Oregon has been able to do is grab second and third chances. Top 85 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and they're going to have an edge on Northwestern there. Northwestern outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they do have the best player out there on the floor, in my opinion, Nick Martinelli, who's been supplying 22.5 points, 6 boards. He shoots 43% from 3. Pretty much none of your other top 5 scorers shoot above 31.5% from 3, but Jaden Reed is giving out 5 assists per game. Northwestern doing a much better job in terms of making the most out of their possessions. Country average team with their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that the overall efficiency that you get out of Northwestern just enough for them to be able to get the job done in what I think is going to be a relatively slow and controlled game involving two offenses that really are not shooting at the world's greatest. So semi-total 140.5. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Northwestern, set them as a 4.5 point favorite. 641, 642. Central Michigan is on the road against Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo as a 6.5 point favorite. So on this game, 150.5 to 151.5. I made Buffalo the 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Central Michigan has been a slow but not like ridiculously slow team, about 224th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Buffalo, 223rd. Both of these teams playing at a similar tempo, and for Buffalo, they allow opponents to shoot 32.6% from 3-point away from home, 37.6% at home. They've actually been worse with their defense at home rather than away from home. Central Michigan is getting bludgeoned from the outside in games played away from home. Teams are shooting 37.8% from 3-point. That is a bottom 50 mark in the country. And this is a Buffalo team that has shot it really well from 3-point. They're 18th in the country, shooting 38% from the outside. Central Michigan, they are shooting 31.7% in games played away from home. Now, Central Michigan should have the best overall low post presence in this game, as Nathan Clearbot, he's been able to supply you with just under 6 rebounds per game. A true 7-footer that throws in there about 12.5 points per game. And then you've got Tamaro Adley and Long Fat Brooks, great name. They've been able to combine for about 23.5 points per game in the backcourt. Logan McIntyre has become the top 3-point shooter at 39%. 10.5 points per game, but for Central Michigan, to their credit, they become a top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. To their deficit, they're outside the top 250 in terms of taking care of the ball, and they're getting blasted on the inside. They're outside the top 260 with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Buffalo, they've been dealing with a few ailments recently, as you've had your top scorer, Daniel Freitag, who's giving you about 20 points per game, be dealing with injury for the last few games, but did return in that Akron game, albeit on a limited basis, but he should be good to go in this game. And then you got Ryan Sable along with Angelo Breezy, combining for about 32.5 points per game, and both shoot 39.7% from three-point range. And all three guys, and Freitag, Sable, and Breezy, if you need a cover, they all shoot at least 82.5% at the free throw line. It's a Buffalo team that they're not going to pull in their second and third chances. They're well outside the top 275 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Not the world's worst team in terms of disallowing second and third chances as well. In terms of defensive rebound percentage, it's a Buffalo group that is in the top 225 with that regard, and it's a Central Michigan team that's 337th. In games played away from home, teams are grabbing 4.1% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, with Joe Bachelor having some versatility, shooting 45% from three, 7 points per contest. I do think that Buffalo, a top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, finds a way to be able to get the job done in this ordeal. I did set my total at 149. I just don't know if Central Michigan, with their sloppiness, does their part with this total. So in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8.5 with Buffalo. 643, 644. Boston College is on the road against Miami. Miami is a favorite here of 15.5 to 16.5 points. 142.5 is the total. Made my line 16.5. So 15.5 is my max lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. I mean, a big win for Boston College a few days ago. They were able to get the job done against Wake Forest and really ruin their season. And for Boston College, this is not the world's worst offensive team. They're a top 85 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis and games played away from home. Teams are only grabbing about 26.1% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's a respectable top 75 mark in the country against a Miami team that they're really looking to roll things down low. They've been 13th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're doing a solid job as well in terms of pulling in there some second and third chances with Ernest Uday. Give you about 8 points, 9 plus rebounds per game. Miami 24th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They're becoming an offensive rebound. Miami really neither here nor there with their 3-point shooting percentage. You've been able to get Trey Donaldson going for about 16.5 points per game. Shoots 34% from 3 points. Miami as a whole, they shoot 34% from 3. Neither here nor there, and they do give it up from 3-point range. They're outside the top 250 in terms of bonus 3-point shooting percentage. And that's not going to matter too much here because Boston College, I wish I could put it any other way, they simply cannot shoot. This Boston College team is outside the top 280 in terms of free throw shooting percentage, 3-point shooting percentage, and 2-point shooting percentage, shooting 64.8% at the free throw line. Bottom 10 mark in the country. They shoot 30.1% from 3. They're best inside, and that's where Miami's strength is. You've got Fred Payne, the Payne train, give you 15.5 points per game, shoots 33% from 3. Donald Hand, he throws in there 13.5 points, 5 boards, and an assist per contest, but shoots a hearty 23% from 3. Like the lone guy in the roster, shoots about 33% from 3. Luka Tools gives you about 7.5 points, 2.5 assists per game, and he's right now shooting 41.5% from 3, but there's absolutely nothing else around him, man. I mean, it's a Boston College defense that is not bad. They're a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They even do an okay job in terms of taking care of the ball. They don't force any turnovers whatsoever, but they're 73rd in the country. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis in games played away from home that ascends into the top 65, but I just can't trust them to be able to make enough shots here, and I think that Miami is just going to eat them alive down low with Malika Renew, give you 20 plus points, 6 plus rebounds per game. All those big men, I think, are going to be able to dominate the game, and I do think that Miami, being able to grab second and third chances, they do find a way to be able to get you to the over, as Miami has been playing at a fast but not necessarily a warp speed pace in terms of total possessions per game. They do check in right around about 123rd, so I did set my line at a 16.5. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 16 here with Miami, and I like the over. So my total at a 144.5. 645, 646. Vanderbilt is going to be on the road against Kentucky, and Big Blue Nation is a favorite here of 1 to 1.5 points. So now this game, 155.5 to 156.5. Made Vanderbilt the 1-point favorite. So I do like Vanderbilt here on the money line. It's a Vanderbilt unit that has been still really good with their offense. Top 25 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Obviously pushing tempo, 45th in the country in terms of total possessions per game against a Kentucky team that has been much more mid-tempo this season. In terms of total possessions per game, Kentucky right now checking in right around about 157th in the country. They've been speeding up a little bit more in conference playing for Kentucky. The 3-point shooting has gotten a little bit better, especially at home. 35.6% is what they shoot from 3-point range at Rupp Arena. Vanderbilt, though, they shoot 37.5% from 3-point range when they're away from home. It is a much improved Kentucky defense that is in the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it does feel like it's been hitting the skids a little bit more here in conference play. And for Vanderbilt, in games played away from home, they are a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Fully recognize it for Vanderbilt. You still have the Frankie Collins injury. You still have Duke Miles out, but Tyler Tanner along Tyler Nickel, Tyler Squared, they've been able to combine for about 32.6 points per game. Between the two of them, they shoot 36.5% from 3. And I'll say that you need to cover at the free throw line. Vanderbilt as a whole, they shoot 78% at the free throw line. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. And Each of your top 4 healthy scorers in this game shoot at least 78.7% at the free throw line, with Devin McLaughlin being one of them, 10.5 points, 7 rebounds per game. For Kentucky, they're good but not great on the boards, as you've had a few guys be banged up, be able to come back, like Mohamed Diabate. He's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Malachi Moreno, 8.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. And Ortega Owe, he's taken it upon himself to be much better with the offense. 17.5 points, 2.5 assists, shoots 34% from 3. Denzel Aberdeen shoots 37% from the outside. For a Kentucky team that is in the top 100 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, they do a nice job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and they've been a top 75 team with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but they're also outside the top 100 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage as well. I do think that Vanderbilt finds a way to get the job done, especially with Kentucky being a top 225 team in terms of foul rate, and Vanderbilt shooting as well as they do at the free throw line. I made Vanderbilt the 1-point favorite. I'm taking them on the money line. Made my total 157, so you're at the 156.5. I like the over. 647, 648. San Diego State is going to be on there against New Mexico. New Mexico is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. 148.5 is the total. I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 143.5. You've got a pair of teams that have been very good in terms of generating turnovers. New Mexico is 40th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. San Diego State is 11th, but it's a San Diego State team that, even though it's been a little bit up and down with the defense, they're still 31st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. New Mexico, they are 36th, and both of these teams are fast, but not warp speed fast. New Mexico is about 122nd in terms of total possessions per game. San Diego State is 91st, but keep in mind, San Diego State has that double overtime game against Troy, the triple overtime game against Boise State. So if you look at possessions per 40 minutes, they're outside the top 100 there. And for San Diego State, I just don't think that they're going to be able to get a lot of good looks from 3-point. Just team as a whole, they're shooting 35.8% from 3-point. That is the top 100 mark in the country. But you've got a New Mexico team that has been absolutely locked down with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage right now. For New Mexico, they are 12th in the country. Teams are shooting 29.6% from distance against them. San Diego State, they're about 100th. They're aligned teams to shoot about 32.7% from the outside. You've got Reese Waters along with Miles Bird, who've been able to combine for about 23.5 points per game. And then really your main 3-point shooter for this team has been Elise Harrington. He's shooting 51% from 3-point. He's been able to supply the team with 8 points per game. So whenever he's been out there, he's been rock solid. With a little bit of an injury, he's been able to come back only 4 points in the 2 games that he's been back for. So I don't think he's going to be able to make too much of an impact here. But Mugun Gwath, the true 7-footer, who's been shooting about 50% from 3, gives you a block plus per contest. He's back, so I think that helps out the interior defense of San Diego State. Meanwhile, for New Mexico, this has been a unit that has been able to be had a little bit more down low. They're outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. New Mexico, they don't allow a lot of second and third chances, but they're outside the top 200 in terms of offensive rebound percentage himself. You've got Tomislav Bujan supplying 11.5 points, 9.8 rebounds per game, and then Dayton Aubrey and Jake Hall have been your top 2 scorers, with Aubrey 11.5 points, a steal, shoots 36% from 3, and Hall continues to shoot 45% from 3, 16 points per contest. But I do think that for New Mexico, they're going to be able to do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers. I think that this is going to be a sloppy game. And New Mexico, they're right around about 125th with their 2-point shooting percentage. I think that that's just enough to be able to get the job done here in a game where it's going to be a lot of turnovers and a lot more of a defense-oriented game, in my opinion. Somebody told 143.5. I like the under. And New Mexico made them a 3.5-point favorite, so we'll lay up the 3 with them. 649, 650. Youngstown St on the road against UW Green Bay. Green Bay is a 2 to 2.5-point favorite. 144.5 is the total, and I set Green Bay as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Green Bay is playing at a very slow pace in terms of total possessions per game, 335th, but their games yield themselves to a lot of scoring, especially their home games, as UW Green Bay overall shoots 37% from 3-point. That is 35th in all of college basketball. That goes up to 39.4% at home. That's a top 32 mark in the country, and you've got a Youngstown St team that has been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their overall offense. They're a top 50 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They're about 160th with their 3-point shooting percentage at 34.3%. The issue that you've had for Youngstown St, they've been outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. UW Green Bay is a bottom 20 team in terms of generating turnovers, and Youngstown St neither here nor there with their defense, 175th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Green Bay is ghastly. They're 333rd in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Green Bay on offense, top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, while Youngstown St more around about 129th. I will say that goes into the top 100 when they're away from home, but it is a Youngstown St group that I think is going to have a little bit of a tough time in terms of being able to guard the arc, as for Youngstown St right now, they're allowing teams to shoot well above 34% from 3-pointers. You're outside the top 225. With that regard, you do have Chris Carroll caroling all the way to 17.5 points, 5 boards. Does shoot 40% from 3. Rich Rolfe, 37% 3-point shooter, 9.5 points per game. It's a Youngstown St team that doesn't get to the free throw line a ton, but they shoot 74% when they do get there, and Youngstown St, to their credit, top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but Green Bay has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're turning the ball over about 10.8 times per game, top 130 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. basis. And Green Bay is the top 100 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. You've got a trio of guys that give between 13 and 14.1 points per game. CJ O'Hara, Justin Allen, and Marcus Hall. Hall is your most versatile player, 14 points, 2.5 assists, 5.5 boards, and is a 40% three-point shooter. And then Preston Rudinger has been the point guard, 5 assists, 11.5 points, shoots 41% from three. Caden Wilkins has stepped up to shoot about 42% from three-point range as well. For Green Bay, just not grabbing a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 350 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. They're not the world's worst team in terms of disallowing second and third chances, though. They're a top 150 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage. It's a Youngstown St team that they haven't had a little bit on the inside. They've been allowing teams away from them to grab about 32.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. And I think that the amount of clean possessions that you get coupled with late fouls, because I think that this is a tight game, gets you over. So I set my total 149. I do like the overhand for Green Bay. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. 651, 652. St. Bonaventure is going to be on the road against George Mason. And Old George finds themselves as a 4.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. 146.5 is the total. And I said George Mason as a 6-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to lay. Now for George Mason, things have been a little bit less than savory for him recently. And George Mason, one of the slowest teams in the country. They are a bottom 35 team in terms of total possessions per game, but they've ascended into the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Both of these teams are near equals. Bonaventure, 87th in terms of points per possession. George Mason is 95th, and both defenses have been hitting the skids a little bit for St. Bonaventure. They actually are a top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage when they're away from home, and a big thanks to Frank Mitchell for that, as he's been darn near a double-double machine for the team right now. He's supplying 9.9 rebounds, 16 points per game, and then Daryl Simmons has been your main shooter at about 42.5% per three, 16.5 points per game, as Bonaventure has been able to do a really good job in terms of being able to knock down their threes. Been a little bit sloppy with the ball outside the top 180 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they've been making up for it by being able to shoot from three-point range right around about 37.6%. That goes up to 38.3% away from home. And George Mason has been honestly a little bit worse with regards to both ball security and three-point shooting when they've been at home, but the defense does step up a little bit. I will say for St. Bonaventure, they're actually giving up fewer points per possession when they're away from home rather than at home as well. As Bonaventure is just taking a poop on their defense, 260th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up 1.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home. Meanwhile, for George Mason, a team that was so stout defensively, they're down to about 94th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that George Mason is going to be able to get the job done even with having Caden Jarls on the flip side for Bonaventure, give you 3+ assists, 14+ points per contest. As for George Mason, you've got a pair of guys in Jahari Long along with Corey Mincy in the backcourt that I like. They combine for 26 points per game. They should have combined 38% from three for George Mason. This is a top 50 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. They shoot about 73% at the free throw line. They've been a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. They're still inside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They've done a nice job being able to drive the ball inside, and I do think that George Mason on their own floor gets the job done. Did set my line at 6, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Old George, and with Bonaventure being a better defensive team away from home, I'm in on the underside by total 144, 653, 654. VMI is on the road against Chattanooga. Chattanooga does find themselves as 11.5 point favorites, 152.5 is the total. So my total 151.5. I'm going to be in on the under. You do have a Chattanooga team that's not playing with a lot of tempo in terms of total possessions, ranked 257th in the country. VMI slow, but not ridiculously slow, 238th in the country. And for VMI, this defense is awful, 361st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Chattanooga is 318th in the country. And for Chattanooga, it's not like they've been the world's worst team in terms of opponent shooting percentages. They're in the top 235 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but outside the top 260 with regards to defensive rebound percentage, they're generating absolutely no turnovers whatsoever. This team is a bottom 30 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per game basis. Now you do have Jordan Frinson, who's able to lead the offense, shoots 44% for three, 16 points per contest, and then Brendan Watkins, he shoots 46% for three, 10 points per game. Both of these teams are looking to take a lot of their shots from three-point range. VMI is taking over 50% of their field goal attempts from three-point range. Same goes for Chattanooga. They're both in the top 35 in the country with that regard, and Chattanooga is just flat out the better three-point shooting team, albeit Chattanooga only shoots 33.2% from three at home compared to 35.5% away from home, but VMI is shooting a nice already 29.8% from three-point range away from home, and it's a Chattanooga team that I'm not going to call them amazing in terms of shutting teams down from three-point range or anything like that, but they haven't been the world's worst team here, and you've got Brendan Watkins, who's been able to shoot over 46% for three, 10 plus points per game. You've got Teddy Washington, who's been a nice versatile piece. Meanwhile, on the flip side for VMI, you've been able to have TJ Johnson step up with about 17 points, 7 rebounds per game. You've had AJ Clark be able to supply about 6 rebounds per game, so they've been able to help out a little bit, but for VMI, line. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 36.7% from 3, 328th in the country. Chattanooga, they allow you to shoot at home only about 31.3% from 3-point. So that's going to be an issue, even with having Linus Holstrom give you about 12 points, shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range. For VMI, I just don't think that they're going to hold up here, and I do think that Chattanooga on their floor gets the job done. You just don't get enough possessions for the over. So, like the under, I told 151.5, and I'm willing to lay up to 13 here with Chattanooga 655, 656. The Citadel's on the road against Wofford. Wofford is a 12.5 point favorite total on this game, 147.5 to 148, and I made Wofford a 14.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number for the Citadel. There's just really not a lot of trusting in this team. They're well outside the top 325 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis and games played away from them. They're allowing teams to grab 32.6% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound outside the top 300 there, and Wofford has actually been solid on the defensive glass. Top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, the Wofford defense overall, they are 306th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are allowing quite a few open looks in general, and Solo Abassi on the flip side for the Citadel has not been too bad. He's been able to give you 8 points, about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game, and it's a Wofford team that is allowing teams to shoot 39.5% from 3-point range at home, but I just don't know if the Citadel is able to take advantage of that. As for the Citadel, they overall are 318th in the country with their own 3-point shooting percentage at 31.1%. Have a Wofford team that strangely has been shooting much worse from 3-point range at home rather than away from them. They shoot 36% from 3-point range away from them, 32.8% when they are at home, but they do get back their top scorer in Kamari Holmes, who's dealing with a little bit of injury. He was out for 6 games, 19 points, 2 steals, 5.5 boards, shoots 34.5% for 3. Niles Malachowski is a 37% 3-point shooter with about 16.5 points per game. It's a Wofford team that has also been a top 155 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Give it up a little bit too much on the inside, but they're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And you do have a Citadel team that has not been doing the world's greatest job in terms of taking care of the ball, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on the offensive side of things. They're outside the top 170, and for the Citadel, you do have a pair of guys that will be able to give you double figures. Braxton Williams, 14.5 points, shoots 34.5% for 3. Christian Moore, he does give you more. 3 boards, 11 points. He's been able to shoot about 39% from 3-point range, and Carter Kingsbury has been able to chip in there now about 4 boards, 8.5 points per game. But this team is also outside the top 330 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. When they're put at the free throw line, the Citadel shoots 67.5% at the charity stripe, outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. And I do think that in a rather low-tempo game, Wofford is a hair outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions rate, 218th. The Citadel, they are 320th. That Wofford is able to get the job done, and I think that you get enough offensive efficiency from Wofford to be able to approach this total. I did semi-total at a 144.5. I do think that 147.5 has gone just hair too far, so I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 14 here with Wofford. 657, 658. Louisville on the road against Clemson. Clemson, underdog, 1.5 points, 146 after 147.5 is the total, and with Clemson, I made them the 1.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. It's a Louisville team that they are very much based around 3-point shooting. Over 53% of their field goal attempts come from 3. That's a top 5 mark in the country. And Louisville, they do see a drop off with their 3-point shooting percentage away from home. They shoot 37.5% from 3 at home, 34% away from home. You got a Clemson team that's not going to go into flamethrower mode from 3-point range. They shoot about 33.9% country average team, but it's a Clemson team that just top to bottom has been a good defensive team. They're in the top 40 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And with this Clemson group, they're allowing teams at home to shoot just 27.5% from 3-point range. That is a top 15 mark in the country. If Louisville is able to do a good job on glass, I think that they can hold in there, and they've been a top 40 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage. You've got Sundara Frew, who's been able to throw in there about 6 rebounds per game. Mikael Brown, all sorts of versatile, 19 points, 5 assists, shoots 36% from 3-point range. Javon Hadley, he's been versatile, 11 points, shoots 43% for 3, 5 boards per contest, but they do go up against a Clemson team that's just a tough customer in general. And for this Louisville team, when they punch it inside, they're a top 20 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, but Clemson has also been very stout with their interior defense as well. They're a top 60 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, in the top 75 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Clemson is not going to fight for second and third chances. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but they've done a really good job in terms of not allowing second and third chances either. For Clemson, they're 23rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, with really a whole greater than the sum of its parts approach. RJ Godfrey is right now your top scorer, 11.5 points, 5 boards per contest. Carter Welling throws in there about 5.5 rebounds per game. Those are the only 2 guys that give you 4+ rebounds per game, yet they just don't allow those second and third chances. And then from there, you've got a quartet of guys between 7.7 and 9.7 points per game. You've had Zach Foster on the full, but in his absence, Ephraim Johnson has been able to give you 5.5 points, shoot 36% from 3. Clemson, they're just having everyone know their role. They're doing a great job locking down on defense and making games super slow in terms of total possessions per game, 327th in the country. Louisville, obviously looking to push quite a bit more of a tempo, as right now they're checking checking in right in the neighborhood about 63rd in terms of total possessions per game. Do think that Clemson gets this to be a little bit lower scoring and gets the job done. Set Clemson as a 1.5 point favorite, taking them on the money line. I like the under, 7/12 at a 145.5, 659, 660. Sacramento State is going to be on the road against Montana State. Montana State is a 9.5 point favorite, 157 to 157.5 is the total. For Montana State, I set them as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Sacramento State team that's just getting absolutely destroyed down low. Their line teams have grabbed 31% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, 292nd in the country. And for Montana State, they've been a respectable top 175 team with this regard. It's on a Montana State team that's necessarily amazing with their defense, but you got a Sacramento State team that they've got the biggest home and road split with their 3-point shooting in the country. They shoot 41.3% from 3-point range at home. That's a top 10 mark in the country. 26.1% away from home. That's a bottom 10 mark in the country. As for Sacramento State, they've had Mikey Williams dealing with a little bit of an injury. He was doing a nice job rolling out the ball, but really didn't give you a lot of 3-point shooting, so that means that Prophet Johnson, he's really your main man. 18.5 points, 7.5 boards, 4 assists, 2.5 steals, shoots 39% per 3. I love what he brings to the table. Johnny Summers is be able to give you about 42% 3-point shooting as well, and for Johnson, he just really doesn't have a lot of help at this point, especially down low, as right now for Prophet Johnson, the only other guy that gives you over 3 rebounds per game is Mark Levernoff, who's been able to give you about 10.7 rebounds per game. He's been able to do an okay job, but it is a Sacramento State team that, with their 2-point shooting percentage, are outside the top 320, and with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 300 as well. So you've got a Montana State team that has shot it much better from 3-point range at home rather than away from home, 38.7% at home, 33.4% away from home. They're overall 97th in the country, and for this Montana State team, while they don't necessarily have physically imposing guys, the lone guy on the roster that gives you 5+ rebounds per game is Jed Miller. He does give you about 15 points per game. These guys as a collective just do a relatively solid job in terms of hunkering down. As for Montana State, their line teams shoot about 33% from 3. That's a top 175 mark in the country. They've been a top 50 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, and that's big because that's one thing Sacramento State is doing a great job of. They're a top 50 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, shoot 78% at the free throw line. That's the top 20 mark in the country, but you've got then Davion Brown, Patrick McMahon, who combine for about 26.5 points per game. With Brown, he shoots 43% from 3-point range. You've had Christian King be able to supply you with a mid-30s 3-point shooting percentage. He throws in there about 12 points per game, with Montana State doing a nice job not allowing teams to get to the free throw line. They're a top 75 team with regards to both their free throw shooting percentage at 75.8% and fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. I do think that they do the little things to be able to get the job done here, so I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Montana State, and I did set my total at 154.5 with Sacramento State, just not being the same offensive team away from home, so like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Montana State. 661, 662, you've got Detroit. They're going to be on the road against Oakland, and Oakland is a 7.5 to an 8.5 point favorite. Total this game, 161 to 162.5, and I'm willing to take the points with Detroit. I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. It's an Oakland team that just has not been great with their defense. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, even though their 3-point shooting defense isn't too bad. They're a top 200 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Detroit away from home only allows you to shoot 32.4% from 3-point range. That's the top 150 mark in the country, and for Detroit, they do have a big home and road split with their own 3-point shooting percentage, 39.6% at home, 31.8% away from home, but they've been shooting darn near 40% from 3-point range ever since conference play began. In non-conference play, they were shooting less than 30% from 3, and TJ Nadeau has really been able to heat it up. 13 points, he shoots 46.5% from 3. Tyler Spratt, 38.5% 3-point shooter, 10 points per game. Orlando Lovejoy, 15 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists, stealing half per contest. You've had Legend Gator be able to get her done with about 6 rebounds per game against an Oakland team that has been allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 275 in terms of defense rebound percentage. This despite the fact that you've got some relatively good rebounders. Isaac Garrett, 13 points, 7.5 boards. Bari Navarula, 14.6 boards. With Detroit, a top 70 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, they should be able to get those second and third chances. Mike Ogie, 13 points, 5.5 boards, and then Brody Robinson is running things very efficiently. For Oakland, 17 points, 7 assists, shoots about 36% from 3 for an Oakland team that is in the top 55 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been solid down low. They're a top 100 team at home with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but also outside the top 300 with regards to opponents. 2-point shooting percentage, Oakland not generating a lot of turnovers, and it is an Oakland team that they do shoot about 75% at the free throw line, and they've been looking to push quite a bit of tempo. Detroit up to about 125th in terms of total possessions per game. Oakland, they are checking in more than they were about 66, so do think that you get a high scoring expose, semi-total 164.5, like the overhand. With Detroit, won't take 7+ with them. 663, 664, you got Florida International, and they're going to be on the road facing off against Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech just find themselves as a slim favorite here of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total, and with Louisiana Tech, set them as a 2-point favorite. Between the 1.5 to 2.5, I actually would rather take 2.5 rather than lay 1.5, and the big reason why is that Louisiana Tech is just not a good free throw shooting team whatsoever, and that's a big reason why I just can't trust them. Now, Louisiana Louisiana Tech, a really nice offensive team, top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of guarding the three-point line away from them. That actually goes up to 34.7% when they are at home. And for this Florida national team, they have been a team that has been able to do a really good job in terms of generating turnovers, top 35 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and they face off against a Louisiana team that's been outside the top 250 with regards to their ball security. So I do think that they're going to be able to have some success there, and the Florida International kryptonite is allowing teams to shoot 39.5% for three-point range away from home. But good news for them is that Louisiana Tech out of 365 teams, depending upon the day, they're either 364th or 365th with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. So, and it's not been great for them, to say the least. As for Louisiana Tech, they actually have a nice go-to guy in DJ Dudley, giving you about 14 points. He shoots 38% from three-point. He's pretty much a lone guy on the roster that shoots above 33% from three-point shot. Louisiana Tech, top 50 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and Florida National outside the top 10 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. And before this Louisiana Tech team, solid down low, top 30 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. But all those turnovers, I think, are going to be a little bit costly here. And you've got a Florida National team that does have the former Meet Me Road runner and Corey Stevenson doing a great job, give you about 18 points, 6 boards per contest. And for Florida National, they're shooting about 34.8% for three, country average there. They have been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage as well. And for Florida National, even though they do give up a lot of second and third chances, they themselves have been a top 100 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Larry Onyeka has been able to give you 10 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Eric DeBami has been able to give you about 7 boards per contest as well. And then when you got Swade Jackson, give you 3 assists, Sionaf, about 12 points, shoots 37.5% per three. I think that they're going to remain lively. And again, with Louisiana Tech, they shoot 65% at the free throw line, bottom 10 mark in the country. So between 1.5 to 2.5, I would rather take the 2.5 with Florida National line. I did set my total 144. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game following, but right now seeing that 144.5, especially with Louisiana Tech, one of the just bottom teams in the country in terms of total possessions per game out of 365 Division I teams. They're currently checking in right around about 314th. I like the under 665, 666. You've got Elon on the road against Monmouth, and Monmouth does find themselves as a bit of a favorite here. You're going to be laying 3.5 to 2.5 with them. 151.5 to 152.5 is the total. Set a total of 152. Right now, mostly seeing 152.5. I'm going to take the 152.5 to the under. You've got a Monmouth team that's been very good in terms of generating turnovers, 39th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They're slow, but not ridiculously slow, 226 in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Elon is more around about 162nd, and it is an Elon team that's been giving it up on defense. Away from home, they allow you to shoot 33.1% for three compared to 39.7% from three-point range at home. And if you look at Elon overall in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're hovering right around about 320th, but they're actually giving up 8.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. They ascended to the top 175 with their defense away from home. Monmouth has been a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Monmouth is not executing down low. They're outside the top 300 in their home games in terms of their two-point shooting percentage, and they're a top 70 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line. Now they are doing a great job with their shot blocking. Jason Rivera-Torres, 16 points, pair of steals. He only shoots 31% for three, but throws in their 8 boards per contest. And now you do have Kavion McClain back, missed the first 23 games of the season. He comes in from Texas Southern and has made an immediate impact on offense. In his 6 games, he's averaging 16.8 points per game, shoots 36% from three, and then you've been able to have Jack Collins give you good versatility, 7 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest for a group that is in the top 50 with regards to shot blocking. And you've got Doc Mortar, who's been able to give you about a block and a half per contest as well. But for Elon, you've got the best scorer out there on the floor, Chandler Cottrell, 20 points, 6.5 boards. And then around him, he's got nice three-point shooters like Bryson Cockley, who's doing a nice job being able to supply 40+% three-point shooting. He gives the team 12 points per game. You've got 11.5 points per contest out of Randall Pettis, who's been able to shoot about 36.5% from three. Kepper Klonzich has been dealing with injuries. He was giving the team about 12 points per contest, a little bit of a gadget guy, and he just returned in the last 2 games as well. So things are getting better and better for Elon on the injury front, and Judge Wankar has been able to give you some versatility as well. So I do think that Elon going to be able to do a nice job in terms of holding in this game. Monmouth, they do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, and it is a Monmouth team that has been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their own interior defense as well. They're a top 100 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. So a little bit of an interesting circumstance here. I do think that the turnovers are going to loom large in this game, so I did set my line at 4. I'm going to be willing to lay with Monmouth. Do think that this is going to be just close enough for late fouls, but those turnovers do just enough to keep you under 152.5 semi-total out of 152, so 152.5, my minimum buy point on the under to go along with Monmouth, willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 667, 668, Western Kentucky plays OC UTEP. UTEP, an underdog of 9.5 to 10.5 points, 142.5 to 143.5 is the total. I set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Nice win a few days ago for Western Kentucky, but for Western Kentucky, the way that you're supposed to beat this UTEP team is down low. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of overall rebound percentage, in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They're one of the lesser teams in all of college basketball. Western Kentucky does not do that. They're 356th in the country in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage. Now, it's a UTEP team that's playing very slowly, and they're not executing on offense either. 324th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UTEP outside the top 300 in terms of points per possession, and they're 338th with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. Interestingly, it shoots up by more than 5 percentage points when they're away from home rather than when they're at home, so that's interesting with this UTEP team. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with the UTEP team that is not generating the same amount of turnovers that they did a season ago, but really the forte for this Western Kentucky team has been taking care of the ball. They're ranking right around about 50th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but for UTEP, even though they've slid a little bit with regards to generating turnovers, they have been a team that's been able to do an okay job with regards to their three-point shooting, offense, and defense. They shoot 34% from three-point country average, just a hair below country average, with aligned teams to shoot 34.4% from three-point. And for Western Kentucky, it's been a banged-up team that is now getting back Tegan Moore, who's been able to give you more. He's a team top scorer with 18-plus points per contest. Shoots 40% from three-points. For a team that as a whole, they shoot about 33.8% from three, so right on par with UTEP. The forte of this team has been getting to the free throw line. For Western Kentucky, they're a top 40 team in terms of free throw attempts per game. They shoot 76.3% at the free throw line, and they're a top 20 team in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. And for UTEP, they do shoot just 69.9% at the free throw line, but you've got Elijah Jones, Jamal West, who combine for 27.5 points per game. Jones is shooting 39.5% from 3 points. Between the two of them, you get about 12 rebounds per game. Kasim Watson, 5 boards, 12.5 points per game. Very much a top-heavy team with the Therese Watson injury, but still Caleb Blackwell in the backcourt has been able to shoot about 37% from 3-point, and it is a Western Kentucky team that is just perhaps not going to have enough firepower to be able to cover this sort of a spread. Now, they are also getting back Carmelo Boone, who he was missing for about 3 or 4 games a few weeks ago. He gives you 11 points per game, but he only shoots about 24% from 3. Ryan Myers is that top 3-point shooter at about 40%, but it is also a Western Kentucky team that they do give it up from the outside the top 165 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Western Kentucky has fallen outside the top 100 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. In past years, that's really been the bread and butter of this team. It is a Western Kentucky team that has been pretty solid with regards to their interior defense. They've been a top 125 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but for Western Kentucky, they've had to slow themselves down a little bit as the season has went along just because of all the injuries, and I do think that that causes this game to be a little bit more of a slog, but I do think that for this game, you're going to get enough just fouling in general and enough trips to the free throw line to push you over, so I told 144.5, so I do like the over, and with UTEP made them a 6.5-point dog, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 669, 670, South Carolina is going to be on there against Georgia, and UGA finds themselves as a favorite of 10.5 to 11.5 points. 158.5 to 159.5 is the total, and I did set Georgia as a 10.5-point favorite. 11 plus, going to be willing to take the points with South Carolina. One thing South Carolina is actually doing a really good job of is taking care of the ball. This team is 30th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Georgia, they're giving up a bunch of second and third chances. They are outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Teams are grabbing over 32% of their misses as an offensive rebound, so Georgia has been looking to generate a bunch of turnovers to be able to make up for this in their games at home. Teams are turning the ball over on about 20.5% of possessions. That is a top 40 mark in the country. South Carolina is not putting you under any sort of duress whatsoever. 294th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and neither team shoots it well from 3. Georgia's outside the top 240 with their 3-point shooting percentage. South Carolina outside the top 310 as Michi Johnson shoots 33% from 3, 17 points, 4.5 assists per game, and then Mongolian Mike has been your top 3-point shooter. He shoots 35% from 3, 11 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists. Sachi Suffer, but one guy on the roster that shoots above 33% from the outside. They dealt with injuries to Eli Ellis and a few others, but he's back in the fold. He's been able to give you 9 points, a pair of assists per contest, and on the other side for Georgia, you've been able to get a ton of production in a little bit more of a sixth man role here recently. Jeremiah Wilkerson, top scorer with about 17 points per game, shoots 35% from 3-point, and Marcus Millender has become a nice outside shooter for this team. Shoots 39.5% from 3, 12 points per game, throws in there 4 assists per contest. In Georgia, they're a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, so they do make the most out of their possessions. While this team gives up a lot of second and third chances, they're also a top 75 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. And for Georgia, they've also been your number 1 shot blocking team in the country. Samatu Saril gives you 10 points, 2.5 blocks per game, and also shoots 74% from 2-point range. Blue Cane throws in their 13.5 points per contest, a steal and a half per game, but with the way that South Carolina has actually done a really good job in terms of guarding the 3-point line. South Carolina is a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, and when the South Carolina team gets to the free throw line, they shoot 79%. That's a top 10 mark in the country. I think that that's just enough for them to remain lively in this game. I did set a total of a 158.5. You do have a Georgia team that's in the top 5 in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that with both teams just being, as shall we say, not so great with their shooting as they are, you get just enough to be able to get you the under. So I did set my total 158.5 at the 159.5, like the under, and I'm willing to take the points here with South Carolina. 671, 672. Arizona State plays us to Utah. Utah, an underdog of 6.5 to 7.5 points. 151 to 151.5 is the total. And I made a line of 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Utah. This has just been a rough defense, to say the least. A little bit better here in the last few games, but even with some slight improvement over the last few games, Utah, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are currently checking in outside the top 285 in the country, 288 to be exact. Arizona State not a lot better. Arizona State 245th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We'll say they're giving up 16.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than away from home, and interestingly, for Arizona State, they average fewer points per possession at home rather than away from home. They shoot 30.7% from 3-point range at home. That goes to about 36.5% away from home. I think that that starts to iron out a little bit. And Utah is also shooting much better from 3-point range away from home rather than at home. They shoot over 37% from 3-point range in their games away from home, 33.8% at home. So that leads to an interesting dynamic, and that's part of the reason why I am on this total over, especially with this Utah team being a team that plays at a pretty brisk pace, 159th in the country. There's the total possessions per game. Arizona State is very much pushing tempo. They are 69th in the country. There's the total possessions per game, and with Arizona State, they've got the best player out there on the floor, in my opinion, Mo Odom. Not necessarily the top scorer, that is Terrence Brown. On the flip side for Utah, it gives you over 20 points per contest, shoots in the low 30s from 3, but Odom, 17 points, 6 assists, steal and a half, shoots 38% from 3-point. Not a ton of rebounding for Arizona State. Only 2 guys give you over 3.7 rebounds per game. Masama Diop, pair of blocks, 6 boards, 14 points per game, and then Santiago Triad, there's in there 5.5 rebounds per game. And for Arizona State, they do find themselves outside the top 240 with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but an Arizona State team that has been above country average in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, they don't need to worry about that. Utah is outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Do have Don McHenry, he shoots 39.5% for 3, 17.5 points per game. You've had Sadu Traore step up as a little bit of an ancillary guy, 9 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, but I do think that for Utah, with them just getting blown off the glass, they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, with Arizona State being a little bit more shaky with their 3-point shooting when they're at home. I do think that Arizona State does find a way to be able to get the job done here, so I said Arizona State as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 7 with them, and on the over, so my total 155.5, 673, 674. Richmond is on the road against Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago is a home underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. 146 to 146.5 is the total, and with Richmond, I set them as a 6.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a Loyola Chicago team that's just not really doing anything right whatsoever. They are a top 150 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and at home, their 2-point shooting percentage ascends into the top 175, so I guess that helps them out. Richmond, not necessarily a team that does a great job on the inside, but this has been one of the best 3-point shooting teams away from home in all of college basketball. Third in the country, shooting 41.5% from 3-point range in a road/score venue, and guess what Loyola Chicago does not do? Guard the 3-point line very well. 357th in the country, and home teams shoot 38.5% from 3-point range. Loyola Chicago outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, outside the top 290 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I think that allows Richmond to be able to really control this game. With Richmond, you've been able to get good production out of AJ Lopez as their top scorer, 13 points, shoots 40% from 3, and then Jaden Daughtry is a 47% 3-point shooter that gives you 9 points per game. Aiden Albright, Will Johnson, they've been able to combine for about 21 points per contest. You've got a Richmond team that, if they're in a pressure spot, each of their top 3 scorers do shoot over 82.5% at the free throw line. Overall, they're a top 60 team with their free throw shooting percentage. Meanwhile, on the flip side for Loyola Chicago. They are going to have the best shot blocker in this game, as you've had Miles Rubin supply 7.5 boards, 2.5 blocks, 11 points per game, but it's an offense that just does not shoot it well from three-point range. They shoot 30.8% for three, outside the top 300 in all of college basketball for Loyola Chicago as well. If they get sent to the free throw line, they shoot 66.9% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 30 mark in the country. They turn the ball over 13 times per game. They're outside the top 300 with that regard. Now, it's not a Richmond team that's going to put you under a ton of duress with regards to generating turnovers. They're about a country average team there, and for Richmond, they have been vulnerable on the inside. They're outside the top 225 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but doing a pretty solid job around the perimeter. Richmond about 190th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so very country average. Meanwhile, you've got a Loyola Chicago team that's about 310th, but with the way that Loyola Chicago is giving up points of plenty, I do think that Richmond finds a way to be able to get the job done here. I do think that slow tempo overall does keep you under. I said I total 144.5, so in on the under, and with Richmond, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with them. 675, 676. Texas Tech is going to be on the road against Iowa State. Iowa State is a favorite here of 9.5 points. Tallest game, 145.5 to 146.5. And with Texas Tech, I set them as a underdog here of 8.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take 9+ with them for Texas Tech. This group is obviously dealing with the injury to JT Toppin, but I still do think that they're going to be able to be okay down low. They obviously take a blow there, but you've got Luke Bumboy, who has been coming over from overseas, and he's been able to make a nice impact ever since JT Toppin has been out of the fold, as he's given the team a combined 18 points and 6 rebounds in the last 2 games, and he also has 6 blocks as well. So he's not the offensive player that JT Toppin is, but he is able to make a nice impact for the team. And then you've got Christian Anderson. He supplies 19.5 points, 7.5 assists, shoots 44% from three-point range. Donovan Atwell shoots 46% from three, 13 points per contest. Luan Watts still gives you versatility with about 12 points per game. And for Iowa State, name of the game for them is generating turnovers. Top 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And you've got a Texas Tech team that's a top 95 team in terms of taking care of the ball. It's a Texas Tech team that has been able to do a relatively okay job as well in terms of guarding the perimeter. They're allowing teams to shoot just 31.4% from three-point range. That is a top 50 mark in the country, and while Iowa State is much improved down low, they're a top 50 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. This is still not a team that's going to completely dominate you on the boards. They're not allowing a ton of second and third chances. They grab for themselves a few second and third chances just inside the top 100 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. But again, not necessarily totally beastly, though. Joshua Jefferson, he has great versatility. 16.5 points, 7.5 boards, 5 assists per contest. Tamon Lipsby, 13 points, 5 assists. And then Milan Mimoselovic shoots 50.5% from three, 17 points per game. But I do think that Texas Tech is going to do an okay job here. And for Iowa State, if they need to cover this game at the free throw line, they actually shoot 67% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. I do think that Texas Tech is going to need to become a little bit more of a defensive team. They've been well outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I think that Graham McCaslin can make that flip for Texas Tech. I do expect Texas Tech, who's been, in terms of total possessions per game, right around country average at 200, to slow things down a little bit more. I think that they'll have success doing so. I set my total at a 144.5. I like the under end, and 9+. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Iowa State. 677, 678. Northern Colorado is going to be on the road against Idaho, and the Vandals are looking to vandalize bankrolls as a favorite of 2.5 points to the game. It is 154.5 to 155.5, and for Northern Colorado, I'm going to be willing to take the 2.5. I did set them as an underdog of 2 points. It's a Northern Colorado team that has actually done a really good job with their perimeter defense. In games played away from home, teams shoot 29.4% from three-point range against them. That is a top 20 mark in the country, and Idaho, they can be hurt from the outside. This Idaho group is about 285th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 35.8%, and that falls outside the top 300 at home as they allow teams to shoot 36.6% from distance. And it's a Northern Colorado group that is a pretty solid three-point shooting team. They shoot away from home 36% from the outside. That is well within the top 70 in all of college basketball. Idaho, they themselves, they're shooting about 35.7% from three. That goes up to 39.8% in their home games, as Idaho, a relatively mid-tempo team. In terms of total possessions per game, 146th in the country for Northern Colorado. They're checking in a little bit faster than that at 81st. And for Northern Colorado, while they are well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, mainly because they're not going to put you under duress, they're well outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. I do think that they hold up here because they're also a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They don't allow a lot of second and third chances, and that's a big reason why I did set my total at 154. So at a 154.5+, I'm going to be in on the under. But for Northern Colorado, you have to absolutely love what you've been able to get out of your top guys. Quinn Danker has been the point guard guard with 7 assists, 18.5 points. He shoots only about 32% from 3, but Zach Block is a 43% three-point shooter with 12 points per contest. Brock Wisney, 3 assists, 6.5 rebounds, 17 points per game, and it's a Northern Colorado team that's either here nor there in terms of taking care of the ball. And they themselves are well outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Neither of these teams do a lot in terms of being able to get to the free throw line, but also for Northern Colorado, top 40 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Idaho has been much better down low this year with bringing in Brody Woodbury from Southeast Louisiana, 8 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's an Idaho team that is also a top 30 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, so the lack of second and third chances do have me in on the under. And Idaho, to their credit, top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, country average with their own 2-point shooting percentage, with having Jackson Rasmussen and Colton Mitchell really lead the way, combined about 27.5 points per game, and Mitchell shoots 36.5% from 3. But I do think that for this Northern Colorado team, they hold in there, and if Northern Colorado does need to sink free throws, they don't get to the free throw line often. They shoot 75.5% of the free throw line, 74.5% for Idaho. So I'm willing to take 2.5 plus here with Northern Colorado, and I like the under semi total 154, 679, 680. Ball State is on the road against Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a favorite here of 1 to 1.5 points. Total is 132.5 to 133, and I did say Northern Illinois is a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. Northern Illinois outside the top 345 in terms of ball security, and the one thing that this Ball State team does an okay job of is generating turnovers. They're 73rd in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. That does fall well outside the top 85 when they're away from home. And Northern Illinois, not the world's worst team at generating turnovers, 185th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And Northern Illinois is a top 165 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Falls well outside the top 250 at home. They allow opponents at home to shoot 36% from 3, but Ball State away from home allows teams to shoot 35.6% from the outside. And for Ball State, they just have nothing down low against a Northern Illinois team that's been a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Ball State has surprisingly not allowed the most second and third chances, but they're still overall outside the top 275 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, as right now you don't have a single guy on the roster yet that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. Davion Hill, Armani Ziegler, they're your top 2 scorers with a combined about 25.5 points per game. Both shoot above 77% at the free throw line. Team as a whole only shoots 70% at the free throw line, but neither shoots above 31.5% from 3. You've got Devin Barnes, who's made him shoot about 34% from the outside, 9 points per game. And on the flip side for Northern Illinois, you've been able to have Mr. Ducommun be able to step up for this team, as Dylan Ducommun has done a nice job being able to give this team right around about 11.5 points, 3.5 assists per game. Its main point guard, Gianni Cobb, in the backcourt has helped out with about 4 assists per contest. And then Mekhi Valentine has been your top 3-point shooter, 36.5% from distance, 14 points per game. You do have Taj Walters as well, who shoots 41% from 3, albeit it's on very, very low volume, 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Now, Northern Illinois, if they need to win this game, they shoot 66.1% of the free throw line. That's a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. That's not savory, to say the least, and they have been rough with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage defense. They're outside the top 320 there, but it's a Ball State team that they're outside the top 320 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, and they only shoot 69.9% at the free throw line. So, two less than savory teams. Ball State is going to be very much looking to slow it down, 318th in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Illinois' country average team. I think with just a lack of defense on both sides, that you do get an over. I said by total 134.5, and I'm willing to lay it the small number here of Northern Illinois at home. Made them a 2.5 point favorite. 681, 682. San Diego is on the road against Portland. Portland does find themselves as a 3.5 point favorite total on this game. It is between 149 to 149.5, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the over. I set my total at a 115.5. Have a Portland team that plays at a pretty up-tempo pace in terms of total possessions per game. 109th. San Diego has sped up a little bit ever since Steve Lavin was let go as coach, or about 130th in terms of total possessions per game, and the name of the game for them has been generating turnovers. San Diego, overall a top 45 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and Portland outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but their leader in generating turnovers, Tyler Johnson, 14.5 points, 4.5 assists, 2.3 steals per game, also their top scorer. He decided to hit the transfer portal with the ousting of Mr. Lavin. He actually did a few games before that, so they're left without him now. Tonari Lane shoots 45% from 3, 11.5 points per contest, and Juan Sebastian Goracito, 10.5 points on 38% 3-point shooting. And I mean, both these guys do shoot over 85% at the free throw line. San Diego, if they can get to the free throw line, they do shoot about 75.5% of the charity stripe, but they're bottom 10 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and they are awful with their interior defense. Bottom 15 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and like the lone thing that Portland has done an okay job of is be able to find offense on the inside. They're a top 100 team in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, still dealing with the injury to Timo George. He was their number 2 scorer in non-conference play. They've been without him for about 15 games, but Joe Foxwell has stepped up with about 16 points, 4 boards, 6.5 assists per game. Shoots about 32% from 3-point. Overall, Portland shooting 30% from 3. That's well outside the top 330 in all of college basketball, but for Portland, with them being able to have some success on the inside, typically they get blasted on the glass, but San Diego's outside the top 3 with regards to rebound percentage. You've got one guy that's able to give you over 4 rebounds per game on the roster, and that's Asane at 5.5 points, 4.8 rebounds per game, but they have the nice advantage there as they've been able to get about 5 boards out of Cameron Williams, who supplies 11 points per game. You've got Micaiah Balu shooting 34.5% from 3, 9 points, and then you get 4 boards out of Jermon Ballsinger-Webb, who's at 7 feet tall, able to give you a little bit of a size advantage as well. Both of these teams are very rough with their respects, but with San Diego losing their, shall we say, quarterback of the defense and being as weak as they are down low, I do think that Portland finds a way to be able to get the job done here. I set them as a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to lay the 3.5, and I like the over. I set my total at a 150.5, 683, 684. Montana plays those to Portland State. Portland State is a underdog of 1.5 points, 143.5 is the total line. For Montana, I did set them as a underdog here of 1.5 points. I do like Portland State on the money line, mainly because Montana is just too sloppy with the ball. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. That's a Montana team that shoots it really well from 3. It's 32nd in the country. They shoot 37.1% from 3-point. Portland State away from them, they shoot 34.7% from 3. That is a top 140 mark in the country. And for Portland State, they're just a better defense in this game. Portland State, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, is 52nd in the country. Meanwhile, you've got a Montana team that they're checking in right around about 227th. As for Montana, they are going to give it up quite a bit on the inside, and that's really the home for Portland State. Now, Portland State, not a great free throw shooting team. They only shoot about 70.5% the free throw line. And Montana, they've been shooting over 77%. They're a top 30 team with that regard, but Scary Terry Miller, 19.5 points, 3.5 assists, 5.5 boards, shoots 42% from 3. He's rock solid. Jalen Henderson, 6 assists. He's able to give you 18 points per game. This team should be able to absolutely roll down low. Montana's bottom 10 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They only grab about 7 offensive rebounds per game, and for this Portland State team, they overall have been a top 75 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they've been a really good perimeter defense as well. Teams are shooting less than 32% from 3-point range against them. It's been able to travel relatively well as well in games played away from home. Portland State only allowing teams to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, it's a Montana group that they are allowing teams to shoot about 33.8% from 3-point range at home, so they've been neither here nor there with that regard, and they do have money on their side. Money Williams might be the best overall scorer in this game, as right now he's up to 19 points, 4 boards, 5 assists, shoots about 34% from 3-point range. And for Montana, their interior offense has actually been quite good. Top 50 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're not going to put you under duress. They're outside of the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And with Montana just getting blasted on the glass the way that they are, I do think that Portland State finds a way to, on the road, get the job done in what should be a mid-tempo game. Montana, in terms of total possessions per game, they're about 105th. Portland State, they have been slowing things down in conference play, but they're still hovering right around about 158. So set a total of 141.5. I do like Portland State on the money line and the total under 685, 686. You've got Ohio playing goes to Toledo. Toledo 1 to 1.5 point underdogs. 159 to 160 is the total line. Set a total of 158.5. So I do like the under for Ohio. They have been outside the top 3 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. And now you've got a Toledo team that they gamble for turnovers. They're 243rd in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Their own 3-point shooting percentage is not bad. Toledo, they shoot 38.3% from 3-point range away from home. That is actually a top 40 mark in all of college basketball, but Toledo overall 278th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, despite being a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. You've got an Ohio team that has Jackson Pavletsky give you about 15 points. He's been a mid-30s 3-point shooter for a team that, again, man, it's just not been great with their 3-point shooting. Overall, they are 344th. They do shoot 32% at home compared to 28% away from home. And for Ohio, they've been okay in terms of generating turnovers. Top 165 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Country average team in terms of taking care of the ball, but with the way that this Toledo team is just getting absolutely waxed down low, they're about 325th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that that's going to cost them a little bit. You do have Sonny Wilson along with Leroy Blyden Jr. combining for about 33 points per game, and these two guys combined to shoot about 40.5% from 3. Sean Craig has been able to give you 7.5 boards, 12 points per game. Austin Parks, 5.5 boards, block and a half per contest, but outside of your main 5, Kyler Vanderjack being the other guy, 9.5 points. He shoots 39% from 3. You pretty much have only one guy off the bench that makes any sort of an impact whatsoever. whatsoever for the team, and it's an Ohio group that has really bad metrics to call it what it is, but they've been improving as MAC play has been able to go along. In MAC play, they've been third in the conference with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've been really cleaning up those turnovers, and you've got a guy in Javon Simmons who actually played for Toledo last year, give you 14 points, 5.5 boards. If Ohio does need to cover at the free throw line, shooting just 70% of the free throw line, that's a little bit of an issue, and they have been outside the top 10 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that with them having a little bit of an edge on the inside and Toledo giving up those easy buckets down low, and with Ohio doing a much better job in terms of taking care of the ball now, I do think that they find a way at home to get the job done. Somehow line at 2.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to a deuce here with Ohio, and I do like the under, so my total 158.5, 687, 688. Nebraska's on the road against USC. USC a home underdog of 3.5 to 4.5 points, 146.5 to 147.5 is the total, and for USC, I did set them as a underdog here of 5.5 points, willing to lay it with Nebraska. Now, the name of the game for Nebraska is 3-point shots. They're a top 30 team in terms of a percentage of opponent shots that come from 3 and their own shots that come from 3-point range, and Nebraska's been able to do an amazing job with their defense. They're 12th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, one of your top 100 teams in the country, and they've been slowing things down. They're 54th in terms of total possessions per game. USC is looking to gun it. They're 30th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. USC overall with their defense are just 140th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that they're actually going to remain relatively lively in this game because the one thing USC is doing a good job of, guarding the arc. 30.3% is what opponents shoot from 3-point range against them. That is 23rd in all of college basketball. Nebraska, though, is 16th. Teams shoot 29.7% against them. That goes at 32.2% away from them, but still a good percentage. And to the credit of USC, they do have a 7'3"-ish big man in Gabe Dines, who's been able to give you a little bit of a block per contest. I would say underutilized. I don't understand why USC isn't using their big man a little bit more. You do have Chad Baker-Mazara back for the team, 18.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 38.5% from 3, but USC, they just don't shoot it well from 3. They shoot 32.2% from the outside. That's outside the top 265 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, it's a Nebraska team that's been able to travel really well with their offense. Even though they're a little bit 3-point reliant, they're a team that ranks overall 57th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But if you look at them in games played away from home, that does ascend into the top 25. You've had Price Sanford be the top scorer for the team with right around about 17 points per game. Now, Elijah Arenas on the flip side for USC is breathing some life into this team. A little bit of a ball hog, but 14 points per game. He only shoots 22% from 3-point range. Usar is able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Jacob Kofi, 7 boards. He provides a little bit of a block per contest, but for USC, they've been outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Good news for them, Nebraska's not giving themselves a lot of second and third chances in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They're outside the top 275 with that regard, but Nebraska is also not allowing a lot of second and third chances. 51st in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 35 mark when they're away from home. USC, they're more around about 222nd, and I do think that they have a nice edge down low with what you've been able to get out of Rick Bass, 14 points, 6 boards, and if Nebraska needs to cover at the free throw line, they shoot 76%. That is a top 55 mark in the country. They don't really attempt a lot of free throws, but they're a top 10 team in terms of not allowing you to get to the free throw line as well, and that's very important because for USC, if you look at percentage of points that come from free throws, they are a top 35 team in the country. They are actually 4th in terms of free throws attempted per game, and I think that allows Nebraska to get the job done here. Did some total at a 147.5. At a 146.5, I think that this is close enough for late fall, so willing to take that over, and I'm willing to lay with Nebraska, 689, 690. You've got Kansas on the road against Arizona. Arizona, 9.5 point favorite. Totals between 148.5 to 149.5. Saw a initial 147.5, and I do like the over. I did set Kansas as a underdog here of 8 points, so I'm also going to be willing to take the points. It's a Kansas group that has been able to do a really good job in terms of locking down on defense, top 40 team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They don't put you under duress, though. They are outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and recognize that it's a Kansas offense that is still very much a work in progress in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They check in about 104th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got an Arizona team that they have been 18th in terms of points per possession, and they should be getting Koa Pete back. If he does play in this game, he's probably not going to be 100%. That has been factored in, but Arizona has still been pushing a nice pace even without him, 42nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. To have to face a Kansas team that's been very good in terms of both their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They've been in the top 50 with both regards, and they have Flory Badunga down low, who's been able to supply 2.8 blocks, 14 points per game. I do, though, think that Kansas could be a little bit higher scoring in this game with having Darren Peterson back. He's given 30-plus minutes in each of the last 2 games. Recognized in neither game he got to 20 points, but still shoots 40% from 3. Really elevates this offense. You've got Trey White still giving you 41.5% from the outside, 14.5 points, 6.5 boards. And then Bryson Tiller has also been doing a solid job down low with about 1.5 blocks per game. Obviously, a revenge spot here for Arizona. I do think that that they get their revenge, just not quite to the extent that the bookmakers are thinking in this one. Now Arizona really good with their interior defense, top 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and still a top 55 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. Really like what I'm seeing out of Braden Burries as well. He supplies 15.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 37% from 3. Jane Bradley, it's not on high volume, but has been able to shoot 40% from 3-point. And then you got Toby Awaka, 9.5 points, 9.5 rebounds. Monteivas Kadivas is able to give you about 8 boards per contest. And Arizona, very good team in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, top 25 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. I think that that's going to be enough for you to be able to get over. And I do think that Kansas does just enough to hold within this spread. So I did set my line at 8. I'm willing to take what I'm seeing right now pretty much across the board as a 9.5, so taking those points and the over. 691, 692, Valparaiso is on the road against Evansville. Evansville, a home underdog of 4.5 points, 137.5 to 138.5 is the total line. I did set Valparaiso as a 5.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Valpo is a terrible 2-point shooting team. They're outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. Overall, they're about 251st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And it's far better than Evansville, though, as Evansville is 347th in terms of points per possession. Connor Turnbull, really their top 2 scorer. He's giving you about 12 points per contest. Depends upon the day if he's leading the team or if he's number 2 in terms of points per game, because AJ Casey gives you 12.2 points per game. He's been out for about a month. That being said, he and Leaf Mahler is your main point guard, giving you about 3.8 assists, 10.5 points per game, are your main 2 guys to be able to supply offense. You have Alex Hemingway, who was really good over at Clemson many years ago, but has dealt with injury, only giving you about 33% 3-point shooting. And for Evansville, they've just suffered from not being able to take care of the ball outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They don't get to the free throw line often. They're a bottom 20 team in terms of free throws on a per possession basis, and they're not even doing a great job on defense. They're a bottom 15 team in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, with Valparaiso being as ghastly as they are with their interior offense. That's something that they should be looking to exploit. Valparaiso has been rock solid on defense. They're a top 120 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a top 80 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Valparaiso, they themselves at home are shooting about 35.5% from 3. That goes down to 31.1% away from home. But O&D's, he gives you all these of these 14 points per contest and has been shooting just a hair below 40% from 3-point, actually a hair above 40% from 3-point. JT Pettigrew, he's giving you about 12.6 half rebounds per game. Sean Tupula has been able to supply about 6 boards per contest for Valparaiso, top 110 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis and offensive rebound percentage. I think that that's going to win out here against an Evansville team that just hasn't been able to put together functional possession. So I'm on line at 5.5. I'm going to lay with Valpo. Since somebody told 137.5, so here at the 138 plus, I like the under. 693, 694. Northeastern is on the road against Hampton. Hampton does find themselves as a 4.5 point favorite. Total on this game 146.5, and with Hampton, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northeastern. Now I recognize that Northeastern has been really ghastly in terms of their defense, outside the top 315 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Hampton, they are outside the top 275 in terms of points per possession, 323rd, albeit they are scoring about 13.4 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home. Meanwhile, Northeastern has been a top 175 group in terms of points per possession away from home, even with dealing with the injuries that they have. LA Pride, who was really their top scorer at the beginning part of the season, we have not seen him in about 24 games. William Kamori has been really your main outside shooter, 13.5 points from 3-point. He's been launching it at a clip of about 41.5%. He's been in and out of the lineup. He was missing for a few games earlier in February. He's probably going to try to give it a go in this one. I think they sort of going to be like somewhat 50-50 in this game. You got Xavier who's been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest, but I do think that for Northeastern, they're going to be able to do a solid job holding in here because they've actually been an okay team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They're not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances. They are well outside the top 250 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but they have been a top 200 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and for Hampton, they've been a top 175 team in terms of grabbing second and third chances. You've been able to get some relatively good production here in the backcourt out. Jaquel Gaines-White comes over from Elkhorn State. He's right now your top scorer with 11.5 points per game because Michael Ely has been in and out of the lineup overall for the season. He gives you 12.5 points per game, but I mean, he's out with a lot of ailment. Should be good to go here, but he hasn't played 20 plus minutes in quite some time, so you're not going to get a full allotment out of him. Xavier Long, he's been solid on the board, 7 points, 9 boards, pair of assists per contest, but Hampton shoots 30% from 3-point range, and that's really the way that you want to land base this Northeastern team. They have been terrible with their perimeter defense, outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Also outside the top 340 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage defense, but Hampton also outside the top 3 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. So they are not shooting it well from anywhere whatsoever. They'll also put you on the free throw line. Hampton, a top 30 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis. Now Northeastern, they only shoot about 69% of the free throw line, just inside the top 3 there. Hampton more around 71.5%, but do you think that this is going to be a sloppy game? Got a Northeastern team that can't guard to save their lives, a Hampton team that can't throw the bucket in the basket to save their lives. So I did set a total here of a 144. Hampton is well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. So like the under and the points here with Northeastern. 695, 696. Southern Indiana is on the road against Little Rock. Little Rock is a 6.5 point favorite. Total on scheme 139.5 to 140.5. And for Southern Indiana, I set them as a 7.5 point underdog. Now for Southern Indiana, this is a terrible shooting team. They are 342nd with their 3-point shooting percentage. They are a bottom 20 team with their free throw shooting percentage. They're a bottom 30 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they are 309th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're allowing teams to grab about 31.7% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Little Rock is even worse. In games played at home, they are allowing teams to rebound 37.8% of their misses, and for Little Rock, they're outside the top 320 in terms of ball security. For Southern Indiana, at the very least, they've been a little bit better there. They're still outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but being able to get back Amari Brown, who was missing for the first half of the season, supplying the team with 13 points per game, that helps. You've got Ismail Habib, who's been doing a nice job leading the offense with 14.5 points, shoots 33% from 3. Caden Brown, he's been out of the lineup for quite some time at 33.5% from 3. He's pretty much been their top 3-point shooter, but Tolu Samuels, 8.5 boards, 7 points per game. You've got Ola Ajabi, who's been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. This is a Southern Indiana team that's a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. I do think that that's going to be able to keep them lively in this spot, and I was mentioning the bad free throw shooting that you've got out of Southern Indiana. How do you trust this Little Rock team to cover spreads? They shoot 67.9% of the free throw line. That's outside the top 300 in the country. They're outside the top 300 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They actually are a top 110 team, shooting about 35% from 3. Jonathan Lawson has been able to give you 16 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, shoots 35% from 3, and Kachi Nazai has been shooting 40% from the outside, but really don't have a lot of depth with this team. It's a Little Rock team that's outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. With all the turnovers that they have now, they've been a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis as well. I do think that Southern Indiana is going to be able to remain lively. It's a Southern Indiana team that is looking to push quite a bit of tempo as well. They're a top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game. Little Rock has been playing quite slow and controlled. They're 278th, but I do think that with the late fouls that you are going to be able to get in over here. I did set my total here at a 141.5, and with Southern Indiana just flat out their lack of ability to shoot, I did set them as a 7.5 point underdog. So even though Little Rock has been untrustworthy, I'm willing to lay up to 7 with them, and I'm in on the over. Set my total 141.5, 697, 698. Northern Arizona is on the road against Eastern Washington. Eastern Washington is a favorite here of 9.5 to 10 points. Totals between 147.5 to 148.5, and I set Eastern Washington as a 9.5 point favorite. So 10 plus does become my buy point on Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona has been terrible on defense. They're outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're giving up a lot of second and third chances, 306 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and Eastern Washington at home, they're outside the top 230 with this regard. Teams are grabbing over 29% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Eastern Washington actually shooting worse from 3-point range at home rather than away from home, 33.5% from 3 at home, 37% away from home, and Northern Arizona has been a team that's been able to shoot it quite well from 3-point range, 35.7% away from home, 36.3% at home. I think that keeps them lively. Now for Northern Arizona, Zach Davidson, their top scorer towards the beginning part of the season, we've seen him be out of the fold for about 2 months now, so it's been up to Carl Marcus Pohm, who's been giving you about 9.5 points per game to help lead the offense along with Ryan Abelman. He has been able, man, to be able to shoot about 37% from 3, gives you about 11 points per game, and then Isaiah Shaw, 44% 3-point shooter. That's big. Northern Arizona's not giving themselves any second and third chances. They're well outside the top 300 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and they're outside the top 200 with regards to total points scored on a per possession basis. They can be very much line-based on defense because they are right now outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, bottom 15 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Eastern Washington, they do allow teams to shoot in the low 30s from 3-point range at home, 40+% away from them, but they've also been outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well, so I do think that you are going to be able to get some efficiency here in a lower tempo game. Northern Arizona is outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, but I did set a total here of a 153.5. I like the over, especially with this Eastern Washington team having Isaiah Moses going, 18 points per game, shoots 73% of the free throw line, 42% from three. Kyrie Huey, Alton Hamilton down low. They combine for 11 boards, 28 points per game, and then JoJo Anderson has been a nice little ancillary piece, shooting 35.5% from three, 7 points per game. Eastern Washington outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but again, this Northern Arizona defense not going to be able to get after you. I think that both teams find some good clean possession, so we'll take 10 plus here with Northern Arizona, and I like the over. I did set my total at a 153.5, 699, 700. Utah Valley is going to be playing us to Abilene Christian. Abilene Christian is a underdog of 14 to 14.5 points. 140.5 is the total, and I set my total 141, so I'm just barely in on the over, as you've got a Utah Valley team that is fast, but they're not lightning fast. They're about 115th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and have an Abilene Christian team that is very good at generating turnovers. Top 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. This unit has been a mid-tempo team, 172nd in terms of total possessions per game. And Utah Valley, they will give up second and third chances. At home, they're outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Abilene Christian has actually been pretty solid on the glass. Away from home, they're a light team, so grab only about 25% of their misses as an offensive rebound. And Utah Valley and Abilene Christian both are having a very difficult time in terms of taking care of the ball, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. On offense, Abilene Christian 351st in the country, and Utah Valley not a lot better. They're 353rd, but that's it for this Utah Valley team. I did have to set them as a 13-point favorite because this is a group that has been able to do a pretty solid job of controlling the inside. They shoot about 34.5% from three-point range at home. That's about a country average mark. In Abilene Christian, they're looking to have you pile drive the ball inside. They're a top 20 team in terms of percentage of opponents' field goal attempts that come from inside the arc, but Utah Valley is a top 30 team with their own two-point shooting percentage, a top 25 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Abilene Christian is very much a team that's looking to pile drive the ball inside, with Braden Hubbard being their main double-figure scorer with about 15 points per game, but I do think that Jackson Holcomb, with what he provides for Utah Valley, 15.5 points, 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals per contest, he dominates there. Tyler Hendricks has been able to shoot 45% for three. Trayvon Leonard, he's able to give you about 6 assists, 11.5 points, 5 rebounds, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. And on the Abilene Christian side of things, they are well outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, with the turnovers, it is a Utah Valley team that they're not necessarily the most efficient offense in the world, but still, top 140 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Abilene Christian, you do have Rich Smith, who's been able to give you some nice facilitation with about 4.8 assists, or it's in there about 10 points per game, and Chadellerian Newton has been able to throw in there about 10.5 points per game, but Abilene Christian right around about 300th with their three-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 275, both in their own two-point shooting percentage and opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they don't allow a lot of three-point shots, but on the ones that they do allow, teams are shooting over 38% for three. That's a bottom 15 mark in the country, and I do think that for Utah Valley, they're going to do a nice job in terms of, for lack of a better term, beating Abilene Christian at their own game. I did set my line here at a 13. I do think that 14 has gone a hair too far, just because with Utah Valley, they do turn the ball over a little bit more than what you'd like, but I do think that you get enough scoring for the over, especially on the inside, so I'm going to be willing to take shot on the over, and 14 plus, going to be willing to take those points with Abilene Christian. 701, 702, you got Texas on the road against Texas A&M. A&M does find themselves as a 3.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 161.5 to 163.5, so a little bit of variance there, and with Texas, I did set them as an underdog of 6 points. Going to be willing to lay with A&M. This is a A&M team that's been very rock solid with regards to offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Right now, they check in 22nd in the country, and if you look at home games and home games only, that actually elevates a little bit further. That puts them into the top 15. And then for the Longhorns, this group has been up and down with their three-point shooting. They're overall 12th in the country, actually, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but could use a little bit more of Tremont Mark from the outside, as he's been shooting just a hair above 30% from three-point. You've been able to have Mateus Volkaitis be able to down low, really dominate games, 15.5 points, 7 rebounds per game, and then Dalen Swain, his overall versatility coming over with Sean Miller from Xavier has been big, 18 points, 7 boards, 3 assists, shoots 33% from three-point. And then Jordan Pope has been a 37% three-point shooter this season. The key for Texas has been getting to the free throw line. Top 10 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and they're a good team down low. Top 40 team with their own two-point shooting percentage, top 80 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they are getting absolutely blasted from the outside. If you look at Texas A&M, they actually allow opponents to shoot over 35% from three-point at home. less than 30% away from them, so they've got that split. But A&M is a team that's looking to bomb it from three. They shoot 38% from three-point range at home, 36.7% overall. Both are top 50 marks in all of college basketball. And you've got a Texas team that just with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, man, oh man, it's not great. Right now, they are allowing teams to shoot from three-point range in that neighborhood about 36%. That goes up 41.7% away from home. So I do think they're going to get points aplenty in this game. A&M, top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game. So like the over, it is somebody total at a 164. And with Rashawn Agee for this A&M team, he's been able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. He's been their top scorer, putting in there about 14 points per contest. And then just a whole is greater than some of its parts collective there. You've got a trio of guys, Ruben Dominguez, Marcus Hill, Rylan Griffin, all between 10.5 to 11.5 points per game. And then you've got Griffin and Dominguez both shooting 40+% from three. Pop Isaacs is up to 40% three-point shooting. Zach Clements all of a sudden has been able to come alive. He's up to 7 points per game. He shoots over 40% from three at 6'10", and he's been able to put in their 9+ points each of the last 5 games. He's really being an X factor for this team, and his overall versatility, I think, does take it to Texas here and is the difference maker for A&M. So I set my line at 6. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and like the over, set my total at 164, 703, 704. Wisconsin is going to be on the road against Washington. Washington is a home underdog of 1.5 points. So on this game, 152.5 to 153.5. Mean Wisconsin, the 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I'm willing to trust in Wisconsin because they do the little things well. Top 35 team with regards to her free throw shooting percentage. Top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Overall, 41st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Travels relatively well, and we've got a Washington group that they just have not shot it well from three. Less than 32.5% as collective. They're about 102nd in the country in terms of points per possession. Now I will say this about Washington. They are going to have the best low post presence in this game, as Hans Steinbeck is averaging a double-double, 18 points, 11 boards per contest, but it is a Wisconsin team that's a top 55 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Washington overall has been a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage, and Washington not bad with regards to percentages. They're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They don't put you under any sort of duress whatsoever. They're outside the top 310 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. To their credit, top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and their shot blocking is not bad, with Frank Keppenhag giving you 2 blocks, 6.6 rebounds per game. But then the backcourt has just been a little bit shaky. Zoom Diallo, 14.5 points, but only shoots 32% from three. Wesley Yates, he's been able to supply this team with 35% three-point shooting, 13.5 points per contest, but still very much up, down, all around. And then on the Wisconsin side of things, you've got a pair of guys in Nick Boyd, John Blackwell, that combine for 39 points per game. These two guys combined to shoot about 36.5% from three-point. Nolan Winter, 8.5 rebounds, a block per contest, 13.5 points per game. Braden Carrington, he's been able to shoot 40% from three. I do think that this Wisconsin group does find a way to be able to get the job done with their free throw shooting. You're able to trust in them in a tight spot, and for Wisconsin, they've been a country average team with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, so should get good looks on both sides, but it's a Washington team that's not necessarily playing at an aggressive pace in terms of total possessions per game, 228, so set a total of 149.5, like the under, and I'm willing to lay the very small number here with Wisconsin, 7-5, 7-6. You've got Pittsburgh on the road against Cal. California is a 7.5 point favorite, 140.5 to 141.5 is the total, and somehow line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. A Pittsburgh unit that has just not been playing up-tempo whatsoever in terms of total possessions per game, 346th in the country, and for Pittsburgh, in terms of points per possession, they're just 194th. They're a halfway decent three-point shooting team, but they do allow opponents to shoot 34.7% from three. Luckily enough, that goes down to 32.3% away from home, but it's a Cal team that's been a top 40 team with their three-point shooting percentage, top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they're a top 30 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 30.3%, and for Pittsburgh, they're just not doing the little things well outside the top 125 in terms of ball security. They shoot at the free throw line 66.3%. That's a bottom 15 mark in the country. Now you have Cam Corrin down low, 12.5 points, 7 rebounds per game, and it's a Cal team that is well outside the top 125 with regards to rebound percentage. Meanwhile, for Pittsburgh, in terms of percentage of their missed shots, they've become an offensive rebound. They haven't a top 100 team there. They're not allowing a lot of second and third chances, but California's not really relying upon those to start with, and Pittsburgh's been outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, even with Braden Cummings being able to give you 12.5 points, pair of assists per contest. You still have a team that's just been very hit or miss there, and for California, they've got Day-Day Ames on their side, who I think is going to be the top overall scorer in this game right now, supplying you with about 16.5 points, 2.5 assists, shoots 37.5% from three. John Camden is a 42% three-point shooter, 14 points per game. Now, they don't have a single healthy guy that gives you 5+ rebounds per game with the lead or injury, but Justin Pippen has been stepping up in a big way, 4 boards, 4.5 assists, 2 steals, 15 points per game, doing a bit of everything for a Cal team that's doing the little things right, and they need to cover at the free throw line. Cal shoots 78.5% at the free throw line. That's a top 15 mark in the country, and Cal fouls quite a bit. They're a top 100 team in terms of foul rate, and, well, you've got a Pittsburgh team that doesn't shoot it well at the free throw line, so Cal's an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it, and I do like the over. I set my total at a 142.5. 707, 708. Air Force is on the road against Wyoming. Wyoming is a 22.5 point favorite, and your total is 147.5. I set Wyoming as a 23.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Air Force. They finally covered a spread against San Jose State. If you take out the San Jose State game, though, in the 10 games since the removal of their coach in Joe Scott, again, San Jose State game not included, they lost all those games by 15 plus points with an average margin of defeat of 27 points. So against competent Mountain West teams, they are not getting the job done. Now, Lucas Hobben and Cam Sanders have been able to combine for about 24.5 points per game, and between the two of them, they do shoot about 34.5% from three, but Air Force is outside the top 340 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Air Force has been cranking up their tempo a little bit more in terms of total possessions per game, 287th, and with the interim coaching regime and the season being over, I feel like guys are just trying to get theirs with regards to points. That's a big reason why we've been seeing a lot of overs in their game recently, and it's a big reason why I did set my total here at a 149.5. Wyoming has been outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game since January 1st, but with Wyoming, they're a top 75 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and this Air Force team just does not give you any sort of rebounding whatsoever. They're going to get blasted there, and for Wyoming, it's not even like they've got a dominant rebounder. Kata Bennett is your top rebounder, 5.1 boards, 3 assists, 2.5 per contest, and half points. So, do-it-all guy that shoots 36% from three. This year, my 13 points, shoots 37% from the outside. For Air Force, they should be used to a little bit of elevation playing out there at Colorado Springs, but that's still a nice advantage for this Wyoming team. Wyoming has been soft on the inside. They're outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Air Force is well outside the top 225 with this regard as well. Air Force shoots 65% of the free throw line. Air Force, out of 365 Division I teams, are a bottom 5 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're literally doing nothing right, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Wyoming. I set my line at 23.5, and I like the over. Set my total 149.5. 709, 710 on the card. Tennessee State on the road against UT Martin. And UT Martin is a 2.5 to 3-point favorite. Total on this game, 143.5. And I do like this total over. I set my total 145.5. It's a Tennessee State team that's looking to play at a pretty rapid pace. In terms of total possessions per game, 51st in the country. UT Martin looking to play a little bit more low and slow, 295th in terms of total possessions per game. And UT Martin is just 274th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They actually average 9 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Tennessee State has been a top 160 team, though. In terms of points per possession, it's a Tennessee State team that has not shot it well from three-point range. They're outside the top 275 with that regard, but the same goes for UT Martin. But both of these teams have been able to do a solid job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Tennessee State, 87th in terms of percent of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. That goes up to the top 50 away from home, with 33.2% of their misses being rebounded. And UT Martin, they're rebounding 37.3% of their misses as an offensive rebound at home. They're overall 11th in offensive rebound percentage, so you are going to get those second and third chances. Have a Tennessee State team that has, in my opinion, the most versatile player out there on the floor. As you've gotten 17.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3 assists, 3 steals per game out of Aaron Namakura. Shoots in the mid-30s from three. Travis Harper shoots 39% from three, 88% at the free throw line, 17.5 points per contest. Guys like Khalil London, Jalen Petrie have done a nice job in terms of contributing to the cause as well. Now, it is a bunch in this Tennessee State team that is just outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, so that should allow this Tennessee Martin team that has been rough from the outside to be able to find some interior looks, as you've got Andrzej Abramovich give you about 14 points, 8 rebounds per game. But here's the thing for UT Martin, they're just not taking care of the ball. They're a bottom 20 team in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and I recognize that maybe it's not a Tennessee State team as a heat-seeking missile with regards to generating turnovers, but I am there 27th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per-possession basis. That should very much be able to keep this Tennessee State team lively. Now, I do think that with the way that UT Martin is a top 40 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they're a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well, that does just enough to win out here, and they dealt with a lot of injuries. Getting back Filip Rakovic, who missed 5 games, give you about 9.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Finn Tankra has been able to give you 6.5 points, 2.5 assists per game. Getting back those guys, I think it's just enough for them to get the job done, but going to set my line at 1F, I do think that this is close enough for late fellows, and it's a UT Martin team that at the free throw line, they shoot 67.3% as a bottom 30 mark in the country, so we'll take 2+ here with Tennessee State, and I like the over, my total 145.5, 711, 712. Lindenwood is on the road against Western Illinois. Western Illinois does find themselves as 10.5 to 11-point underdogs for this game, 148.5, and with Western Illinois, I did set them as a underdog of 9 points. I'm going to be one take the points with Lindenwood. Just hard for me to trust in a Lindenwood team that they have been sloppy with the ball. They're pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers, 89th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Western Illinois, they're about 278th in the country, and it's a Western Illinois team that's given up second chances galore. They are aligned teams to grab 34.2% of their misses as an offensive rebound, bottom 20 mark in the country, and frankly, I really don't know what Western Illinois is doing well right now, but you have a Lindenwood team that does not shoot it well from three-point range. They shoot about 31.2%. They're outside the top 10 with that regard. They guard the three well. They're a top 75 team with regards to bonus three-point shooting percentage. Aeneas Futrell, 18 points. He shoots 37% from three-point. You've got Jadis Jones, who's been able to give you 15 points, 8.5 boards, 2.5 assists, steal per contest. So I like what he brings to the table. Milus Nendic down low has been able to give you a block per contest as well, as it's a Lindenwood team that is outside the top 275 with regards to defensive rebound percentage. Top 125 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got Western Illinois having a pair of guys that give you a solid double figure in Lucas Lorenzen, 15 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 32.5% from three. Isaiah Griffin, he's shooting about 33% from three-point. He's been able to do a solid job, give you about 11 points and just under a steal per contest as well. And then you've been able to get a little bit more down low of Carrick Dixon with about 7 rebounds per game, but right now he's dealing with an injury. I'm thinking that he's going to be out as well. Western Illinois, they shoot 66.5% the free throw line, outside the top 10 with their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but let's say that Lindenwood needs to cover at the free throw line. They shoot 68.5% the free throw line, so I do think that this is going to be a very sloppy game. Lindenwood is a top 30 team in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that with Western Illinois, they do just enough to hold in there. I do think that you get just enough possessions for the over, especially with the bad Western Illinois defense, so set my total 149 at 148.5, like the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Western Illinois. Made them a 9-point dogs, 7-13, 7-14. You got SIU Edwardsville playing host to Eastern Illinois, and Eastern Illinois is a underdog here of 6.5 points, 129 to 130.5 is the total, and for Eastern Illinois, I did set them as a underdog of 7.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Edwardsville. I think that this is going to be an almighty slog of a game. You've got two teams that are outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Eastern Illinois actually has some decent defensive attribute to them. They actually fall outside the top 345 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Absolutely nothing down low. In games played away from them, they allow opponents to grab over 36% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, but what they do a great job of is their perimeter defense. They're a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They guard the arc really well as well. They're allowing teams away from them to shoot 29.9% for three-point. That is a top 25 mark in the country. Edwardsville, though, they're 29th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And for Edwardsville, they did have to overcome quite a few injuries. Their top scorers and Miles Thompson and Ring Belaith have been out for quite some time, so that leaves them with really nobody that's healthy that averages double figures. But Jack Champion comes over from Southern Indiana. He's been able to give you 5 assists, 2 steals, 8.5 points per game. Tyler King has been the king of being able to give you about 9.5 points per game. Arnis Sakinas has been able to throw in there about 2.3 blocks per contest, so the team is very strong there. Now they're very weak with their, shall we say, interior offense. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. They've been a top 25 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they're solid, not amazing in terms of generating turnovers, but overall this team is 27th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Eastern Illinois, to their credit, they do find themselves in the top 150, and they've got a little bit more backcourt play, as you've got Andre 3000 Washington give you double figures. He was missing for the first half of the season, and Zion Fruser is that go-to scorer, 15 points. He only shoots about 30% from three-point range. Michi White has been able to give you about 10.5 points, 3 assists per contest. He shoots 39% from three-point range, and been able to get a little bit more down low. Terry McMorris shipping in there 5.5 boards at a block per contest. Cooper Jacoby, he's been giving you about 6.3 boards and a steal per contest, but that's it for Eastern Illinois. This team shoots outside the top 330 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 32.5% from the outside, but that's going to be shut down by this Edwardsville team. And in Eastern Illinois games, you just get a lot of turnovers. Both of these teams are playing at a relatively slow pace, so I think they get a slog here. I said my total 125.5. I'm in on the under end for Edwardsville. I recognize that they shoot less than 72% of the free throw line, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Set them as a favorite of 7.5 points. 7-15, 7-16, East Tennessee State. They are going to be on the road against Mercer. Mercer, a 1 to 1.5 point favorite, and total on this game is between 152 to 153.5. I said East Tennessee has a 1-point favorite. I like them on the money line. Now, you've got a Mercer team that has some pretty extreme home and road splits, as they have been one of the best offensive teams at home in all of college basketball. Mercer, overall for the season, is 66th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but if you separate it out for home games and home games only, they're actually 4th in the country, so they have been pretty superb there, and it's an East Tennessee team that's been able to do a nice job on offense as well. They're up to 62nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. If you look at games played away from home, though, that actually ascends into the top 40 in the country, but For East Tennessee, they're just by far the better defensive team in this game. They're 64th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Mercer, they are well outside the top 250 with this regard. They're about 257th in home games. That's outside the top 280. And I do think that East Tennessee is actually going to be able to do a nice job of holding up defensively. They're a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They do a nice job in terms of not allowing good looks from three. They've been a top 85 team with that regard. Can be out a little bit more down low. They're a country average team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but top 50 in their own 2-point shooting percentage. And you've got a trio of guys, Blake Barkley, Brian Taylor, Cam Morris, that all give between 14 to 14.5 points per game. They all shoot between 34.5 and 37% from the outside. They all give between 4 and 5.7 rebounds per game, so very much a whole is greater than some of its guards collective there. And then their main guy is actually a guy that doesn't give you a lot of scoring, and Alan Strother is only about 4.2 points per game, but 3 assists, a little bit over a steal per contest. He does a nice job of just getting after it in general. And then on the flip side of things, you've got yourself a bunch that has been very good with Baraka Okoji leading the way for Mercer. He's been able to do a nice job supplying this team with right around about 19 points, 5 assists per game, but it's also a Mercer team that's been outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. To their credit, top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're shooting about 34.5% from three. That ascends at home, though, and Armani Mighty has been mighty down low. 13.5 points, 10.5 boards, 4 of them on the offensive glass, 1.8 blocks per contest. And for Mercer, they're a team that has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of guarding things on the inside. Top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They just are a team that can be had very much with regards to second and third chances. They've been just a hair outside the top 100 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And I think that East Tennessee is going to look to slow this game down and have some success with it in terms of total possessions per game. They check in at about 276th, and I think that keeps you under. So I like East Tennessee on the money line, made them 1-point favorite, and like the under semi-total at a 149, 717, 718. Tennessee Tech, they're going to be on the road against Southeast Missouri State. SEMO finds themselves as a 7.5-point favorite. Total on this game, 141.5, and with Southeast Missouri State, I set them as an 8.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Tennessee Tech team that just is not taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and Southeast Missouri State is a rock-solid defense. They're 88th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been a top 100 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage, so they're not allowing second and third chances, and they're 82nd in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. It's a Tennessee Tech team that they aren't really putting you under duress. They're 62nd in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. You've got a Tennessee Tech team that has been able to do a relatively solid job of getting Danny Pounds going. He's been able to give you double figures, and you've got really a trio of guys that give you 9+ points per game, as you've been able to have Joshua Nichols be able to emerge for about 11 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and then Makai Cameron, 11.5 points per contest for Tennessee Tech. They shoot only about 31.7% from three, about 300th in the country. They've been good with their interior defense, top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. And then Brandon Matu, he's been able to throw in there about 9 points per contest to be able to help out the cause as well. But for the Southeast Missouri State team, I do think that they're going to be able to dominate this game, because I do like what they've been able to get out of probably the best athlete in this game, Luke Almond, over 14 points. He has some highlight reel dunk, shoots in the mid-30s from three. Southeast Missouri State, they only shoot about 30.5% from three, and 69% the free throw line is a little bit concerning, but they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, a top 150 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, not allowing those second and third chances, doing the little things. I think allows them to dictate the terms of this game with Tennessee Tech. They're more of a country average team with regards to their tempo. They've been slowing down to about 231st in terms of total possessions per game. Southeast Missouri State 141st, so set a total here of a 145.5. I do like the over, as I do think that this might be just close enough for late game following, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 with Southeast Missouri State. 719, 720, Colorado State is going to be on the road against San Jose State. Old San Jose State is a 7.5 to an 8-point home underdog. Total on this game, 145.5 to 146.5. Colorado State I made as an 8.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Congratulations to San Jose State for knocking off Air Force, who's just absolutely miserable. But for San Jose State, it's still been a rough year for them. 227th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, one thing that they've got going for them is that they've got some good three-point shooting. They shoot 38.2% per three-point range at home. That is a top 50 mark in the country. They're absolutely awful with their interior play on the boards with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're a bottom 20 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're getting absolutely massacred down down low, and exceeding them with their three-point shooting has been Colorado State. This Colorado State team is a top 10 team in the country with their three-point shooting percentage, and it travels well, 39.2% overall. That goes at 38.6% away from home. And for San Jose State, they do have Kobe Garland. He's the best overall scorer in this game, 19.5 points, 4.5 assists, shoots 39% from three, but I deal with injuries, so you fought Moody, your top rebounder, Ben Rosenborough, Jermaine Washington, you just go down the list. It's been absolutely terrible. Adrian Myers is starting to bust out about 10 points, 4 boards. He does shoot about 40% from three-point range, but the team is also outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well. They're getting dump trucked down the glass. It's a San Jose State team that, to their credit, they've been a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and Colorado State has had some turnover issues outside the top 250 in terms of ball security, and Colorado State, a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of total possessions per game. San Jose State also outside the top 300, but for this Colorado State team, if they need to pile drive the ball inside, they're a top 35 team with their two-point shooting percentage, have a quartet of guys, Kerry Booth, Brandon Retzschneider, Kyle Jorgensen, Josh Passarelli, all between 10.4 and 12.1 points per game. They all shoot at least 40.5% from three-point. They all shoot at least 78% at the free throw line. Colorado State, top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Again, not great defensively. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' two-point and three-point shooting percentage. Not bad in terms of allowing second and third chances, so if they need to cover at the free throw line, they shoot 77.2% at the free throw line. I think that even though this is going to be a low-tempo game, Colorado State is going to be plenty efficient and get the job done. Did somebody total 144.5. I think that San Jose State and their inability to be able to get points down low costs you the over, so in on the under, and I'm going to lay with San Jose State. 721, 722, North Dakota is going to be on there against North Dakota State. The Bison are a 12.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 150 to 151.5, and North Dakota, I did set them here as a underdog of 15 points. So with the Bison, I made them the 15-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. North Dakota's actually done a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They are 31st in the country. North Dakota State has been plenty good with this regard as well. For North Dakota State, they're 61st in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. And unfortunately for North Dakota, that's all that they do well. They are 316th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Outside the top 275 with opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. North Dakota, away from home, they actually shoot about 34.8% from three-point. That is a top 125 mark in the country, and Eli King has been the king of being able to give this team versatility, as I love what he's able to bring to the table right now. He's supplying you with about 11.5 points, 5.5 boards, pair of assists per contest, and then Grayson Ullman has been that top 3-point shooter at about 32.5% from the outside, 15.5 points per game. George Nachavili has been able to throw in there about 5 rebounds per game as well, but it is a North Dakota team that is a bottom 20 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They themselves outside the top 250 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're not allowing a ton of second and third chances, but I do think that North Dakota State is going to be able to control things down low as well. As North Dakota, they're a team that is allowing teams to grab about 31.2% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, for North Dakota State, they're 25th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and for North Dakota, it's just a case where they're going to have to match up with a guy, Markai Strickland, who's done a nice job getting the team 12.5 points, 3.5 boards. Doesn't give you any sort of three-point shooting, but he's sort of the stabilizer for the team. And then Travion Carson, 12.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists. He shoots 40% from three. And the Stefanovic has been able to give you about 5 assists per contest. For North Dakota State, I have to think that they're a little bit cheesed off after the fact that they lost to St. Thomas by double figures a few days ago. And it's a bunch that has been able to do a very good job with their outside shooting as well. It took them a little bit of time to be able to get it going, but for North Dakota State, at home they're shooting 36% for three, top 105 mark in the country, and I do think that they get the job done in convincing fashion. Semi-total at a 151, so I'm going to be willing to take the 150 to 115 after the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 14.5 here with North Dakota. 723, 724, Delaware is going to be on the road against Kennesaw St. We give our road to Lane Kiffin, go Owls, as Kennesaw St is an 11 to 11.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 144.5 to 145.5, and with Delaware, I did set them as a underdog here of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take those points. For Delaware, they've actually been halfway decent with their defense away from home, and this is a team that's lethal from three-point range. Delaware is 45th in the country, shooting 36.6% from three. You do have to wonder if the overtime loss that they took and didn't cover the spread for those of us that took it is a little bit crushing to them. But still, it's a Delaware team that, if you look at the overall defense, is about 287th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Very, very ghastly. But if you look at what they do in games played away from home, this does ascend into the top 175, as they're giving up right around about 7.7 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. It's a Kennesaw State team that's about 138th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Kennesaw team that it's hard to be able to trust in them with the way that they try to get to the free throw line. They don't necessarily shoot it well at the free throw line. In games played at home, they shoot 66% at the free throw line. That's well outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. They've had to replace Simeon Cottle. He was a part of that FBI probe, and they've been able to do a relatively solid job with R.J. Johnson leading the charge with about 14 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but you do have a bunch that has been hit or miss with their three-point shooting. Trey Simpson shoots about 37% from three, gives you about 9 points per game. Brandon skipped by Lou, 11 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Frank Von Sherman, he's up to 8 rebounds per game, but they've been dealing with a little bit of ailment to Ramon Seals as well. That was one of their top rebounders, and for Delaware, this is a team that is not going to give you any sort of second and third chances. They are a bottom 20 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they've also been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. It's a Kennesaw team that is very much looking to pile drive the ball down low. Justin Fernandez, Christian Blitz have been able to combine for 33 points per game. They both shoot 39+% for three. Tyler Hauser shoots 38% for three, 14 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Macomb Emery is able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. So for Delaware, they are going to give up some second and third chances, and they do not put you under any sort of duress whatsoever. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but I do think that they're going to be able to hold in this game. It's a Kennesaw team that has been able to shoot about 36.5% from three-point, and you're going to have a massive tempo war. As for Kennesaw, they're 16th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Even without Cottle, they've been playing up tempo. Delaware is 355th in the country, and they're just coming off of an overtime game, so they're looking to play super duper slow. I did set my total at 146.5. I think that Delaware is going to be able to sink some threes to be able to hold in this game and help you out to the over. So I like the over and the points here of Delaware. 725, 726. Providence is on the road against Creighton, and Creighton does find themselves as 2.5 to 3.5 point favorites. So on this game, 166.5, and with Providence, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 3 and 3.5 with Creighton. Now it's a Providence team that's actually been a top 125 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and this Providence team has heated up from three. They're shooting about 35.9% from the outside, but also 33.9% away from home, and they are well outside the top 325 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And Creighton, they shoot 32.7% from the outside away from home. That ascends to 37% at home. And one thing that Creighton has done a nice job of not putting on the free throw line. They're a top 30 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. That is a Providence team that shoots 76.4% at the charity stripe top 50 mark there. Jalen Sellers and Jason Edwards have been incredible. They combine for about 35.3 points per game between the two of them. They're shooting 40% for three, and Jameer Jones, 41% three-point shooter, 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Oswin, can't pronounce the last name, 8 boards, 2.3 blocks per contest, but other than he and Ryan Mela, who gives you a 5.1 rebounds per game, nobody else really gives you over 4.6 rebounds per game. And for Creighton, this is a group that has been looking to slow down a little bit more. You've got a Providence team that has absolutely gunned it, top 10 team in terms of total possessions per game. Creighton is more around about 216th, but for Creighton, they do find themselves outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. And Austin Schwartz has not been himself here in the last few games, but Josh Dix in the interim, 12 points. Shoots only about 32.5% from three, but neither here nor there. But Blake Harper along with Isaac Trout, they combine for about 37.5% three-point shooting. They combine for about 15 points per game. If Creighton needs to cover at the free throw line, they do shoot 75% at the charity stripe, and they've been relatively okay on the inside. They're a top 150 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, top 75 mark with their own two-point shooting percentage, and they too are outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Interesting circumstance here. I did set my total at a 166. 166.5. My bare minimum buy point on the under because of the injury to Schwartz, but I'm going to be willing to take the under, and with Creighton, I'm willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 727, 728. Missouri State is on the road against Sam Houston State. Sam Houston State is a 7.5 point favorite. Total on this game 153.5 to 154.5. Sam Houston State has been a cover machine all season long. I think that continues. I like them here. I set them as a 9.5 point favorite. Sam Houston State actually has the best against the spread record in the country, with Miami of Ohio not covering on Friday. And for Sam Houston, just a very complete team. They shoot 37% for three, top 50 mark there. They're a top 40 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. They allow you to only shoot 30.5% from three. That's a top 40 mark in the country. They're overall okay on the inside. They're a top 175 team with their own two-point shooting percentage, top 150 team. In terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, they do turn the ball over maybe a little bit more than what you'd like, but Missouri State outside the top 175 in terms of generating turnovers, and then Po Boy King, one of the better names in all of college basketball, 14 points. He shoots 37.5% for three. Kishai Knott has done a bit of everything. 7 boards, 2 assists, 2 steals, 11 points. Shoots 43% from three. Jacob Walker has become a 37% three-point shooter. I really like what these guys are able to bring to the table. And for Missouri State, they're just not giving you a lot from the outside. This group last year was pretty solid from three-point range. They're right now shooting about 34% from three-point range away from home. That's not bad, but overall 32.4%. Overall, that's 262nd in the country. The two guys who have really been able to launch from three have been the Williams. Kobe Williams, 15 points, shoots 37% for three. Trey Williams, 37% 34%. He gives you about 8 points per game. Keith Ballack, 18 points, 6 boards, 3.5 assists per game, but shoots a nice 26% from the outside. And for Missouri State, they face off against the Sam Houston team that's willing to put you on the free throw line. They only shoot 67.9% of the free throw line. That's outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. For Missouri State, they're outside the top 175, both in their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. I think that Sam Houston continues to cover and gets the job done. I'm willing to lay with Sam Houston, set them as a 9.5 point favorite. Sam Houston looking to play up tempo, while Missouri is looking to play a little bit slower. Missouri State, they're 8th in terms of total possessions per game. Sam Houston, they're 72nd in terms of total possessions per game. So this is a total that I set at a 147.5. So I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under as well. 729, 730. Furman is on the road against Western Carolina. Western Carolina between a pick 'em to a 1.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 148.5 to 149.5. I set Furman as a 2.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. Furman, depending upon the day, they're either ranked first or second in the country in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage away from home. Now, if Furman needs to cover at the free throw line away from home, they shoot 67.5%. The free throw line, that is outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. Western Carolina, not necessarily doing the little things great themselves. They are about 71.5% the charity stripe outside the top 200 there, and they are ghastly in terms of guarding the arc. They are outside the top 340 in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and they've also been a team that has been grabbing a lot of second and third chances. With this Western Carolina team, they have been very good in terms of cutting you off from second and third chances. Their line teams only grab about 20.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound at home. That's the top 40 mark in the country. Furman is not going to give you those second and third chances, and that's the way that Western Carolina's been able to generate a lot of their offense. They've been a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Furman, they allow teams to grab only about 26.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound away from home. Top 75 mark in the country, and being able to get back Cooper Bowser, one of their main big men, who's been able to give you about 13.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. That's big. He also throws in their block per game. Asa Thomas was missing for 7 games. That's their top 3-point shooter at 40% for a team that only shoots about 31.7% from the outside, so they've needed him, and he's been able to give them a nice spark since coming back. Alex Wilkins has been your main scorer with 17 points per game, and for Furman, they've also been able to do a nice job on the inside. They're a top 100 team with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. Not bad in terms of guarding the arc as well. With regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, they are a top 130 team in the country, and for Western Carolina, it's a group that does have a few guys that will be able to throw in there about 12 to 14 points per game. Julian Swarmo, Marcus Kell, and Cord Stansberry all being there, and Stansberry and Swarmo combined for about 4.5 assists per game, but it's a Western Carolina team that, despite the fact that they're so good on the glass, they are very vulnerable on the inside. They're outside the top 270 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're a top 75 team in terms of putting you on the free throw line, which that actually hurts Furman with their bad free throw shooting. And Dejan Dumasi, who comes over from Southern, he's been able to contribute about 8 points per game, so very interesting circumstance here. Furman has really slowed themselves down to about 260th in terms of total possessions per game. Western Carolina in conference play has really slowed things down as well to about 129th, so I do like Furman here on the money line. I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite, and I'm going to be in on a 149 plus to the under, set my total at a 148.5. 731, 732 BYU on the road against West Virginia. West Virginia is a home underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 140.5 to 141.5 is the total. So BYU is a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, BYU got absolutely dump trucked against Central Florida a few days ago, but I do believe that they've got the best 2 players on the floor in this game. No disrespect to what you're able to get out of someone like Harlan Obiana, the true 7-footer for West Virginia. Is able to give you 5 rebounds per game, and Hunter Huff, he huffs, he puffs, he shoots in the high 30s from 3 and gives you about 15 to 16 points per game. But AJ Dabonsa, 25 points, 7 boards, 4 assists, steal per contest, shoots 37% for 3. Robert Wright has been Mr. Wright with 43% 3-point shooting in Dabonsa. In conference play, that's gone up to 26.8 points per game. Now, who's going to be able to step up around him? I think that Milo Bosevic is going to need to do a little bit more. He's only give you about 3 points, 2 rebounds per game, a little bit of a 6'10" international man of mystery. That's able to pop it from 3, but Kebakita, he's able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. It's a West Virginia team that's been rock solid with their defense. Top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. At home, teams shoot less than 31% from 3 against them. That West Virginia defense goes right into the abyss away from home, but also outside the top 130 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Tracy Eaglestaff has been hit or miss. 10 points, 4.5 boards, shoots about 34% from 3, and Chansport tries to give you more with about 10 points, 5 rebounds per game, but never know what you're going to be able to get out of him as well. It is a group in West Virginia that also, if the game is tight, they shoot 67.1% of the free throw line. That is outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. Top 25 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 150 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. So I do think that for BYU, they go on the road, they get the job done. It's a BYU team that overall, in terms of total possessions per game, they're a pretty up-tempo team. They're checking in the top 100 in the country. As a matter of fact, 52nd. Meanwhile, West Virginia, they're about 148. I do think that the late fouls are going to have a little bit of an impact on this total. I did set mine at a 141.5, so at a 141 or less, I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay it with BYU. 733, 734. Syracuse is on the road against Wake Forest, and Wake Forest is a 3.5 to 4.5 point favorite. 151.5 to 152.5 is the total, and I'm going to lay it with Wake Forest. I did set them as a 6.5 point favorite. It's a Wake Forest team that has been playing fast, but not aggressively fast. 101st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Syracuse, 135th in terms of total possessions per game, and Syracuse has given up a lot of second and third chances. Teams are grabbing 35.2% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound away from them. It's a Syracuse team that overall for the season still has been a relatively respectable defense. They were really good to start the season. It's starting to go into the abyss of 96th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Wake Forest, top 40 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They're overall 191st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and right now what's killing Wake Forest is their interior defense. In terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, they are 307th in the country. It's a Syracuse bunch that they've been better on the inside. They're about 69th, very nice in the country in terms of their opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and if they put Syracuse on the free throw line, that is not a bad thing, because Syracuse, out of 365 Division I teams, that depends upon the night on what Appalachian State did in the late game on Friday, but they've been hovering right around 364th to 365th with their free throw shooting percentage at 63.4%. Just absolutely terrible. It makes them almost unbackable in any sort of a tight spread situation, even with Wake Forest giving it up from inside the 3-point line. You do have for Syracuse a guy, William Kyle, who's been able to give you about 2.5 blocks per contest, so he's been able to hop out with that interior play, and getting back Donnie Freeman, who was out for the first half of the season, has been big. 16.5 points, only shoots about 30% from 3. In Syracuse, they've been a top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They've been struggling with their 33% 3-point shooting, but they're also getting absolutely lambasted in terms of giving up second and third chances as well. And for this Wake Forest team, they should be able to find some success there. I like what you get out of Miles Colvin, 11.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's been shooting in the mid-30s from 3. Wake Forest overall 33.8% from the outside. That's a country average 3-point shooting team, and they're about country average in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Not grabbing a ton of second and third chances, so they've had their issues there, but they've been a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and Wake Forest is a team that ranks in the top 125 in terms of fouls committed on a per possession basis, so they'll put you at the free throw line. Wake Forest, they themselves shoot 76% at the free throw line. That's a big X factor here. Nate Kalmezi, 5 assists, 10 points, only about 2 turnovers per game, and Juke Harris supplying 21.5 points per game. I think Wake Forest gets the job done, and I think that the missed free throws cost you the over. Semi-total on 150.5, so I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Wake Forest. I'd set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. 735, 736, Oklahoma is on the road against LSU. LSU is a favorite of 2 to 2.5 points. 155.5 to 156.5 is the total. I said Oklahoma's a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them on the money line. Spirited effort a few days ago out of LSU without De'Don Thomas, but without Thomas, you just don't really have that main point guard for the team, and that's why I think that Oklahoma wins this game. I know that it's been bad for Oklahoma, and this has been a defense that has been absolutely terrible. They're outside the top 235 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but when you've got Xavier Brown along with Nigel Pack backing in there, 32.5 points per game, combining shooting the high 30s from 3 for an Oklahoma team that is in the top 50 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and games played away from home, they shoot 76+% at the free throw line. That's a top 75 mark in the country. I think that it makes them trustworthy here. It's an LSU team that has been a top 55 team in terms of points per possession, despite shooting just 33.5% from the outside. They're like 200th with regards to 3-point shooting percentage. They've been a top 95 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and with the injuries to Thomas, it means that Max McKinnon really has to take ownership of the offense. He's been able to give you about 15.5 points, 2.5 assists, shoots 40% from 3. You've been able to get a little bit of facilitation out of Jalen Reese. He doesn't really give you any sort of scoring with 5 points per game, but does throw in there about 3.2 assists per game. Michael DeWolko has been solid with about 5.5 boards, 13 points per game, but in the fall-off with Reed along with Thomas being out of the fold, that has really been hurting the team, and this team gets absolutely lambasted from 3-point range. LSU is outside the top 265 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and this is an Oklahoma team that they're looking to bomb from 3. They shoot about 36.5% from the outside, top 55 mark in the country. On top of Peck, along with Brown, you've been able to have 42% 3-point shooting out of a cool Atok whenever he's been out there, as he's been dealing with a little bit of injury, but should be good to go in this game. And then you've been able to get some good production out of Tay Davis, who's been able to give you about 12.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game for Oklahoma. They have been outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so they are giving up a lot of second and third chances. They don't really put you under duress in terms of generating turnovers, but with the way that they're able to execute on offense, the way that they take care of the ball, I think that's enough to get the job done in a game where I don't know if you get a ton of possessions. LSU, in terms of total possessions per game, has been about country average along with Oklahoma. Oklahoma is about 164th in terms of total possessions per game, and LSU is checking in more in that neighborhood about 134. So I did set a total here of a 154.5. I do like Oklahoma on the money line and at a 155 plus and on the under. 737, 738. No numbers up on this game, but I got my handicap. Dartmouth is on the road against Princeton. Reason why we have no overnight numbers is that these two teams played yesterday. That's going to be the case for all the Ivy League games. But with this one, I set Dartmouth as a 1-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them on the money lines and underdog / I would lay up to a point with them. Anything above a point, I'm willing to take the points with Princeton. And then I set a total of a 141. So 140.5 or less in on the over, 141.5 or higher. The under, you've got a Dartmouth team that's really shot it well from 3-point range away from home. This is a Dartmouth team that in a roadside-core venue entering into yesterday shot 38.6% from 3-point range, top 30 mark in the country. Princeton, they shoot much better from 3 at home rather than away from home. 35.6% at home, 32.4% when they're away from home, and it is a Princeton team that gets absolutely bludgeoned on the inside. Outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. One thing that they don't do, though, is allow you to grab second and third chances. Princeton, top 75 team. In terms of defensive rebound percentage, it is a Dartmouth team that has been allowing away from home teams to grab 32% of their misses as an offensive rebound, but it's not a Princeton team that's going to be doing a lot of that now. For Princeton, you do have back a guy that was missing towards the front half of the season in Dalen Davis, who's been really your number 2 guy with 14 points, shoots 38.5% from 3. Jackson Hickey shoots 38.5% from the outside. CJ Happy, he makes you happy with about 6 points per contest, and then Malik Abdullah has been able to throw in their 6 rebounds per game, but I do like the overall versatility of Brandon Mitchell-Day. He's done a really good job at 6'8" or so, being able to supply 9 boards, 11 points per game, shoots 36.5% from 3. Now, the turnover issues are very much there for Dartmouth. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Princeton not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Kareem Thomas, he shoots 45% from 3, 16.5 points per game. Jaden Williams, he gives you about 11 points per game, and if you find yourself in a pressure spot, even though Dartmouth's not going to give you any sort of second and third chances outside the top 3 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, they are a team that they shoot about 74% at the free throw line. Princeton about 74.9%. So these are near equals. Princeton a little bit better, but still with this Dartmouth team and the way that they've been able to guard the perimeter, Dartmouth right now allowing teams to shoot only about 31.5% from 3-point range away from home. That's the top 75 mark in the country. Princeton, they allow you to shoot 28.5% from 3-point range at home, but I do think that split irons out. I do think that Dartmouth has just enough to get the job done. Willing to take Dartmouth as a money line underdog / lay a point with them. Anything above 1.5, taking the points with Princeton. 140.5 or less in on the over. 141.5 or higher. The under. 739, 740. Yale's on the road against Columbia. Columbia and Yale have no numbers, but I made Yale a 5-point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. 5.5 or more. Taking the points with Columbia. Set a total of 147. So 146.5 or less in on the over. 147.5 or higher. The under. Have a Yale team that's actually looking to play quite slowly. 298th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Entered into the day on Friday a top 10 team in the country in terms of points per possession, shooting 41% from 3. Had a rough game against Cornell, but I still think that this team is going to be out fire on all cylinders on offense. You do have a Columbia team that is going to be able to win the battle on the glass. They're a top 20 team with regards to overall rebound percentage. Yale's not allowing a lot of second and third chances, so top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. We think Towson give you 16.5 points, 7 boards. Entered into yesterday, shooting 50.5% from 3-point range. Trevor Mullen along Casey Simmons, ancillary guys, they combine for about 21.5 points per game, and they both shoot above 41% from 3-point range. Riley Fox has been able to give you about 11.5 points per game. He shoots 38% from 3-point range, and then Isaac Salazar has been able to give you about 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3 assists per contest. So, like what these guys bring to the table, and it's a Yale team that should be able to win the turnover battle. They're a top 30 team. In terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, you've got a Columbia group that has been outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And Columbia, they are shooting 36% for 3. They've been in the top 50 in the country with that regard. They're also a top 100 team with regards both their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They do shoot just 69% at the free throw line, so that's obviously an issue. And they've been outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. For Columbia, Kenny Nolan is able to give you 17 points per game. We saw them be a little bit sloppy with the ball against Brown, so that's a little bit of an issue, but Blair Thompson, he's been able to do a nice job, give you about 11 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 43.5% from 3-point range. You've got Jared O'Keefe, who gives you 9 points. He shoots it well from 3-point range, so even though it's a little bit of a back-to-back spot, and even though Yale is as slow as they are, I do think that you get points on the board, but I do think that for Yale, they do find their offensive abilities, and for Yale, they've been actually better on defense when they've been away from home rather than at home. This is a Yale group that they allow opponents to shoot closer to 34.9% from 3 away from home, over 36% when they are at home. So It's an ordeal where I did say Yale is a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with them, 5.5 or more. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Columbia, and with the total 146.5 or less, I'm in on the over 147.5 or higher. The under 741, 742. SMU is going to be on the road. They're facing off against Stanford, and Stanford is a home underdog here of 1.5 to 1 point total. This game 154.5 to 155.5, and with Stanford, I did set them as a 2-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on SMU. Now, I recognize that the SMU defense not great to say the least. They're well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is an SMU team that is going to allow you a lot of open looks on the inside. They're actually really good with their perimeter defense. In games played away from them, teams are only shooting about 30.5% from three-point range against them. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, but for SMU, this has also been a really good team in terms of stroking it from three-point range. SMU, right now, they shoot about 37.9% from three-point range. That's a top 20 mark in the country. And Stanford, neither here nor there. They shoot about 34% from three-point range at home. That's just inside the top 200 in all of college basketball. But they've not done a great job with regards to their perimeter defense, as they're allowing teams at home to shoot over 35.5% from three-point range, as well outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. And this is a Stanford team that has been a top 75 group in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. SMU not quite doing a lot of that, but what SMU has been able to do a solid job of is being able to take care of the ball. As you've got Kevin Miller, I refuse to call him Boopy, but he boops teams with the fact that he gives you 18.5 points per game, 7 assists, and he's been shooting about 42% from three-point range. You've been able to have BJ Edwards step up in a big way, 6 boards, 5 assists, 2.5 steals per game. It's an SMU team that will give up a lot of second and third chances. They're well outside the top 175 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Stanford not really going to grab for themselves a lot of second and third chances. In games played at home, well outside the top 225 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and for Stanford, they're based around their star freshman, as they're getting 22.8 points per game out of Ibuka Okore. Shoots 34% for three. He's been heating up a little bit there, and Benny Gieler is able to Gieler done, shooting 41% from three, about 10 points per game. And you really only have one guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. AJ Rossi has been able to supply 7 points, about 5.5 rebounds per game. And on the flip side, Samet Yedoglu should be able to do a nice job down low. He's been able to do a nice job giving this team right around about 8 to 9 rebounds per game. Recognize that SMU, not necessarily the strongest team on defense, but it is a Stanford team that they themselves have their cracks. They're also outside the top 175 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and it is Stanford team is outside the top 250 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. And for SMU, the biggest script on that is being right around 200th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, with a weakness for Stanford on the inside and SMU shooting about 74.5% the free throw line. I think that they get the job done. Set SMU as a 2-point favorite. I'm willing to lay the 1 to 1.5, and I like the over. I did set my total at a 158. Another game without numbers, 743, 744. Brown is going to be on the road against Cornell. What can Brown do for you? Well, I think they'll make you money if they hang within double digits. I set my line at 12 at 11.5 or less, willing to lay with Cornell, 12.5 or more, taking the points with Brown, and set a total of 156, 155.5 or less, in on the over 156.5 or higher, the under. Now it's a Brown team that's pretty ridiculously bad with their offense, 330th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and a relatively slow tempo team, 246 in terms of total possessions per game. Cornell is the absolute opposite. Cornell, 34th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, 37th going into yesterday in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Top 20 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, and they are outside the top 340 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, or outside the top 335 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. And as a Brown team that on the road, they aren't necessarily the same defense. They're allowing teams to shoot 35.6% from 3-point range away from them compared to 30.2% at home. And for Brown, they've only got one double-figure score, and Landon Lewis has been very nice for the team, 15 plus points, 5 plus rebounds per game. He's able to pop a few threes for you, but you just need a little bit more. Jeremy Jenkins along with Adrian Ochino have been able to combine for about 18 points per game, but both of these guys shoot less than 27.5% from three. You've got Jeremy Jenkins, who's been very versatile, 8.5 points, 5 boards, 2 steals per contest, so that's rock solid. But then you've got a team of Cornell that just has Jake Feigen doing a really nice job, give you about 18.5 points per game. You've had Adam Sang hitting it hard, as right now he's shooting about 42.5% from 3-point, 12.5 points per game. Cooper Norad, 18.5 points. He's been a 38.5% 3-point shooter, and for each of your top 3 scores for Cornell, they shoot at least 78% the free throw line. They're a little bit better than they have been on the glass, bringing in the Valparaiso transfer, and Casper Sepp doesn't really give you a lot of scoring or outside shooting, but 5 points, 6 boards, right around about 6'9" or so. He's able to be a little bit of point forward, give you about 3 assists per contest as well for a Cornell team that they do have a few turnover woes outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but still, when they need to go inside, they're able to as well. Top 25 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that this is going to be a relatively up and down game, 155 or less, in on the over 156.5 or higher. The under and Cornell, I'm willing to lay up to 11.5 with them, 12.5 or more. I'm taking the points with Brown. 745, 746 on the card. You've got UNC Greensboro on the road against Hanford, and Hanford does find themselves as a 9 to a 9.5 point favorite. 155.5 to 157 is the total line. For Hanford, I made them a 10 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 9 to 9.5. It's a Greensboro team that just has been ghastly in terms of their defense. It's a Greensboro team that honestly is not the world's worst team in terms of second and third chances and not giving them up, but at the same time, this is a Greensboro team that is right now 355th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Does go into the top 340 when they're away from home, so yay, barely there, but they're getting absolutely lambasted down low, 331st in the country with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. In terms of their outside defense, right now they're allowing teams to shoot about 37.4% from three. That is 344th in the country, and this Hanford team is getting absolutely blitzed from the outside as well. They're 257th with opponents shooting about 35.3% from three-point range, but Hanford is by far the best overall scorer in this game in Jaden Booth. 20.5 points, 3.5 boards, shoots 42.5% from three. Now on the other end, Justin Neely gives you about 17 points and a little bit over 11 rebounds per game. Like his game, but I think that Dylan Faulkner matches up well here. 18 points, 8.5 boards, doesn't really pop it from three, but then you've got the Norris brothers and Keaton and Cade Norris who combine for 19 points per game. Keaton is your main facilitator with about 5 assists per contest. Cade shoots 39% from three, and Hanford, they were terrible with their three-point shooting to begin the season. Here in conference play, they've been shooting 37.2% from the outside. They've been fourth in the conference in both their own two-point shooting percentage and opponent's two-point shooting percentage, and they're a top 10 team in the country. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis for Greensboro. They're not doing a bad job in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. Top 85 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. In the backcourt, Lillian Marvel continues to shoot 52% from three, 9 points per contest. KJ Younger is able to give you about 14.5 points per game. He throws in there about 5 boards per contest as well. But with this UNC Greensboro team just having as much weakness as they do, just with regards to their overall defense is an issue. And I mean, for Hanford, right now, their biggest undoing has been their free throw shooting. Right now, Hanford is shooting 68.8% at the free throw line, hovering right around 300 there, but Greensboro is in the bottom 100 in terms of fouls committed on a per possession basis. They really don't put you on the free throw line. That's actually an advantage here for Hanford, in my opinion, and I do think they get a lot of clean possessions to be able to help you out with this total. Now, I think that it's just gone a little bit too far because Hanford, in terms of total possessions per game, they're about 181st. Greensboro, very much in that same vein at 163rd, so I'm in on the under, so I told 154, but with Hanford willing to lay the 9 to 9.5, made them a 10-point favorite. 747, 748. Liberty is on the road against Jacksonville St. Jacksonville St, home underdogs of 3.5 points. 140.5 is your total line. I said my total 138.5. I do like the under. You've got two very slow and controlled teams. Liberty, in terms of total possessions per game, they are checking in 329th in the country, and even with playing an overtime game a few days ago, Jacksonville St 306th in terms of total possessions per game, and it's a Jacksonville St team that has been able to do a relatively okay job in terms of guarding the arc. Teams are shooting 31.5% from three-point range against them, and that's essential because you've got a Liberty team that their games involve a lot of threes. Liberty is 351st in the country with teams shooting 37.8% from three-point range against them, but Liberty is also 50th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis because they go into inferno mode from three-point range. Liberty right now shoots 39.4% from three, only drops to about 37.5% away from home, with Brett Decker being that main scorer, 16 plus points per contest, shooting well above 47% from three-point range, and then Caden Bethany along Colin Porter, they combine for 25.5 points per game. They both shoot 39+% from three-point range, and then Zach Cleveland, even though he doesn't really pop it from three, at 6'7", he's a nice point forward, 11.5 points, 7.5 boards, 7 assists per game, and Liberty is a top 15 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They also grab 5.4 offensive rebounds per game. They are dead stinking last in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but even with that, they're very good on the inside with regards to their shooting percentages inside the arc. They're a top 5 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Now, Jacksonville State has been a much better 3-point shooting team than they've been in the past. Jacksonville State right now shoots 39.5% from 3-point range at home. That is a top 40 mark in the country, as you've been able to have Mustafa El Montequio lead the way, 7 boards, a pair of assists, 19 points per game, and then AC Bryant off the ball shoots 40% from 3, 12.5 points per contest. Abdramic Elkins Ford has been able to give you about 8 points. He shoots 35% from 3, but let's say that Jacksonville State gets into a nip and tuck spot. They do shoot just 69.2% at the free throw line. Surprisingly, Liberty is not good at the free throw line either. They shoot 70% at the free throw line, but Liberty does not put you on the free throw line. Jacksonville State, they're a little bit more willing to be physical, but Jacksonville State is also outside the top 275 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They really don't force a lot of turnovers, so interesting spot here. I think that Liberty does find a way to get the job done, even with Jacksonville State being as good of a 3-point shooting team as they are at home. And I think that this is a very slow game. So my line at a 4.5 1 to lay with Liberty, and I like the under. So my total 138.5, 749, 750. Harvard is going to be on the road against Penn, and right now this game has no numbers, but I've got my handicap. I set Penn as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 3 with them for more, taking the points with Harvard. Set a total of 137.5, 137 or less in on the over. over 138 or higher, the under. You've got a Penn team that's been a relatively mid-tempo team this year, 187th in terms of total possessions per game. Harvard is super duper slow at 358th in terms of total possessions per game. Harvard has been shooting it well from three. They're 99th in the country at 35.3%, but you've got a Penn team that's been even better from three-point range. Right now for Penn, they're shooting 38.7% from three-point range. I will say that actually falls at 34.8% at home, but they also guard the arc well. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot at home only about 30.6% from three-point range, and this has been a Harvard group that has been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their outside defense as well. Right now, they're allowing teams away from home to shoot 31.3% from three-point range, so I do think that that's going to be keeping the scoring relatively down. Neither of these teams put you under too much duress in terms of generating turnovers, and when it comes to this Harvard team, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they've been relatively solid there. 156th in the country, that ascends into the top 135 when they're at home. For Penn, they're just really not executing on the inside. They are outside the top 200 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis because they're outside the top 275 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. And I will say this about Penn, you're probably going to have the top 2 players overall in this game, even though Robert Hinton on the other side for Harvard has been able to give you 15.5 points. He shoots in the low to mid 30s from three-point range, but Ethan Roberts, 17 points. He shoots about 43% from three, and then TJ Power, 40% three-point shooter, 15 points, 7 rebounds per game for Penn. They've been a top 125 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. They do shoot just 69% of the free throw line, and Harvard is a top 10 team in the country in terms of their free throw shooting percentage, and Harvard is probably going to be looking to pound the ball inside. This is a Penn team that's been outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but for Penn, they are a little bit of a better team in terms of being able to generate turnovers, and Harvard is grabbing no second chances for themselves. They're outside the top 310 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They've been a pedestrian team with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, about country average, and then you've got Tay Barber, Chandler Peagy, who combine for about 26.5 points per game. With Barber, he shoots 40.5% from three, and each of your top 6 scorers for this Harvard team are right now shooting above 75% at the free throw line, though Austin Hunt is right now dealing with a little bit of an injury, but Thomas Beatty throws in their 12 points per game. Very, very thin line here for Harvard, even with how slowly they play, playing a back-to-back with pretty much a 5.5-man rotation. That is, in my opinion, going to be hurting this team a little bit, and with this Harvard team really struggling to get to the free throw line, I do think that Penn has the edge at home. So 108-3 with Penn, 4 more taking the points with Harvard. Somebody told to wear a 137 or less. I like the over 138 or higher. The under 751, 752. San Francisco is going to be on the road facing off against Pacific. They hope to be a treat to San Francisco as a 4.5 to a 5-point dog. Total on this game, any between 140.5 to 141.5, and I made Pacific the 4.5 point favorite. So 5+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with San Francisco. San Francisco is not putting you under any sort of duress whatsoever. They're well outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they do get Mookie Cook back, who's been playing in sort of limited doses since he's come back from injury. Overall for the season, he's shooting in the high 30s from three-point range, about 8.5 points per game. I think that you're going to see those numbers kick up a little bit more here moving forward. And then David Fuchs has been strong on the glass, 11.5 points, 7.3 rebounds per game. You want to hear a team that's strong on the glass. Pacific, they're allowing teams to grab fewer than 21.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. They're a top 10 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage. San Francisco has been able to do a solid job there, though, as well. 47th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. It's a Don's team that is looking to take quite a few of their shots from three, and they do shoot about 34.5% from the outside. That is a top 175 mark in the country, and they do a much better job in terms of taking care of the ball. Now for Pacific, they're outside the top 325 in terms of ball security, and a San Francisco team that causes no turnovers whatsoever, so good old situation of something's got to give. San Francisco has been outside the top 200 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, but in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, they're a top 145 team there, and for Pacific, this is a team that shoots it quite well from three-point range. They're shooting about 37%, top 50 mark in the country, with Elias Rolfe, DJ Wainwright, both of your top scorers, shooting 40+% per three. Rolfe at 6'7", gives you 6.5 boards, 16 points per game, and then Wainwright, he's been able to do a solid job throwing in there about an assist and a steal per contest as well. You've got Jayden Clayton, who's been the main point guard for this team, give you about 6 assists, 8 points, does throw in there a steal per contest. Pacific not going to put you under duress either, hovering right around about 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated on defense, and they do shoot 76% the free throw line. Top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Will give it up a little bit from three-point range, though. Right now, they're outside the top 170 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. San Francisco, they're more around about 210th in all of college basketball, and for the Pacific team, specifically at home, that does go down to 31%. So I do think the Pacific has just enough to get the job done here, but I don't know if they quite cover this number. I did set my number at a at 4.5, you do have a Pacific team that's looking to play quite slowly. In terms of total possessions frame, 301st, San Francisco 252nd. So set a total of a 140.5, 141 plus in on the under, and we'll take 5 plus here with San Francisco 753, 754. Weber State is going to be on the road against Idaho State, and Idaho State is a favorite of 1.5 to 2 points to the scheme, 153 to 153.5, and I made Weber State the 1.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. Idaho State has some just wackadoo splits right now. Idaho State is a very slow team, 308th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Weber State is looking to push some tempo. They're 88th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It is a Weber State team as a solid 3-point shooting team. They're shooting about 35% from the outside. That's a top 120 mark in the country. Idaho State, they shoot 38.9% from 3-point range at home, 31.1% away from home, and boy, are they bad on defense. At home, they're a bottom 15 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. At home, they're a top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They score about 13 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home, and I do like the main scorers for this team, as you've been able to get quite a bit of production out of both Connor Hollenbeck along Caleb Vandergreen. They combine for 25 points per game, both shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and then you've been able to get good 3-point shooting out of Jamison Guerra, who's been able to shoot 42% for 3, 9 points, 4 assists per contest. Idaho State, they're a country average team in terms of taking care of the ball, not going to put you under duress, outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and they are outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage in their home games, and Weber State has actually been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of guarding the perimeter away from home. At home, they allow opponents to shoot 34.6% from the outside. Away from home, that goes to 32%. And you've got Tejan Sani, who's been your main guy for Weber State, 17 points, 4.5 assists. He shoots about 35% from 3. Vetani Vartinen has been able to shoot about 43% from 3-point as well. Weber State in a tight spot. They shoot about 73% at the free throw line. Neither here nor there, and they're getting blasted on the inside. Weber State, well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're not bad in terms of generating turnovers. Top 175 team there. Nigel Burris has been able to give you 10 points, right around about 5 boards per contest. Edwin Suarez has been able to give you 6+ rebounds per game. And Idaho State last year was a really good team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That's taking quite a bit of a dive this year. And Weber State, they're not allowing those second chances. Weber State 48th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Idaho State is currently 146. Do think that Weber State finds a way to get the job done here and hold down an Idaho State team that's been slow but efficient. Sub by total 147.5. I like the under and Weber State on the money line. 755. 756. Alabama is on the road against Tennessee. Tennessee is a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite on this game. It is between 164.5 to 165.5, and with Tennessee, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. So 5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Alabama. It's an Alabama team that is playing a little bit short-handed right now. LeBaron Filan, he was missing in their last game, but even without him, you've got Latrell Wrightsell, who for his career has been a 40+% 3-point shooter. Amari Allen has been able to give you double figures as well, and for this bunch, you still have quite a few weapons from the outside. Aiden Holloway continues to shoot 40+% from 3-point range as well, and it looks like Filan should be able to go, and he's been able to give you 20+ points per contest. It's a Tennessee team, though, that even though the defense may not be quite what it has been in the past, they're still a top 40 team. There's points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Tennessee team that year in and year out, they do an incredible job in terms of being able to guard the 3-point line, which I think is the biggest reason why they've been always such a bother to this Alabama team, that they're a top 5 team in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. Meanwhile, for Tennessee, right now they're allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range just 29.1% at home, but Alabama's been legitimately a solid perimeter defense as well. Alabama's allowing you to shoot 33% from 3 away from up top 100 mark, and Tennessee has had their turnover issues. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. On the offensive side of things, you have had Jacoby Gillespie be able to pop off for about 18 points, 5 assists per game, but the turnovers have been an issue. Nate Amon in conference play, he's giving you 20+ points per game, and overall for the season, shoots 33% for 3 in SEC play. That's gone up to about 37% from the outside. And Tennessee, in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they and Florida are number 1 and number 2 in all of college basketball. And this is an Alabama team that they are a team that has not necessarily been the world's greatest in terms of pulling in their second and third chances. Alabama doesn't necessarily have that one dominant rebounder. They were hoping that Charles Bediako was going to be that. Obviously, that did not turn out to be the case. But even with this Alabama team being one that ranks about 242nd in terms of defensive rebound percentage, I think that their overall offense is able to hold in there, and they've been a pretty good team with regards to their interior defense as well. So set my total 164.5. I think that the Tennessee defense keeps you under at a 165 plus. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 5 plus with Alabama 757, 758. TCU is on the road against Kansas State, and Kansas State does find themselves as a 2.5 to a 3.5 point home underdog. 157.5 to 158.5 is the total, and for TCU, I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 2.5. I personally would rather lay 2.5 rather than take 3.5. I know it's not easy to play at the Octagon of Doom, but man, this Kansas State team just feels doomed at this point. As for TCU, they have been a team that's been relatively solid on the glass. Top 125 team in terms of overall rebound percentage. For Kansas State, PJ Haggerty is like your lone guy that gives you 5 plus rebounds per game. For Kansas State, they obviously let go of their coach and Jerome Tang, so now Matthew Driscoll, the former coach over at North Florida, is the interim coach. And for Haggerty, 23.5 points, 5 boards, 4 assists. He's been able to shoot about 36% from 3. And overall, it's a Kansas State team that has been able to shoot it well from 3. And if you look at their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage away from home, it's actually a top 20 mark. At home, it goes outside the top 250. So massive home and road split to the negative there. And for Kansas State, they shoot 36% from 3 at home, 35.9% away from home. So not much of a boost at home. Meanwhile, you've got a TCU group that they pretty much shoot the same from 3-point at home and away from home. And Brock Harding has been able to give you 5 plus assists per game. He runs a relatively clean ship with the team not turning the ball over a ton. David Castillo for Kansas State has been able to combine with Nate Johnson for a combined about 23 points per game between the two of them. They do shoot about 37.5% from 3, but TCU has a punch. David punch down low to give you about 14.6 half boards, pair of blocks per contest. TCU, they only shoot about 70.7% of the free throw line, but a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from them. Not great on the interior. They're outside the top 175 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but with the way that they've been a top 100 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, top 55 team in terms of generating turnovers against a Kansas State team that has been disjointed. Do think that TCU finds a way to persevere here. I mean, TCU, the 3-point favorite, like I said, I'd rather lay 2.5 rather than take 3.5 here. So I'm going to be looking at TCU in this spot. And then I'm going to be in on the total under as well, as I did make my total a 155. 759, 760. You've got Northern Kentucky, and they're going to be playing us a Wright State. Wright State hopes to be the right side, as they are a underdog here of 2.5 to 3 points. 152.5 is the total. And for Northern Kentucky, I did set them as a 2-point underdog. I like Wright State on the money line. It's a Northern Kentucky team that surprisingly has been better in terms of generating turnovers when they've been away from home rather than at home. And you've got a wackadoo split to where Wright State is as hot as lava from 3-point range away from home rather than at home. If you look at Wright State overall, they're 75th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but in a road/neutral-court venue that does ascend into the top 50 in all of college basketball. And for this Wright State team, they're right now shooting 40.1% from 3-point range away from home, 30.5% at home. And Northern Kentucky, they do shoot about 34.8% from 3-point range at home compared to 31.1% away from home. But Northern Kentucky, overall, they're 44th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis in their home games. That does go outside the top 75 in games played away from home. That goes into the top 15, so riddle me that. Meanwhile, you've got a Wright State team that's about country average in terms of generating turnovers, but I do think that Wright State is just genuinely the better team against a Northern Kentucky team that is well outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Now, Northern Kentucky is a top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, and Wright State is vulnerable there. They're outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but that said, Michael Cooper is able to give you 13 points, shoots 34% from 3. The ancillary guys, Dominic Bangona, Solomon Caglin, they've been able to combine for 19.5 points. They combine to shoot about 39% from 3, and both shoot above 75.5% at the free throw line in a pressure spot. And then TJ Birch has really been the, shall we say, quarterback of the defense. 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals, 11.5 points. Only shoots about 32% from 3. But then throw in there Michael Cooper. He's been able to supply you with about 13 points per game. I think that that's enough to win out here against a Northern Kentucky team that is very top heavy. Quartet of guys with at least 13.7 points per game. Khalil Robinson, top 3-point shooter at 38.7%, 13.5 points, 4.5 boards per contest. LJ Wells gives you a very good 14.5 points, 7 rebounds, and a steal per contest. On Vinode, 18.5 points, 4 boards, pair of assists. And then Dan Gressinger, 36% 3-point shooter, 15.5 points per game. But for Northern Kentucky, in a pressure spot, they do shoot just 71% of the free throw line. They have been a group that has been also very vulnerable in terms of giving things up with regards to the inside as well. They're outside the top 175 with regards to defensive rebound percentage. We'll say they're a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage as well, so they do give themselves some second and third chances, but it's a Wright State team that in a pressure spot, they shoot better at the free throw line, and this has been a Wright State team that's been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances in terms of defensive rebound percentage. This Wright State team is a top 150 team in the country. Meanwhile, for Northern Kentucky, they're checking in more around about 257. So I like Wright State here on the money line, made them the 2-point favorite, and I did set my total at a 150 with Northern Kentucky not being as lethal in terms of their actual 2-point shooting percentage. So I do like Wright State on the money line and the under 761, 762. Hawaii is going to be on the road facing off against Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton is a home underdog of 2.5 to 3.5 points. 157 to 158.5 is the total line for Hawaii. It is set them as a favorite of 3 points. Personally, I would rather lay 2.5 rather than take 3.5 for Fullerton. This has been a team that's been very good in terms of generating turnovers. Top 55 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for Fullerton, they've cleaned up their act with regards to their turnovers. Top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball on offense. Hawaii, they are not that. Hawaii is 323rd in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but this defense has just been so stifling. 7th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 40 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they are absolutely dominating on the boards as well. Hawaii, 15th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're not necessarily as tremendous with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but they'll give themselves second and third chances. They're a top 175 team there on Fullerton. They're not fighting for second and third chances. 345th in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. And for Hawaii, you've got Yatis Nemichka, who's not necessarily been as good of a scorer as he was a season ago, but he still give you about 10 points, 5 rebounds per game. Harry Ruidev has really been the top 3-point shooter at about 40% from the outside, 10.5 points per game. And then Isaac Johnson, Quandre Bullock, they combine for 11.5 rebounds, 26 points per game. Now, if Hawaii's in a pressure spot, they do shoot about 73% of the free throw line. They're a top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, top 50 team with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. For Fullerton, this is a group that they only shoot about 34.9% from 3-point. That's a country average mark, neither here nor there. And again, for Fullerton, they're not going to give themselves second and third chances. Josh Ward, Landon Seaman have been able to combine for 27 points per game. Ward throws in their 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists, Yona Apricatas, and then Seaman has been your top 3-point shooter at about 38% from the outside. Christian Williams also shoots 37% from 3, and it's a Fullerton team that, if they're in a pressure spot, they do shoot about 71.5% at the free throw line. I do think that's going to be a little bit of a physical game, and it's going to be probably an up and down game. As for Hawaii, even though they're so good on defense, they're playing at a very aggressive pace. 25th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Fullerton is even faster. They're 6th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but both defenses have been able to hold up relatively well, and I think that the strength of the Hawaii defense gets the job done here. Semi-total 157, so I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 here with the Rainbow Warriors. 763, 764. Stony Brook is going to be on the road against Hofstra. Hofstra does find themselves as a 12 to a 12.5 point favorite total on this game, 139.5 to 140.5. And with the pride of Hofstra, I did set them as a 10-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Stony Brook. It's a Stony Brook team that's been a top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Hofstra's even better. They're a top 25 team with that regard, and Hofstra has been able to really bomb it from 3, 37.4%. That's a top 30 mark in the country. Those go down to about 35.8% in their home games, but for Stony Brook, they're really not good on the inside. They're outside the top 275 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, but they shoot about 35% from 3. That's a top 120 mark in the country. Now, you never know what you're going to be able to get out of Eric Pratt, but he's been the top scorer for the Stony Brook team. He's been supplying 19 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. Rob Brown has been able to shoot about 36% from 3, and Andre Shikoshki, hopefully I said that correct, shoots 45% from the outside for a Stony Brook team that has been a top 175 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Hofstra looking to play relatively slow and controlled. They're outside the top 260 in terms of total possessions per game. Stony Brook more in that neighborhood, about 245th. So I do think that you get a relatively slow and controlled game. Stony Brook has been well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I do think that their defense keeps them lively in this game. So it's at a total of 138. I do like the under, even though you've got Cruz Davis on the flip side for Hofstra, who's been an absolutely incredible scorer with about 21 points per game, 4.5 assists, shoots 40% for 3. Preston Edman shoots 39% for 3. James Patterson has been in and out of the lineup, but should be good to go here. 9 points, 5 rebounds per game, and then Victory Otinu down low, 7.5 boards. Silas Sunday, 6.5 rebounds per game. Do think that the defense wins out here, and for Hofstra, if they do have to cover at the free throw line, shoot 74% at the free throw line, but they're also outside the top 250 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. So like the under, sub, I total out of 138, and I'm going to be willing to take double figures with Stony Brook, made them an underdog of 10 points. 765, 766. Boise St is on the road against Fresno St. Fresno St does find themselves as a underdog at home of 6 to 7 points. 148 to 149.5 is the total. I'm going to take the points with Fresno State. I did set them as an underdog of 3.5 points. I have a Boise State team that has been very solid on the glass. Top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Fresno State not really going to fight for a lot of second and third chances. 270th with regards to offensive rebound percentage. And Fresno State really needs needs to clean up the turnovers outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but have a Boise State team that is well outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers. And for Boise State, it just has been a defense that hasn't been the same as in the past. They're outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've had Drew Fielder along with Andrew Meadow give you versatility. They combine for about 26 points per contest, and with Fielder, who shoots 42% from three, Meadow shoots 38.5% from the outside. But now they go up against Fresno St team that's a top 30 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Boise State, they shoot 36.5% from three at home. That falls to about 32.5% away from home. Jake Heidbreder on the flip side for Fresno State, he's been a low 30s three-point shooter, but has been able to supply about 15 plus points per contest. Additionally, the ancillary guys have been able to do good jobs, as down low you get 8.5 points, 8.5 rebounds out of Wilkins, Jaquez. You've got Deshaun Gorey, who's supplying 13.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game for a Fresno State team that does get gas down low. They're currently outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Top 175 team with their own two-point shooting percentage, and for Fresno State, they are coming up with turnovers. They're a top 85 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Boise State about country average in terms of taking care of the ball. Drew Andrews, he comes over from UCLA. I just expected more out of him. 12 points, 3.5 assists, shoots 32.5% from three for an offense that has been neither here nor there. That's not really what you were expecting there. Now, for Boise State in a pressure spot, they shoot 78% at the free throw line. That's a top 20 mark in the country, and they've been pretty solid in terms of being able to get to the free throw line as well. But Fresno State, they're a top 85 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that Zayon Collins give you about 4.5 assists per game, going to help the team remain lively, and them not being underdressed as Fresno State doesn't generate a lot of turnovers allows us to be close enough for late fouls. Did some I told 147.5, so 148 plus, and on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take those points with Fresno State. 767, 768. You've got Washington State on the road against Pepperdine, and the Waves of Pepperdine are 7.5 point home underdogs. 157.5 to 158.5 is the total, and for Washington State, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points, so I'm going to be one take 7 plus here with Pepperdine for Washington State. Outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis on defense, they're a team that has been really good from 3-point range. They're a top 75 team with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. They give it up from the outside, though. They're about 290th, allowing teams to shoot 35.9% from 3-point range. At Pepperdine, they're allowing you to shoot 35.6% from the outside. That's 275th in the country, but you do have Danilo Dosic, who's been able to give you double figures at 6'10". He only gives you like 2.5 rebounds per game, but still he's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. You've got on the side of Washington State, Ace Glass, breaking glass in case of emergency for 16 points, shoots 37% from 3, and he and Richard Varvers, your top 2 scorers. Varvers, 11.5 points, he shoots 43% from 3. Both shoot above 88% at the free throw line. Amido Yeo is a 79% free throw shooter with about 10 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Pepperdine, though, has been a top 50 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. Washington State is very willing to put you on the free throw line. Of Washington State, they have a week with their interior defense outside the top 235 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Top 75 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. You've got 2 relatively mid-tempo teams. Pepperdine, in terms of total possessions per game, they're checking in about 139th in the country. Washington State, 207th, but for Pepperdine, having Aaron Clark and his versatility, about a steal, 3 assists, 15.5 points, shooting 38% from 3. I think he's going to be able to keep you lively with Kyle Phipps. 6 boards, 5 assists, 13.5 points per game. Pepperdine has had an issue taking care of the ball right around about 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but again, Washington State not really forcing the issue, and with Washington State putting teams on the charity stripe, and this Pepperdine team being a 75% free throw shooting team, they, because they're outside the top 275 with their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, I think the Pepperdine holds within this game. So did set a total here of a 152.5. I'm in on the under and the points with Pepperdine. 769, 770. UMKC, the Kangaroos of Kansas City, playouts to Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts, a favorite of 4 to 4.5 points. 146 after 147.5 is the total. I'm taking UMKC on the money line. I set them as 1.5 point favorite. Now, they are your worst against the spread team in all of college basketball, and they are awful on offense. They are outside the top 320 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They shoot 27.6% from 3-point range. Oral Roberts, what are they doing though? They shoot about 30.8% from 3. That is 327th in the country. They're outside the top 290 in terms of being able to take care of the ball. Oral Roberts is 301st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You really only have one guy on the roster for Oral Roberts that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. At the very least, Chris Jackery and Jerome Palm for this UMKC team, they combine for about 13 rebounds per game. You've got Ty Harper on the side of Oral Roberts, who shoots 85% of the free throw line, 17.5 points per game. And Oral Roberts, if they do need to cover at the free throw line, they do shoot 75.4% of the free throw line. That is a top 100 mark in the country. That's one thing that they're doing well, but they're also outside the top 240 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 225 towards opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they're outside the top 300 with their own 3-point shooting percentage. You're not taking care of the ball. You've got Afi Neva, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and Connor Dow does shoot about 33% from three, 12 points per game. But for Kansas City, for as bad as it is, you do have a few feature guys for the team, as you've been able to get right around about 12 points per game out of Uriah Evans, who's been able to throw in there about 2.5 rebounds, 4 assists per game. And then Carmelo Branch is shooting about 32.5% from three, along Jason Petty. These two guys combined for about 23 points per game. UMKC only shoots about 69% at the free throw line. They're outside the top 300 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage on offense and defense, and on 3-point shooting percentage on offense and defense as well. But they've been a top 175 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. I think Oral Roberts is going to be very sloppy with the ball, and for UMKC, they're giving up a lot of second and third chances, but so is this Oral Roberts team in what I think is going to be a rough game. Oral Roberts, a mid-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game. They're checking in right around about 145th. I think they get a little bit more of a slog that UMKC finally pulls out. I set UMKC as a 1.5-point favorite. I like them on the money line, and I'm going to be in on the under semi-total at a 140.5, 771, 772. Omaha is going to be on the road against St. Thomas. Since St. Thomas is a 12.5-point favorite, 157.5 is the total. And for the Tommies, I did set them as a favorite of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take out 12 plus for Omaha, being able to get back your main scorer in Paul D. Boje, who transferred in from Miami. He missed the first 13 games of the season. Is big. He's been giving this team right around about 18.5 points, 6.5 boards, shoots 43% from three-point range. So that helps out Lance Waddles, Tony Osborne, pair of guys that shoot 38.8% from three. They combine for about 25.5 points per game. Omaha, they're not doing anything magical on defense. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Not bad in terms of guarding the arc, and it is a St. Thomas team that's a top 50 team with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. Now for Omaha, they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They are not coming up with a lot of second and third chances, and that's the one thing that the St. Thomas team is not doing. St. Thomas will be a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis if they grab any sort of offensive rebounds whatsoever. But for Omaha, they're about 108th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. St. Thomas is not allowing second and third chances either. 55th in the country with this regard. Noel Minsale, even though he's been shooting less than 32% from three, he's been your top scorer with about 20 points per game. I think that Jashawn Glover has been able to give this Omaha team right around about 11 points, 4 boards, 2.5 assists per game. He's going to have his hands full with a lot of the ancillary guys for St. Thomas shooting as well from three, as they are, is like Parker Bejurke at 6'9", 10 points. He shoots 40+% from 3-point. Nick Jankowski, Isaiah Johnson, Agriu, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of helping out as well. Jankowski, 37% 3-point shooters, 17 points per game. Agriu, about 11 points per contest. Both of these teams are not looking to play aggressively fast, but they're playing a little bit more up-tempo. St. Thomas, 127th in terms of total possessions per game. Omaha more around about 165th, and Omaha being outside the top 275 in terms of points a lot on a per possession basis, I think allows this game to get a little bit more up and down. Semi-total 157.5. Right now, seeing 157 to 157.5 at the 157, like the overhand for Omaha. I think that they'll hold in there. I'm willing to take the 12 plus with them, set them as an 11.5 point dog. 773, 774. Oregon State is on the road against Santa Clara. Santa Clara is a 16.5 to a 17.5 point favorite. Total game 151.5 to 153.5, and maybe by line 16.5. So I'm going to be willing to take those points. For Oregon State, they are not an up-tempo team whatsoever. They're about 280th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 290 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, they are also giving up a lot of second and third chances. They're giving up about 33.4% of opponents' missed shots as an offensive rebound away from home. That's well outside the top 300 in Santa Clara. They've been able to do a nice job in terms of cashing in on second and third chances. Top 25 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. For Santa Clara, they're not the same 3-point shooting team that they've been in the past, shooting about 34.5% from three, country average mark, but they're a top 45 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, and they've also been very good in terms of generating turnovers. Top 40 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, with Christian Hammond give you 16 points, shoots 40% from three. Alan Graves is shooting 40% from three, great for his fertility. 11.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Jake Amsinger doesn't give you a ton of scoring, but with about 6.5 points, 3 assists, 5 rebounds per game, he's got really good versatility. And for Oregon State, you really don't have anyone that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. Jonah Munch, depending upon the day, he gives you 5+ rebounds. In the last game, he had a few more rebounds, so he's up to 5.3 rebounds per game. One guy on the roster that's about 4.4 rebounds per game is Josiah Lake, a little bit of a do-it-all guy. Steal and a half, 4 boards, 4.4 rebounds, 13 points per game. Shoots 39.5% from three. Oregon State does shoot about 35.5% from three-point. They've been relatively solid there, but do have a Santa Clara team that I think is going to be able to do a solid job in terms of stifling them a little bit at home. Their line teams that shoot 31.9% from the outside. Oregon State has been a top 175 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. So I think that keeps the scoring a little bit lower. Santa Clara not as fast as they have been in the past, 108th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I do think that Santa Clara going to be able to own things down low. I think we've gone just a little bit too far with this total, though, with Des White give you about 9.5 points per game and being one of the main guys for Oregon State. And I do think that Oregon State does just enough to hold in there. So set my line at 16.5. We'll take 17 plus here with the Beavs, and I'm in on the under. Set my total 146.5, 775, 776. Baylor is going to be on there against Central Florida. Central Florida is a favorite of 2.5 points, 158.5 to 160.5 is the total. I do like this total to the under. I set my total 158.5 for Baylor. They've been slowed down ever since conference play has began. Overall for the season, they are ranking about 119th in terms of total possessions per game, and last few games have been a little bit more up-tempo based on the competition, but since conference play has began, they've been well outside the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game. Central Florida, a little bit more of an up-tempo team, 95th in terms of total possessions per game, and I think the UCF is able to get the job done. They've been able to do a great job on the offensive glass, and really both of these teams have been. Baylor is a top 25 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Central Florida is a top 50 team, and Central Florida is better on the defensive glass. Top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Baylor is 265th, and Baylor is outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Recognize that Central Florida leaves a lot to be desired as well. They're 210th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've also got the best facilitator in this game. That'd be Themis Fultz, 14 points, 7 assists, shoots 45% from 3. And then Riley Kugel, Jordan Burks, they combine for 27.5 points. They combine to shoot about 39% from 3. Michael Stillwell is able to give you 8 rebounds per game for Central Florida. They've also been able to do a nice job under pressure at the free throw line at 75%+ at the charity stripe. They do give it up on the inside. This Central Florida team is outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Baylor group that has not been good with their perimeter defense. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot over 34.5% from 3 outside the top 225 with that regard. They're pretty solid on the inside, top 55 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Cameron Carr, he drives things. He gives you 19 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 38% from 3. Obi Edgem is out shooting 37.5% from the outside with 11 points per game. And Isaac Williams doesn't do a ton outside of shooting threes, about 10 points, 3 assists, but he does shoot 45% from 3. But it's a very, shall we say, top-heavy Baylor team that doesn't put you under duress, doesn't generate a lot of turnovers, and they give up far more second chances than Central Florida. And I do think that Central Florida finds a way to get the job done here. Want to lay up to 4 with UCF, and I'm in on the under. So I total 158.5, 777, 778. Seton, Cal State Northridge is going to be on the road against UC Riverside, and Riverside does find themselves as a pretty sizable underdog here, as you're going to be catching with them between 4.5 to 5 points on this game, 156.5 to 157.5. I said Northridge has a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Seton is looking to absolutely gun it, 4th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Riverside, they're fast, but they're not aggressively fast, 99th in terms of total possessions per game. Riverside is going to have a little bit of a tough time on the glass at home. They're allowing teams to grab over 29.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's outside the top 225 in the country. And Seton, top 25 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Both of these teams have had their fair share of turnover issues. Riverside is outside the top 260 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Seton is right around about 231st. And for Seton, you have to be fearful of the fact that they shoot less than 67% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 40 mark in the country. But having a guy, Larry Hughes Jr., give you 18 points, shoot 42% from 3, that helps out with that. Josiah Davis very nearly had a triple-double with turnovers in the last game, but 14 points, 7 assists. He's able to flow the offense, and then Joshua Guerrero has been able to give you 9+ rebounds per game. Mohamed Fofana has been able to give you about 8 boards at steal per contest. And then on the flip side, you got a UC Riverside team that are starting to find some guys that are worthy, and Markel Worthy, who's been able to give you 15 points, 4.5 boards, and each of your top 4 scorers who give you between 4.6 and 5.6 rebounds per game. So you have a little bit of, shall we say, balance there for Riverside. They have been, though, outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. I do like BJ Colley, give you about 5.5 boards, a little bit over a block per contest. It's one of the better shot blocking teams in the country, but that said, for this Riverside team, they are one that really does give it up quite a bit on the inside. And with Seton, I do think that they find a way to get the job done with their rebounding advantage. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Seton, made them a 5.5 point favorite. Set a total here of a 157.5 at the 156.5. I'm in on the over, 779, 780. St. John's is playing goes to Villanova. Villanova, an underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. Tallest game between 145.5 to 146.5. And for Nova, I did set them as a underdog here of 7.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 7 with St. John's. St. John's coming off of that just embarrassing loss a few days ago. And surprisingly, they're giving up some second and third chances. St. John's, 123rd in terms of defense rebound percentage. At home, teams grab only 24.1%. Other missed shots as an offensive rebound, over 31% away from home. And Nova's going to give up some second and third chances. 270th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. St. John's is doing the little things well. Top 40 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Top 45 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They still need to find that point guard, as Ubi Ejiofor right now is your leader in assists, 15 14.5 points, 7 boards, 3.5 assists per contest, but you've been able to have Isaiah Sellers give you something from the outside, 10 points, shoots 35% from 3. Ian Jackson has been able to shoot 36% from 3. He supplies you with about 10 points per contest. Even not having a point guard, St. John's is a top 90 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Not a great shooting team. They're outside the top 200 with their 2-point shooting percentage, but grabbing those second and third chances, that helps out big time, and they've been very good in terms of not allowing a lot on the inside. They're a top 55 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. We'll say for Villanova, top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage away from them. They're actually far better away from them rather than at home, and they themselves, top 100 team, shooting 35.6% from 3. Bryce Lindsey, who led the way to begin the season, he's down to about 12.5 points per game. He's been rather ineffective recently, but Arcaden Lewis, Tyler Perkins, they combine for about 26.5 points per game, and Perkins especially has been able to kick it up, shooting 35% from 3, 5.5 rebounds per game, and Duke Brandon, he's been very dominant down low for this team. He's been giving you about 12 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. Lone guy in the roster, though, that gives you over 5.6 rebounds per game. Devin Askew is that sharpshooter, shooting about 42.5% from the outside, and it is a Villanova team that does a great job taking care of the ball. Top 60 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. If you look at just raw points scored on a per possession basis, this Villanova team, they are 60th in all of college basketball. St. John's, they're more around about 78th, but I do think that with St. John's, they're going to be able to really put the pressure on. I think that they're going to do the little things well, not allow Villanova to get those second and third chances, and that allows St. John's to be able to get the job done here. Villanova, in terms of total possessions per game, is really looking to slow down as they're right around about 271st in terms of total possessions per game. St. John's looking to push tempo at 33rd, so set a total of a 145.5. I'm going to lay it to 7 with St. John's, and a 146 plus, I like the under. 781, 782, you've got Duquesne, and they're going to be on the road against St. Louis, and St. Louis does find themselves as a favorite here of 15.5 points. 160.5 to 161.5 is the total, and for St. Louis, I did set them as a sizable favorite here of 16.5 points. I'm actually going to be willing to lay it. For Duquesne, they just don't do a great job in terms of taking care of the ball outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and the defense has been lackadaisical. 152nd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I know that St. Louis has had a few tough goes of it over the last few days, but this is a team that's very complete. They're a top 20 team with regards to overall rebound percentage. They are 9th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're 13th in the country, and if you look specifically at their home games in terms of their offense, this kicks up into the top 6 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and a lot of people are going to look at the St. Louis team and recognize Robbie Avila along Josh Schertz, but it's really as a whole is greater than the sum of its parts sort of approach, as right now you've got 8 different guys that are able to supply you with at least 7 points per contest. Heck, Brady Dunlap, who's at 8th scorer, he's shooting like 43% from 3-point range, and out of their top 8 scores, you've got pretty much all but 2 of them shooting at least 35% from 3. Trey Green shoots 46% from the outside, 11.5 points per contest, and for the St. Louis team, even though you don't necessarily have a single guy that gives you over 6 rebounds per game, just everyone does their part. You've got 6 different guys that give you at least 4.1 rebounds per game. It's a St. Louis team that's also a top 10 team with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Lone kryptonite that you've got is that this team is outside the top 150 in terms of ball security, and to the credit of Duquesne, they've been a top 110 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but right now they're outside the top 150 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Pretty solid down low. Duquesne, top 75 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Terrence Gunyard, Jimmy Williams, these two guys combine for about 32 points per game, and they combine to shoot about 37% from the outside. John Hughley, he's been able to give you 9 points, 4 boards, but he hasn't been himself, dealing with a lot of injury. Jacob Nieses does shoot 44% from 3 with about 8 points per game. It's a Duquesne team that has been a top 175 team with regards to rebound percentage, but again, they're just not the same team as the St. Louis team, and they're going to put you on the free throw line. Duquesne is a top 60 team with regards to free throw attempts allowed to their opponents on a per possession basis, and I do think that St. Louis going to be able to control this game. So I did set St. Louis as a favorite of 16.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. St. Louis, top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. Duquesne is playing quite fast as well. They are about 75th in terms of total possessions per game, so maybe by total a 164.5. I like the over. 783, 784. You've got Ole Miss on the road against Auburn. Auburn is a 10 to a 10.5 point favorite total on this game, 152.5 to 153.5. And with Auburn, I did set them as a favorite of 10 points. So I'm going to be willing to take 10.5 plus here with Ole Miss. Ole Miss is doing one thing well. Top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. It's a Mississippi team that's not quite the same offense as they've been in the past. They're about 178th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're going to get blasted on the glass. They're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage. And Auburn has been a top 20 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound, and no doubt about it, this has been an Auburn team that's been very good on offense. They're a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Keshawn Hall has been the main headline guy as he's been able to give you 20 points, 7 rebounds per game. And Taj Bedford, he does give you 14 points and 3 assists per game, but shooting less than 30% from three-point range. He's been leaving a lot to be desired there. And it's a Mississippi team that certainly has been rough with regards to their defense as well in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 208th in all of college basketball. Auburn has been even worse, though. Auburn 296th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're just absolutely giving it up from around the perimeter, and having A.J. Storr for Ole Miss, I know that he's not necessarily the greatest team guy in the world, but he's been able to shoot darn near 40% from three-point. He's been able to give you 14.5 points per game. You've got Peyton Prinkins, who shoots 40+% from three, 8.5 points per contest for Ole Miss. Overall, they're shooting about 33% as a collective, so they leave something to be desired there. They have been outside the top 225 with regards to that defensive rebound percentage as well, so you've got a lot of issues with this team, but they're not bad getting to the free throw line. They shoot about 74.5% at the charity stripe, and Alimas Cardine has been able to give you about 11 points, 4 assists per contest, and then Malik Dia, that lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, he's been able to fly about 6 boards per contest. Auburn is going to have that nice edge on the inside, but again, the backcourt play has not necessarily been amazing. They take care of the ball, top 60 team with regards to field turnovers on a per possession basis, and they rely very much on their free throw shooting. Auburn, a top 5 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. Kevin Overton, 10.5 points. He's been able to shoot 37% for three. For Auburn, to their credit, each of your top 3 scorers, and Pettiford, Hall, and Overton, they do shoot at least 83% at the free throw line, but Ole Miss is a pretty solid team in terms of not fouling in. They should be able to find open looks against an Auburn team that's allowing you to shoot 37% from three. So I'm going to be willing to take 10.5 plus here with Ole Miss. And I did set a total here of a 154, so I'm also in on the over 785, 786. Arkansas is on the road against Florida. Florida, a 9.5 to a 10-point favorite total on this game, 168.5 to 169.5. I actually like the under. I set my total at a 165. Florida is shooting just 28.5% from three-point range at home. That is a bottom 20 mark in the country, and I recognize that Arkansas is going to be blown away on the glass. Arkansas about 129th with regards to rebound percentage. Florida is second, and depending upon the day, they're either number 1 or number 2 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Florida, despite their bad three-point shooting, they're 26th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis and playing up tempo in terms of total possessions per game. They are checking in the top 50 in the country. And Arkansas, they're third in the country in terms of points per possession on offense, and obviously playing up tempo as well, 26 in terms of total possessions per game. But Arkansas has been pretty good with regards to perimeter defense as well. They're allowing teams who shoot less than 31.5% from three can be out on the inside. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' shoot-point shooting percentage, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. And you've got a Florida team that's been able to do a very solid job on the inside in terms of opponents' shoot-point shooting percentage. We've got a Florida unit that is in the top 10 in the country, but I do think that Trevon Brazile, who's been able to give you 12 plus points, shoots a 930s from three, gives you 5 plus rebounds per game. Malik Ewan, who's able to give you a block per contest. I think that they're going to do just enough to help out this backcourt that has been absolutely incredible. Darius Acuff giving you 22 plus points, shooting 40% from three. Malik Thomas, 15 plus points, shoots above from three to be able to hold in there. And then for Florida, you got Thomas Ha, who's been able to give you 17 points, 6 rebounds. Ruben Chinyelu, 11.3 points, 11.5 boards, and a block per contest. Like, it's such a good low post team. And if you could get Boogie Fine going, he looked a little bit better a few nights ago earlier in the week. He's been able to supply about 11.5 points per game, but shoots just 21% from three. You're really looking at something here, and I do think that Florida gets the job done, but I just don't quite think that they cover, because if they do go to the free throw line, they shoot just 71% at the charity stripe. Again, just not great with that perimeter play. They are letting go of the ball outside the top 160 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. I think that keeps Arkansas in the game, so I like the under, so I total 165, and won't take anything above 7 points here with Arkansas. 787, 788. Utah Tech is on the road against Southern Utah, and Southern Utah does find themselves as a good size underdog here, as you're going to be catching with them 1 to 1.5 points. Total on this game between 156 to 157. And for Utah Tech, I made them a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Southern Utah team that's just getting lambasted on defense, 316th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Utah Tech is allowing teams to shoot less than 30% from three-point range, and Southern Utah, they're not even excelling in offense. They're 317th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. For Southern Utah, they're shooting from three-point range right around about 38.2% at home, but with the way the Utah Tech guards the perimeter, that goes out the window. Utah Tech, they shoot about 34.5% from three, top 150 mark in the country, but I mean, this is a team that they can really go inside. Utah Tech has been about to run 6th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, neither here nor there. They shoot away from home 72.5%. The free throw line, again, relatively country average, and same goes for Southern Utah. For Southern Utah, you've been able to get relatively good production out of a pair of guys in Jaden Faroa along with Elijah Duvall. Both of these guys have been able able to combine for about 27 to 28 points per contest. And Ferrell, very versatile. He shoots 41% from three, block and a half, 6.5 rebounds per game. And then Tanner Hayhurst does shoot 47.5% from three-point range. He's been able to supply you with about 10 points per contest, but it's a Southern Utah team that is outside the top 200 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, as they're allowing tons and tons of second and third chances. They're looking to push you inside, but they're still outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage as well. And for Utah Tech, they have been a country average team with regards to their opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they are a team that does a great job on the inside. They've been a top 80 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Not going to give themselves a lot there, but Ethan Potter, 16 points, 8 rebounds per game. Noah Belonga, 12.5 points, 6 boards, and then you've got a nice sharpshooter in Jashawn Holt, shooting 41.5% for three, 11.5 points per game. I think that that's enough for Utah Tech to go on the road to be able to get the job done here, and to have a Southern Utah team that's looking to push some tempo, 62nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Utah Tech. I did set my total here at more of a 154.5 just because of Southern Utah's inability to really shoot it well from three, so I'm going to be in on the under 789, 790 for Virginia Tech on the road against North Carolina. UNC is a favorite of 6.5 points on this game, 148.5 to 150, and I do like the over. I set my total at a 152.5. It's a North Carolina team that is still dealing with the Caleb Wilson injury. I'd be very surprised if he plays in this game, but getting back Henry Visar is very big, as this North Carolina team has been very supreme on the inside. They're a top 30 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage at home. That goes into the top 10 in the country, and they're a top 45 team with their own two-point shooting percentage. They're a country average team both with their own three-point shooting percentage and opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they need to kick it up at the free throw line at 68%. That's not great, but North Carolina makes the most out of their possessions. Top 20 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. For Virginia Tech, they're a top 75 team with this regard as well, but for North Carolina, having Visar give you 16 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, that gives them by far the best low post presence in this game. As Virginia Tech is well outside the top 175 in terms of rebound percentage. Jerron Stevenson has been able to step up, give about 4 boards, right around about 8 points per game. Luka Brodovich in the backcourt is up to about 10 points per game as well. And on the flip side for Virginia Tech, it is a team that, again, they do a nice job taking care of the ball. Top 125 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. And it's a North Carolina team that, away from home, they're allowing you to shoot over 38% from three-point range. At home, that goes down to less than 31.5%. So they've been a much better defense when they've been at home rather than away from home. And for this Virginia Tech team, away from home, from three-point range, they're shooting more in that neighborhood, about 36.2%. So that is a top 60 mark in the country. Amani Hansberry down low has been able to give you about 7.5 boards, 14.5 points per game. Shoots about 34.5% from three. They get back Toby Lual, who's dealing with injury throughout much of the season, 12 points, 9 boards per contest. But for Virginia Tech, outside the top 260 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, hovering around 200 with their own two-point shooting percentage, I think that they lose this game on the inside. So I'm going to lay with North Carolina, made them a 10.5 point favorite, and like the over, set by total 152.5, 781, 792. Tarleton is going to be on the road against Cal Baptist, and Cal Baptist does find themselves as a 7 to a 7.5 point favorite, 138.5 to 139.5 is the total, and I'm willing to lay up to 8 with Cal Baptist, made them an 8.5 point favorite. Now Cal Baptist well outside the top 225 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, and we're going to have dueling tempos in this game. Cal Baptist are on 27th in terms of total possessions per game. Tarleton is 57th. They've slowed down a little bit with all the injuries, but they did get back Dior Johnson in that last game, and he's been giving you over 20 points per game. She's 40+% from three. Tarleton, they don't launch a lot of threes. As a matter of fact, 365 Division I teams, 365th in terms of percentage, other field goal attempts that come from three, but they do shoot about 33.3% on the sparing amount of threes that they take away from home. That's a country average mark, and for Cal Baptist, where they're going to be able to dominate this game is on the boards, as they're a top 20 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage. You got Kristen Backba, who's been able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. Freddie X throws in there a few boards, but Tarleton is 306th in the country with regards to their overall rebound percentage. Tarleton, amazing in terms of generating turnovers. Depending upon the day, they're somewhere in the top 3 to top 5 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and Cal Baptist has been outside the top 240 in terms of ball security, but Dominique Daniels, 22 points per game. He only shoots about 30% for three, but gives you 3.5 assists, 4 boards per contest. It's a Cal Baptist team that has been very good with their interior defense as well. Top 50 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Ironically, they're outside the top 300 with their own two-point shooting percentage, but the way that they get so many second and third chances with Tom Sendong, Brady Henjai, they only combine for about 9.5 points, but these two guys have been able to combine for 12.6 rebounds per game. That allows them to be able to dominate down low. It's a Tarleton State team that's also outside the top 340 with regards to their own ball security. They turn the ball over way too much. Cal Baptist in a pressure spot, they only shoot about 71.5% of the free throw line, but Tarleton, they're going to foul you a ton. That'll send Cal Baptist to the free throw line and let them get the job done. I do think that Cal Baptist is going to do a great job holding up defensively, so I like the under, so I told 135.5, and I'm willing to lay up to 8 here with Cal Baptist. 783, 784. Seattle's on the road against Loyola Marymount, and the Mount is a 1.5 point favorite, seeing a 1 out there as well. Total this game between 137 to 138.5, and with the Mount. I did set them as a underdog of 1.5 points. I like Seattle on the money line. Now, Seattle's awful on offense. They're outside the top 280 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it is a pair of teams that are relatively mid-tempo. In terms of Seattle, they're 156th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, with Loyola Marymount about 169th. And Loyola Marymount, they've been a top 50 team with regards to their interior defense in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Not a great team on the board, so 285th with regards to overall rebound percentage. It's a Seattle team that's even worse at 328th, so that kryptonite of Seattle not going to be unearthed, and I do think that Seattle has the best overall scorer in this game, and Brayden Maldonado has been able to give you 14 points. Shoots 36.5% from three. Team as a whole, they shoot 33% from three. Seattle hovering right around about 240th with regards to their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and their free throw shooting percentage, ironically as well, but they're a top 50 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They allow opponents to only shoot about 32% from 3-point, and it is a Loyola Marymount team that's looking to launch a little bit more from the outside, because you do have Rodney Hot Rod Brown, who's been able to give you 14 points on 37.5% 3-point shooting, and Jay Amy, 15 points. He's able to shoot about 36% from three. For the Mount, they only shoot about 70.5% the free throw line. Same mark as Seattle. They've been allowing quite a bit from 3-point. They're outside the top 175 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and them not pulling in a lot of, shall we say, offensive rebounds. And Loyola Marymount's outside the top 210 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, with Seattle being a top 25 team in terms of generating turnovers. I think that allows the Seattle team to get the job done, with guys like Will Hembroit giving you 2.5 blocks, 12 rebounds per game. John Chrysophilus has been able to give you about 6 points per game. Now, you've been able to have Jan Vide give out about 4 assists per contest, but the sloppiness, I think, kills Loyola Marymount in this spot, and I just think that neither offense gets a lot going. Like the under, so I told 133.5, and I like Seattle on the money line, made them a 1.5 point favorite. 795, 786 on the card. Meet the Cal State Bakersfield Roadrunners. Playoffs to Long Beach State. Long Beach State, 3.5 to 4.5 point road favorites. Total on this game, it is between 153.5 to 154.5, and I do like the under. Set my total 151. Now, recognize that you've got a Bakersfield team that's looking to play quite up tempo in terms of total possessions per game. They're checking in 29th in the country. Long Beach State, fast but not aggressively fast, 76th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This Bakersfield team is just awful on offense. They're outside the top 330 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 310 in terms of both their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. I will say they're about 104th in terms of free throw shooting percentage, so they do a relatively solid job there. It's a Bakersfield team, though, that is also 299th with regards to their overall rebound percentage. And I will say this, even though Long Beach State is not a great defense, they're about 247th in the country, third points allowed on a per possession basis. That actually increases to the top 220 when they are away from them. They don't allow a ton of second and third chances. Top 105 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Bakersfield has been a respectable top 175 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but they themselves are giving up a lot of second and third chances. And with this Bakersfield team, they've been looking to Ron Jessme down low to be able to give you a pair of blocks, 6 boards, 12.5 points per game. CJ Hardy along Jaden Alexander have been two of your top outside shooters, and right now Alexander's out of the fold. CJ Hardy has been in and out. He's returned in the last few games, but he went out in that San Diego game early after he scored 0 points, so his status is unclear. Dalen Smith has been able to give you 16 points per game, and his team is outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Meanwhile, you've got a Long Beach State team that they themselves have been outside the top 250 in terms of taking care of the ball, but Bakersfield, they are a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers, but aren't what they have been in the past and missing some of their better players in terms of generating turnovers. Long Beach State, country average team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They only shoot about 32% from three, but Gavin Sykes, 18 points, shoots 36% for three. Peter Mastrovich comes over from Syracuse, about 15 points, 6 boards. He's been able to give you a little bit of versatility with about a steal and a half per contest. Rob Diaz has done a nice job in the backcourt, give you about 3 assists per game, and then Shaquille Bender with his 11 points per game. And Long Beach State being a team that shoots about 74% in the free throw line, that's the top 150 mark. I do think that that's enough to be able to get the job done here, so I'm willing to lay the number, made Long Beach State the 5-point favorite, and I like the under. Set my total 151, 797, 798. Nevada's going to be on the road against UNLV. UNLV is the home underdog here of 1.5 points. So this game, it is 150.5 to 151.5. I said Nevada's a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a UNLV team that has been giving up a little bit more than what you'd like from 3-point range right now. UNLV, they're clocking in right around about 317th in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and it's a Nevada team that they've been doing a relatively okay job in terms of guarding the arc at home. Away from them, this goes to 38.8%, but luckily enough for UNLV, they've been a much better 3-point shooting team when they've been away from home rather than at home. And Nevada, they just shoot it well from the outside overall, 37.3% overall. That goes to only about 37% away from them. UNLV, they shoot 31.4% from 3-point range at home, 37% away from them. Now, I will say that they have perhaps the best overall score in this game, as you've been able to get right around about 20.5 points, 3.5 boards per game out of Dre Gibbs Lawhorn. He's shooting 41% from 3. And then Tyron Jones, good versatility. He gives you about 11.5 points, 5 boards, 2 blocks, a steal per contest, and UNLV has been good at pickpocketing. They've been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they're really not doing a great job on the inside either. They're outside the top 175 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. Nevada's been ghastly on the inside. They're outside the top 3 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, but they're a top 15 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and they shoot 75.5% at the free throw line. They take care of the ball. They're a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Bit of a tempo war here. UNLV 60th in terms of total possessions per game. Nevada is 273rd, but keep in mind that these two teams met up in Reno a few weeks ago, and Nevada was able to win that game very comfortably, 89-76. I don't think that's going to be quite a double-figure game, but I do think that Nevada just has their number here with Elijah Price. Give you 13.9 boards. He's rock solid down low. Even though you've got Emmanuel Stevens back, he hasn't necessarily been what they were hoping for when he transferred in from Arizona. to Sean Comer shoots in the mid-30s from 3, 12 points per contest. Von Weems, 8 points, 43% three-point shooter. I think that Nevada goes bombs away from three-point range, and I do think that this is going to be a rather up-and-down game. I did set my total at a 151.5. Right now, seeing a 115.5, like the over, and a multiple up to 3 with Nevada, 799, 800 on the card. Grand Canyon on the road against Utah State. Utah State is a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. 148.5 to 149.5 is the total line with Utah State. I did set them as a favorite of 10.5 points, so one to lay the 9.5. It's a Grand Canyon team that I just don't really trust them on offense. Their defense is great. They're a team that ranks in the top 20 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home, and two relatively mid-tempo teams. Grand Canyon is about 210th in terms of total possessions per game, 193rd with his Utah State team, and if Grand Canyon can get to the free throw line, they have a chance because they're actually 77th in the country with regards to their overall free throw shooting percentage. But that said, this is a team that they shoot below 25% from three-point range away from home. That is a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball, 26.9%. They've went up a little bit since we last checked, but still, I mean, it's a bottom 30 mark in the country. Meanwhile, Utah State, they actually shoot better away from home rather than at home. Utah State overall is a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That does fall outside the top 40 at home, but that said, you've got a Utah State team that has been very good on the inside. They're a top 30 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. You have a Grand Canyon team that's been in the top 25 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. It's a Grand Canyon team, though, that they have a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 240 in terms of ball security. Utah State, they're a top 35 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and then you've got MJ Collins, your top scorer in this game, 18 plus points per game. Now, Jaden Henley on the flip side for Grand Canyon, about 18 points, 5.5 boards, 3 assists, 2.5 per contest, but shoots to 27% from 3. You've got Nana Wusu-Onane and Brian Moore Jr., who combined to shoot about 37.4% from 3, and Owusu-Onane has good versatility, 8.5 boards, a steal and a half, nearly a block per contest, and then you've been able to get some good production out of F.A. Demaril, who's been able to supply about 5 boards, a block, 8.5 points per game, so like these guys. But for Utah State, Mason Flosloff and what he's able to bring to the table, I think is going to be able to trump all that. He gives you 16 points, pair of steals, 5.5 boards, shoots 42% for 3. Kobe King has been the king of shooting 42% for 3. Utah State, they do shoot just 70.5% at the free throw line, but with the way that they're able to be a top 50 team as well in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, best way to be able to get to them is by shooting it well from the outside. Grand Canyon does not. I think that allows Utah State to get the job done here. I'm going to lay with Utah State, made them a favorite of 10.5 points, and I like the under. Semi-total 142.5, 801, 802. Cal Poly is going to be on the road against UC San Diego. San Diego is a favorite here of anywhere between 6 to 6.5 points. So on this game, 162.5. Maybe my line 6. So don't want to go past the 6, but I'm going to be willing to lay the 6. And you do have a Cal Poly team that shoots it much better from 3-point range away from home rather than at home. They shoot 35.5% in a roadside shoot score venue, 31.3% at home. Meanwhile, you've got a UC San Diego team that's been very weird with their splits as well. UC San Diego, they shoot 31.3% from 3-point range when they're at home compared to about 35.6% away from home. And it's a San Diego team that under pressure spot, they only shoot 68.8% at the free throw line. That hovers right around about 300th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Cal Poly team that just is not taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And for San Diego, they've been able to do a nice job on the inside. They're a top 75 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. San Diego is well outside the top 250 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're pretty solid in terms of not allowing second and third chances. At home, teams are only grabbing 21% of their misses as an offensive rebound. Cal Poly, more of a country average team, 191st in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do like what you're able to get out of Hama Busa. I do think is the top scorer in this game right now. now about 20.5 points. She's 38% from three. And you've got Jess Isis, who's been a relatively good three-point shooter as well for this Cal Poly team. He's been in and out of the lineup, but has been able to emerge for them over the last few games. So that's really been able to be a nice boost for them. And it's a Cal Poly team that now they've got even more depth with being a top 10 team in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UC San Diego, they're much more of a mid-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game. This UC San Diego team, they're checking in more around about 149th in the country, and they're looking to control things on the inside, even though they do have a really nice sharpshooter in Alex Shulkin, comes over from Lafayette. He's been shooting 42% for three, 10 points per contest. Leo Beth, about 5 boards, steal and a half, 12.5 points per game. San Diego, not the same team in terms of generating turnovers from a season ago, but doing the little things very well. Top 75 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Their line teams to shoot only about 32.5% from three-point range themselves, and this is a Cal Poly team that will leave themselves open to giving up some open looks. They've been outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Cal Poly is allowing teams from three-point range to shoot in that neighborhood about 35.2%. Meanwhile, for UC San Diego, in their home games, right now teams are shooting about 33% from three against them. So do you think that you get a higher scoring game? So my line at 6.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the 6 in. So I told 162.5 at the 162. I like the over. 803, 804. UC Santa Barbara is going to be on the road against UC Irvine. Zaza, the Anteaters are 2.5 to 3.5 point favorites. 139.5 to 140.5 is the total line. I like the under. So I told 137.5 for Santa Barbara. This has been a top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they're just around 29th in terms of total possessions per game. Irvine is looking to push some tempo. They're 59th in terms of total possessions per game, but man, oh man, this team is able to just absolutely lock down with their defense. For Irvine, they'll give up a few open looks from three. They're aligned teams to shoot about 33% from the outside, but they're a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Numero uno in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They haven't given up second and third chances. They're outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got a Santa Barbara team that's actually been a top 30 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. Santa Barbara, okay in terms of generating second and third chances, top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and Ada Mahaney has done a nice job of being able to shoot about 40% for three-point range, gives you about 15 points per game. But Mario Little, he was one of the main facilitators with about 4.5 assists per game. He's injured once again, so that means that you're trusting in CJ Shaw to be able to give you a little bit more in the backcourt, 12 points per game. He shoots about 42.5% for three, and Zion Sensley has been able to supply about 8 boards, 11.5 points per game for a Santa Barbara team that they can be at very much on the inside. They're outside the top 240 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They allow opponents to shoot 34.5% for three. They've been improving with their defense, but still a work in progress, and this is a squad that has been having a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 230 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Irvine is there as well, but Irvine is also a top 80 team in terms of the turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense, and you got Jerry Dixon give you about 15.5 points, shoots 40% for three. Kyle Evans, 3.5 blocks per contest, 12 points per game. Now, if you do have trepidation with Irvine, they do shoot 68.5% at the free throw line. That's hovering right around about 300th in all of college basketball. Santa Barbara, more around about 76 at the free throw line, but with the overall strength of this Irvine defense, the way that you just really can't break through that line, I do think that Irvine gets the job done in a slug. So my line at 5.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I like the under. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games 805, 806. You've got St. Mary's, and they're going to be playing against Gonzaga. Gonzaga is a 2.5 point road favorite total on this game. It is 143.5. This opened up at a 1.5, and I personally laid the 1.5. I set my line at 2.5, so 2 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with Gonzaga. 3 or more, that would be becoming my buy point on St. Mary's. Like I said, personally, I laid the 1.5 overnight with Gonzaga, but that said, this is a Gonzaga team that is completely different than in the past. They're a top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a country average 3-point shooting team. They're still a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but right now it's been Graham Ike and not a whole lot else, and this is a game that should not involve a lot of second and third chances. Gonzaga is a top 10 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. St. Mary's is third. We saw the first time around that was an under in that game for Gonzaga. You had Ike giving you about 20 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, who becomes an ancillary guy with Brayden Enough out. You've got Tyon Grant Foster, who's right now give you about 11 points, 5 boards, a steal, a block per contest, but doesn't really give you any 3-point shooting. Your main 3-point shooter is Mario St. Sapri, shoots 45% for 3, 8.5 points per game, but Gonzaga has been country average there, but they're very good on the inside. They're a top 30 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, and for St. Mary's, they've actually been very pedestrian with their 2-point shooting percentage. Outside the top 2 with that regard, it is a St. Mary's team that's been able to really shoot it well from 3-point at home, though. Away from home, they're shooting less than 33% from 3-point. St. Mary's, a top 10 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at home, though, at 42.1%, as you've been able to get a pair of guys who really get going. Mikey Lewis has been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point. He's supplying the team with right around about 13 points per game, and then you've had pair up with him. Josh Den give you about 13.5 points. He also shoots the high 30s from three. Paulius Marsukas, 19.7.5 rebounds per game. And for St. Mary's, this is a team that is in the top 35 with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Not a team that's going to put you under duress on. Gonzaga will, and it's been a St. Mary's team that's been outside the top 135 with regards to ball security. Now for St. Mary's, they shoot over 80% of the free throw line, depending upon the day. They're either number 1 or number 2 in the country. Gonzaga is shooting just 69.5% of the free throw line. I do think that Gonzaga, after that Portland loss, they're a little bit ticked off, and I do feel like this is a little bit of a tough matchup here for St. Mary's. So willing to lay up to 2 with Gonzaga. Somebody told at a 142.5, so at a 143 plus in on the under, and we'll hit a break in the extra games right here on Coach with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Side edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We have gotten through the normal Las Vegas betting board. Now we've got ourselves the extra games, and how about if we waste no time and we get started right about now?
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-543, 306-544. You've got Lemoyne, and they're going to be playing us in New Haven. New Haven is a 1.5 point home underdog. 135.5 is the total line. With Lemoyne, I set them as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them. New Haven, dead last in the country in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 340 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Is a New Haven team that has really not been fighting for a lot of second and third chances as well. Not giving opponents a lot of second and third chances. 80th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but you have a Lemoyne team that's been very strong down low. They're actually a top 50 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, one side the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Lemoyne shoots 35.6% from 3-point range away from home. That is a top 100 mark in all of college basketball for New Haven, even though they're a top 225 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are very much giving it up from 3-point range. New Haven is allowing teams at home to shoot 35.4% from 3 points. That's outside the top 265 in all of college basketball. You do have Jabari Fitzpatrick, who's been able to give the team 13.5 points per game, and Jimmy George throws in there about 11.5 points per game. Andre Parsha has been able to give you right around about 5 rebounds per game. He's like the lone guy that gives you 5+ boards per contest. So Silo Jackson for Lemoyne, who's able to give you about 8 boards, 15.5 points per game. He should be able to win that battle down low. Trent Mascara has been scary with its 37% 3-point shooting, 14 points per game. Lemoyne in the pressure spot, they only shoot about 71.5% at the free throw line, and they have been rough in terms of taking care of the ball. Over 13 turnovers per game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. They're in New Haven, not terrible in terms of generating turnovers. They're about 149th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Lemoyne team that's about 290th, but with how slow this game is, I think that's going to be a slog, and I think that Lemoyne going to be able to pull it out. I've made them the 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and like the under, somebody told 131.5, 306-545, 306-546. We've got Army. They're going to be on the road against Lafayette. Lafayette is a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite total on scheme, 142.5 to 143.5, and with Lafayette, made them a 4.5 point favorite. So at the 3.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Army takes over 51% of their field goal attempts from 3-point range. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And it's a Lafayette team that they're allowing teams to shoot 36.1% from 3. That is 302nd in all of college basketball. That does go down to about 34.3% at home. And Army, they're in 8th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at 36.2%. It is an Army team that might have the most versatile player out there on the floor. That'd be Ryan Curry. He's done a nice job at the point guard spot, 13.5 points, 4 boards, 4.5 assists per contest, and also shoots 35% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, the Jackson Furman, Jackson Bell, these guys are combining for about 21 points per contest. With both of these guys, they shoot 36% for 3. Tate Lazowski down low has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and it's a Lafayette team that is really getting killed on the inside in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're hovering right around about 300th in the country, but they've been a top 175 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, not allowing a ton of second and third chances. Army isn't either, so I do think that that's going to help you out a little bit with regards to this total. I did set my Semi-total at a 142.5, so 143 plus. I'm in on the under, but I think Lafayette gets the job done, even though they do shoot just 68% at the free throw line, because they do have a pair of guys I like in Andrew Phillips, Caleb Williams, so not the Bears quarterback, combined for 29.9 points per game. Williams is able to give you about 3.2 assists per game. It's a Lafayette team that they're not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they take better care of the ball than Army. Top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Additionally, you've got Christian Humphrey Rempert, who's been able to give you about 8 points. He throws in there about 6.5 rebounds per game. He's going to be the top overall rebounder in this game. One that I think is going to be more mid-tempo. Army is about 205th in terms of total possessions per game. Lafayette 299th. Do think that Lafayette finds a way to be able to hold down this Army team that does shoot less than 33% from three-point. Should be able to get the job done here. So like the under, semi-total 142.5, willing to lay up to 4 with Lafayette. 306, 547, 306, 540. Chicago State on the road against Wagner. Wagner does find themselves as a 5.5 point favorite, 136.5 to 138.5 is the total line. I like the under, semi-total at a 135. Chicago State not really pushing a lot of tempo. They're 293rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wagner 291st. So two very similar tempo teams here. Chicago State has been a line team though that shoot 37% from 3 points away from home, albeit they're a good turnover team, top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Wagner at home is a line team to shoot just 30.7% from 3, and that's big because it's a Chicago State team that's a bottom 25 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, 360th now. Wagner is outside the top 330 with that regard, but it's also a Wagner team that has been shooting well above 37% from 3 points. That's a top 50 mark in the country. And for Wagner, I like the fact that Eduardo Placer has been able to step up in a big way for the team. 8.5 points, shoots 38.5% from 3 points. You got Jaden Baker. He's been shaking and bakering, 9.5 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range as well. They've dealt with the injury to Sam Smith, and in his place, you've had Nick Jones step up as that top scorer, 14.5 points per contest. It's a Wagner team that has been able to do a pretty solid job on the glass as well. They are a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage. Chicago State is getting absolutely blasted there. They don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. CJ Ray, 13.5 points, 4.8 rebounds. Does shoot 38% for 3. That main guy in terms of being able to hit the glass. And for Chicago State, to their credit, in conference play, their 3-point shooting percentage has gone up to about 34.9% from the outside. They've taken great care of the ball, only turned the ball over about 8 times per contest. But I do think that Wagner are going to be able to hold up with regards to that defense, and just Chicago State not being able to have anything on the inside. I think it's going to be costly. And if Wagner does need to cover at the free throw line right now, they're shooting about 72% of the free throw line country average. So set Wagner as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. I like the under. Semi-total 135.5, 306, 549, 306, 550. St. Francis, Pennsylvania on the road against Central Connecticut. Central Connecticut does find themselves as a favorite here of 8.5 points, 153.5 to 154.5 is the total. Maybe my total 145.5. I'm going to be in on the under. Central Connecticut is one of the lowest teams that you're going to find in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. 331st. Recognize that they're outside the top 285. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. And St. Francis of Pennsylvania actually generates quite a few turnovers in games played away from home. Top 65 team. There's the turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they're giving up a lot of clean looks. They're outside the top 335. There's about 2-point and 3-point shooting percent. They've become a country average team, shooting 34.5% from the outside, but they're getting absolutely nothing drummed up on the inside. They're outside the top 300 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they are a team that they turn the ball over a ton outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Central Connecticut not going to put you under duress, but also for Central Connecticut, they've been a top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and it's a Central Connecticut team that at home they're allowing teams to grab only about 25.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. Top 175 mark. Skywicks, 18 points, 7 boards. He's the main headline guy for St. Francis, shooting 37% for 3. Zion Russell shoots 39% from the outside. And then you've got someone like Chris Moncrief, who's been able to give you 9 points, and all of your top 4 scorers do give you at least a steal per contest, but Moncrief has been in and out of the lineup. Meanwhile, for Central Connecticut, they are going to have the top player in this game, as you've been able to get a little bit over 20 points per contest and a high 33-point shooting clip out of Darren Smith, who throws in their 5 rebounds per game. Max Frazier, Jay Rogers, they combine for about 23.5 points per game, and Rogers gives you about 7 assists per contest as well. I do think that with having the ancillary guys like a James Earl Jones being able to give you 4 points, 5.5 boards, he doesn't have the Earl, but he is James Jones helping out Central Connecticut, shooting about 37% for 3. That is a top 75 mark in the country. I do think that Central Connecticut gets the job done in a game where I just don't think you get enough possessions for the over. Semi-total 145.5, like the under, and with Central Connecticut, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. 306, 551, 306, 552. You've got Queens at St, and they're going to be on there against Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas does find themselves as a 2.5-point favorite total on this game, 163.5 to 164.5, and with Central Arkansas, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Queens NC team that is just ghastly with their defense outside the top 320. There's points allowed on a per possession basis. Queens is allowing a lot of second and third chances as well. They're allowing teams to be able to grab about 32.9% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Now, For Queens, they overall shoot 35.6% from three. That goes down to 32.7% away from home. And Central Arkansas has been an incredible three-point shooting team at home. Right now for Central Arkansas, in their home games, they're shooting 39% for three compared to 32.5% away from home. They're a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, albeit Queens' top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. But for Central Arkansas in their home games, they become a top 50 team in terms of points per possession. And Queens, they are averaging about 18.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than at home, even though you've got, at this point, 6 different guys that give you double figures. Vontae Parker has size at about 6'9" He's been able to give you 12 points, 5 boards, and he does shoot above 45% from 3-point. And this year, man, has been the man to be able to give you 5.5 boards, 13 points per game, but he's a lone guy that exceeds 5 rebounds per game for a Queens NC team that has been getting blown off the glass a little bit. Now, for the Central Arkansas team, they are outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and to the cry of Queens, top 50 team, whether yours are 2-point shooting percentage, but also for Queens, they are a top 50 team in terms of putting you on the free throw line, and they're outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage as well. And for Central Arkansas, have to love what you've been able to get out of Cameron Hunter. He's been leading the way with about 19 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three. Ty Robinson up to about 36.5% from the outside, 14.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. For Central Arkansas, this team does only shoot about 70% at the free throw line, but they've been a top 75 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They take great care of the ball, top 125 team in terms of ball security, and I do think that gets the job done here. Won to lay with Central Arkansas, made them a 5.5 point favorite, and did set this total at 162.5 with the way that Central Arkansas generates turnovers. So, like the under 3 of 6.553, 3 of 6.554. Also, is on the road against Bellarmine. Bellarmine is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point home underdog. Total on this game 156.5 to 157.5, and for Bellarmine, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 4.5 with Austin Peay, mainly because Austin Peay just so good in terms of generating turnovers. Top 40 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis away from home. Austin Peay has also been much better with their offense as well, up to 88th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, Bellarmine just knocks down shots. Bellarmine, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they've become a team that's in the top 40 in all of college basketball, 37th, and they don't even give themselves second and third chances. They're a bottom 15 team in the country with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and it's a Bellarmine team that no fans or buts about it. They are going to be giving it up on defense. Bottom 5 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but 7th in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. If they can get to the free throw line at home, they shoot over 82% at the free throw line, but it's a team in Austin Peay that's been able to do just a really good job in terms of being able to shut things down in general. And for as good as this Austin Peay team is defensively, top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from them, they have been a pretty good sharpshooting team as well. As for Austin Peay, right now they're shooting about 35.9% for three. That does go down to about 32% away from home as well, so that's something that I'm mindful of. I did set my total here at a 157, so I'm just barely in on the over, but you do have a guy in Cullen Parker who's been able to do a nice job, give this team right around about 18 points, 6 boards, 3 assists per contest. For Sean Marshall down low, about 6.5 boards, 15 points per game. Tyree Collins, 2.5 steals per game, 13 points per contest, and then Anton Brookshire has been able to shoot about 39% from 3-point. On the flip side, for this Bellarmine unit, you've had Jack Grzinski do a nice job with his versatility, 28 points, shoots 41% from 3-point. Keenan Gooding, along with Brian Waddell, these two guys combined shoot about 41% from 3, 27 points per game out of the two of those guys. But again, with this Bellarmine team, the fact that they don't pull in their second and third chances, and just how ghastly they are on defense, and Austin Peay being strong on defense, I do think that Austin Peay gets the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 4.5 with the Governors, and at a 156.5 or less, and on the over 3 at 6.555, 3 at 6.556. Boston U is going to be on the road against American. American is an American-sized favorite of 2.5 to 3 points, and total this game anywhere between 141.5 to 142.5, and with American, I did set them as a favorite of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. American has been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and it's an American team that from 3-point range, they're only shooting about 31% at home, and Boston U has actually been a really good 3-point shooting team at about 39%. That does fall to 36% away from home, and I do think that American is going to be able to hold things down low. They've been a top 125 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Now, you take a look at this Boston U team, and they just have not been able to play any defense whatsoever. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and 347th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. American at home is a line team that only shoot about 31.3% from 3-point range, and I think that that's going to be big, as you do have Michael Air McNair on the side of Boston U, who's done a nice job being able to give this team 17 points per game. He shoots over 44% from the outside. Ben Defty has been able to give you about 7 boards per contest. Chance Clayton has been able to supply about 5 assists per game, and it's a Boston U team that's very slow and controlled, and really both of these teams are. American, 286th in terms of total possessions per game. If you look really since December 1st outside the top 320, Boston U, 330th in terms of total possessions per game, but for this Boston U team, they do not allow a lot of second and third chances. Top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but American is not really a team that pulls in there a lot of second and third chances anyway, and for this American team, you've been able to get relatively good production out of Maiden Collins along Greg Jones. Really, neither of these guys bombs it from three-point range, but they combine for about 26 points per game, and then the answer guys like Jeff Spruce shoots 40% from three, about 9.5 points per game. If American needs to cover at the free throw line, they shoot 75% of the free throw line, and with this team being as strong as they are with regards to being able to guard the three-point line and being able to pound the ball inside and taking care of the ball, winning that turnover battle, I think that American is able to find a way to get the job done. I did set my total at a 142 here, at a 142.5, 143.5. I just don't think that you get enough possessions for the over, so I like the under. And with American, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 306.557, 306.558. Charleston Southern on the road against UNC Asheville. Asheville is a 4.5 to a 3.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 149.5, and I mean by total 149.5. Seeing a 147.5 out there, seeing another 148.5, I'm going to be willing to take anything below 149 to the over. Charleston Southern is just playing a warp speed top 20 team in terms of total possessions per game. Asheville slowed themselves down for past years, 265th in the country, and it's a Charleston team that's not going to put you under duress. They are a bottom 20 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, while Asheville outside the top 250 in terms of ball security, so that helps them out quite a bit. Asheville, country average team, 184th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for this Charleston team, they've been a top 155 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Good on the inside. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They allow teams to shoot only about 32.5% from three, but again, they're giving teams just a lot of free possessions. They're not generating turnovers, and they have not been the world's best team in terms of holding you to one-and-done opportunities. Charleston Southern, they're allowing teams to grab about 27.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and Toya Selman for Asheville being able to give you 15-plus points per contest, shooting in the mid-30-some-plus rebounds per game. That's big. Charleston Southern on the flip side, you do have Reese Jones, give you 2 blocks down low. Alan Sumler, 19 points, 4 assists. Love his versatility at 39.5% three-point shooting. Bryson Blaine shoots 35% from three-point, but it's also a Charleston Southern team that just has not been the same three-point shooting team when they've been away from them rather than at home. At home, they shoot 37.5% for three, 33.5% away from them. Asheville actually shoots a little bit worse from three-point range at home rather than away from home, 36.2% away from home, but you still have a lot of guys that have been able to do a nice job contributing to this team. Cameron Taylor has been able to give you about 17 points per contest. Additionally, for Asheville, you've been able to have the transfer from NC Central really be able to step up in a big way, and Justin Wright with about 17 points for his assists. He's been able to shoot 38% for three. Asheville in a pressure spot, they do shoot just 69% of the free throw line. Charleston Southern is far worse. So Charleston Southern right now, they are shooting about 64.9% of the free throw line, and they're a top 5 team in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per game basis. Think that allows Asheville to be able to get the job done outright, but I did set my line here at 1.5. So being able to get the points with Charleston Southern, anything above 2, I'm going to be willing to take those points at set my total 149.5. So I like the over. 306.559, 306.560. You've got UMass Lowell, and they're going to be playing OC UMBC, and UMBC does find themselves as a very slim favorite here of 1.5 points. So on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 147.5, and with UMBC, I set them as just a 1-point favorite. So at 1.5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take those points. You've got a UMass Lowell team that has been very dominant with their rebounding at home. They're allowing teams to grab less than 21% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound at home. UMBC overall has been a top 20 team with regards to rebound percentage, and much better on defense this year. 72nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. UMBC has really sold themselves down as well. They're outside the top 270 in terms of total possessions per game. Lowell's about a country average team in terms of total possessions per game. They have fallen to 268 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they have been giving up about 8.8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home. And you do have a UMBC team that has been very solid with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage away from home. They've been a top 50 team with that regard, but I do think that with UMass Lowell just being a much better team with regards to their offense at home rather than away from home, that keeps them lively. UMBC is about 136th in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. Lowell is just 229th, but they do shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range at home. UMBC has a pair of guys in the backcourt that have done a great job. Ace Valentine, he has been the ace of this team with about 4 assists, shoots nearly 40% from 3-point range as he and DJ Turner up. Armstrong combined for about 24.9 points per game. Armstrong shoots 40% from 3-point shoot. Lyle King has been able to throw in there about 14.5 points per game. Joshua DeWandu, though, is your lone guy that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. And for Lowell, they have been dealing with an injury to Austin Green, transfer that comes over from Texas A, was supplying the team with 7+ rebounds per game. But in his absence, you've noticed that Ano Montas has been able to do a nice job, 14.5 points, 5.5 rebounds, rebounds per game. I'm thinking that Green probably going to be good to go in this game. Last 2 games, he was able to play a full allotment of minutes, so that was good news for them. Daryl Yepto has been able to give 10.5 points, shoots 37.5% for 3. Lowell in a pressure spot does shoot just 66.3% free throw line. That is something that is very, very ghastly, but they've been much better with regards to their interior play here recently, and with UMass Lowell being able to take care of the turnover issues that plagued them towards the beginning part of the season and becoming a top 150 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, I think that they do just enough to hold in this game. I did have to set my line with UMBC being the favorite because of that bad free throw shooting percentage, but I think above a point, we'll take those points with UMass Lowell, and then I did set my total here at a 147, so 147.5 plus, I'm in on the under. 3 of 6, 561, 3 of 6, 562. Florida Gulf Coast is on the road against Seton. Seton is a 2.5 to a 3.5 point home underdog. 115.5 to 151.5 is a total. I like the over, so my total 155.5. Seton a much better 3-point shooting team at home rather than away from home. They are shooting at home 40.6% for 3, 31.6% away from home, and they are getting absolutely blasted with regards to their defense. This Stetson team is outside the top 350 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Florida Gulf Coast outside the top 270 with this regard, and Florida Gulf Coast starting to see their 3-point shooting wane a little bit. 34.6%, still a top 150 mark in the country. Should be able to get it going against a Stetson team that has just been really sloppy with the ball as well. They're outside the top 275 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. Florida Gulf Coast has been a top 150 team in terms of taking care of the ball. J.R. Konsinski probably going to be your top scorer in this game. 15.5 points, 5.5 boards. Shoots only about 32% for 3, but Jordan Ellerby's eating good in the neighborhood, shooting 39% for 3, 14 points per game. Isaiah Malone is able to shoot 47% for 3, albeit on low volume. I'll give you 10 points, 2 blocks per contest. That's just versatility that Stetson does not match up with. And for Stetson, you've had 2 guys really be able to take over the mantle with the Jamie Phillips injury, as he was your top scorer of 16 points per game, but Colin Cool along with Ethan Copeland, they combine for about 27.5 points per game between the two of them. They shoot just below 40% from 3-point. Finley Sheridan has been able to shoot about 44% from the outside as well, but with the Stetson team, they're getting absolutely blowtorch on the glass outside the top 275 with regards to rebound percentage, bottom 30 team in the country with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and for Stetson, they're not the world's worst team in terms of guarding the outside. They're allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range in that neighborhood about 34.7%, but that's it with Florida Gulf Coast having a nice edge on the inside and the ball security edge. I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done here, even though Florida Gulf Coast has been terrible against the spread. Sets with the line at 5.5, 1 delay of Dunk City. I like the over, semi-total 155.5, 3 of 6, 563, 3 of 6, 564. Loyola Maryland is on the road against Holy Cross. Holy Cross, 1.5 to 2.5 point favorites on this game, 149.5 to 150.5, and with Loyola, I did set them as a underdog here of 2.5 points. I'm going to be 1 away with Holy Cross. Holy Cross has been a relatively good team in terms of guarding the perimeter. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 33% from 3-point range, top 150 mark in the country. Loyola Maryland, right now, they're a top 150 team with that regard as well, but it's a Loyola Maryland team that's getting blasted on the inside, outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Holy Cross will not fight for second chances. They're outside the top 10 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Loyola Maryland team that they themselves leave something to be desired here, 271st in terms of defensive rebound percentage for Loyola Maryland. They've had a few ball control issues as this team does rank outside the top 150 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Braden Spieth, 3.5 assists, 15 points per game, does shoot 36% for 3. He's been solid. Emmett Adair, he was dealing with injury. He's your top rebounder with 5.5 rebounds per game. Should be all good to go in this game. And for Loyola Maryland, they were very solid with their interior offense beginning the season. They've now fallen outside the top 2 with regards to that 2-point shooting percentage. And for Holy Cross, they've been dealing with the injury to Joe Nugent, who was really their most versatile player at 6'6", 12 points per game, shoots 40% from 3, but they've been able to find in his absence a little bit more out of DeAndre Williams, who's been able to give you 8 points, 3 boards, pair of assists per contest. Tyler Boston is able to supply about 14 points per game. It's a Holy Cross team that, to their credit, they've been a top 150 team in terms of defense or rebound percentage, so they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances where they get ahead. It's on the inside, outside the top 320 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but Holy Cross in a pressure spot, they shoot 74% of the free throw line, top 50 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. I think that the little things get Holy Cross a victory, and what I think is going to be a lower tempo game. Holy Cross well outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. Loyola Maryland, though, more of a country average team, and I do think that with this total, it's just gone a little bit too high for the few amount of possessions that you get. So my total 144.5. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 2 with Holy Cross. 3 of 6, 565, 3 of 6, 566. New Hampshire is going to be on the road against Albany. Albany is a 2.5 to a 3.5 point favorite total on this game. 138.5 to 140.5, and with New Hampshire, I did set them as an underdog of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for New Hampshire. I just have absolutely no faith whatsoever in this team. Country average team in terms of total possessions per game at 196. They are getting absolutely nothing going on offense. They shoot away from home 30.1% from three. It's not like Albany is some amazing three-point shooting team, but they do shoot 34% from three-point range at home, and they've been a relatively good team on the inside as well. Albany is a top 155 team with their two-point shooting percentage. New Hampshire 339. New Hampshire is outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Don't do the world's worst job in terms of taking care of the ball, and you have a trio of guys that give you between 10.5 and 10.7 points per contest, and Belial El-Shakiri, Keyshawn Robinson, and Jack Graham. And with El-Shakiri, does give you 8 rebounds and a steal per contest, but for New Hampshire, this is a unit that has been very fragile with regards to giving up open looks on the inside outside the top 250 with regards to opponent's two-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got an Albany group that they do shoot less than 66% of the free throw line. That's a little bit of an issue in a pressure spot. They actually now shoot 66.4% of the free throw line. Went up with the last game, but still, it's been relatively brutal there. It is an Albany team, though, that has been a top 225 team with regards to opponent's two-point shooting percentage. They do give it up from three, but again, New Hampshire, they really don't have any sort of three-point shooting. And Akuchu Akeke being able to give you a pair of blocks, 10.5 points per game, that's big, along with 7 boards, and Amir Lindsay, best overall scorer in this game, 17 points, 5 assists per contest. This Albany team does average more than 10 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from them, and with what they've been able to do on the inside, I do think that they find a way to get the job done. And Albany, top 225 team in terms of rebound percentage, so said Albany is an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, made my total a 138, so I'm also in on the under. 306.567, 306.568. Maine is going to be on the road against Binghamton. Binghamton is a 1.5 point favorite total on this game, 131.5 to 132.5, and with Maine, I made them a 1.5 point road favorite. I like them on the money line. For Binghamton, this team is outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They fight for no second chances whatsoever. 363rd in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Maine is right there at 364, so you're not going to be getting a lot of second chance scoring opportunities. I think that this is going to be a slog of a game. I set my total 127.5, so I like the under. Maine has been a respectable defense, so top 150 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 100 team with regards to turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and Binghamton is having a very difficult time taking care of the ball. 309th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Maine has had some ball security issues as well. They're outside the top 320 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis as well, but Maine does have TJ Beal, who's been able to give you 12 plus points per contest, and he's really helping flow the offense. He's also giving you about 4.5 rebounds per game. Ace flag is up in Cooper. He's only giving you about 4 boards per contest, and Makai Gray, you need him to straighten out a little bit. 9 points. Only shoots about 28.5% from three. It's a Maine team that has been, though, a top 250 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Binghamton has just had everyone get banged up this season, and Binghamton, if they are in a pressure spot, they do shoot 75% at the free throw line, but they're also well outside the top 275 with their 3-point shooting percentage, and on defense, they're outside the top 270 with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Either Beverly has been able to give you 12 points, 5 rebounds per game. Jeremiah Quigley gives you 6 assists per game, but again, the Binghamton turnovers, I think, are going to be very costly, and with the way that Maine has stepped up on defense, and Binghamton, bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis in a slog, as Maine is outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game. Binghamton, they're a very slow team themselves at about 297th in terms of total possessions per game. I think the Maine pulls it out. I like Maine here on the money line, set them as a 1.5 point favorite, and I'm in on the under, so I total 127.5. 306.569, 306.570. Merciers is on the road against Sonel. Sonel does find themselves as a home underdog here of 1.5 points in most spots. Other spots do have them as a 1 point favorite. 135.5 is the total. I said Merciers as a 4.5 point favorite. Whether they be as an underdog or a slim favorite, going to be in on Merciers, as Merciers has been able to do a nice job stepping up with their defense, a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Merciers team does a great job taking care of the ball. They're a top 45 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they've also been able to do a nice job in terms of being able to put you under duress, as they're currently checking in 52nd in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Sonel 349th in terms of generating turnovers, and they're a team that's outside the top 300 with regards to their own ball security. Now, Sonel is going to have a nice advantage down low, as you've got Tavon Rudvich, who down low has been able to give you right around about 7.5 rebounds per game, and then Raymond Espino Guzman comes over from St. Gerard, 6.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. And Devontae Hackett is coming off of a 40-point game for a Sonel team that now has been a little bit better on offense, but they're still outside the top 300 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. We'll say in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, they are a top 75 team there, and it's a Merciers team that really doesn't bomb it from 3-point range. This Merciers team as a whole, they shoot only about 32.5% from 3 outside the top 250 with that regard, but for Merciers, Bernie Blunt, LeBlanc, Jake Leatherman combined for 30.5 points per game. Between the two of them, they shoot 36.5% from 3. Both make over 83% of their free throws as well. You've got a guy down low in Kadir Martin who's able to give you 2.3 blocks, 6.5 rebounds per game with Merciers. This team does not get to the free throw line often, but they do shoot 71.5% if they do need to cover a game. For Mercyhurst as well, they've been able to do a solid job in terms of guarding things on the inside as well. Top 175 team with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. It's going to be a slow down game because Mercyhurst, in terms of total possessions, bringing ball outside the top 340. Meanwhile, Sonell about 272nd. So I do like Mercyhurst in this spot, whether that be as a small favorite or an underdog. I made my total 126.5, so I also do like this total to the under. 306.571, 306.572. Bucknell is on the road against Lehigh. Lehigh does find themselves as a 5.5 point favorite total in this game, 140 to 140.5 with Bucknell. I set them as a 7.5 point underdog. For Lehigh, they're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of opponents' field goal attempts. They come from 2-point range. Bucknell is only about 262nd with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and it's a Lehigh team that has been a top 175 team with this regard. Now, for this Lehigh team, they're outside the top 320 in terms of overall rebound percentage, but you've got a Bucknell team that has been 240th with regards to defensive rebound percentage and games played away from home. 32% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. You do have Ahmad Doris, comes over from Germany, 15.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and he does shoot about 32% for three, but Bucknell also outside the top 320 with their 30.3% 3-point shooting percentage. They've been allowing teams to shoot 37.5% for three. That's a bottom 20 mark in off-college basketball, and this is a Lehigh team that should be able to exploit that, especially with guys like Brandon McCreesh and company. For Bucknell, they've got a lot of guys with injury, and they already have one of their top scorers entering the transfer portal line. Nasir Whitlock, 20.5 points per game, shoots 42% from 3 points. It's a Lehigh team that here in conference play, they've been shooting 36.5% from the outside. It's a Lehigh team that has had a few turnover issues outside the top 225 in terms of ball security and under pressure spot. They shoot 73% at the free throw line, but you've got Ink Alvey, who's able to give you a steal, 1.8 blocks, 14.5 points, shoots 41% per three. Joshua Ingram up to 37% 3-point shooting. Edward Benoit has been dealing with a little bit of ailment throughout the season, but he's been able to come back and not give you any scoring right now, but it's giving you 4+ boards in every game since he's come back as well, and I do think that that's good enough for Lehigh to be able to get the job done in this ordeal, as Lehigh is also a top 180 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage. So semi-total at a 139.5. I just flat out don't think that Bucknell does their part with this total, and they're outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. So like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 7 here with Lehigh. 306.573, 306.574. It is North Alabama on the road against West Georgia. West Georgia is a 5.5 point favorite total on this game, 144.5 to 145.5, and with West Georgia, I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. North Alabama is just really not getting anything going. They're outside the top 280 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, even with Cornelius Robinson being very good down low. 10+ points, 9+ rebounds per game. In North Alabama, a low-tempo team, 305th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. West Georgia looking to push tempo, 79th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I like what you're able to get out of Sheldon Williams-Dryden, 20.7 rebounds per game. He doesn't really shoot it well from three, but it's a West Georgia team that's been pretty solid in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Additionally, to help him out in the backcourt, you've been able to get good production out of Josh Smith, 16 points on 35% 3-point shooting. West Georgia up to shooting about 34% per three. That's a country average mark, but a little bit better away from home rather than at home, and they do shoot just 69% at the free throw line, but top 150 team in terms of taking care of the ball as well. And then you've been able to have Javier Daniel be able to step up in a big way, 7.5 points, 5.5 rebounds, gives you darn near 2 blocks per contest as well, and you just don't have that with this North Alabama team outside of Robinson. You do have a guy, Kevin Kovic, who's been able to give you about 11 points per game, but this team is shooting just 30.9% per three. That's outside the top 300 in the country. They're outside the top 275 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, and outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Now to the credit of North Alabama, they become a top 175 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and they don't turn the ball over a ton. Top 200 team in terms of taking care of the ball, well outside the top 300 in terms of generating turnovers as well, so that means clean possessions for West Georgia. And you've had Keenan Jefferson, one of your top scorers with about 13 points per game, deal with injury, and with Dante Bacchus, he does give you 15 points per game, but shoots at 29% per three. The lack of outside shooting, and West Georgia being a team that really does give it up from 3-point range. West Georgia flying teams shoot over 34% per three, and they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but with this North Alabama team really not getting anything going on offense, I do think that West Georgia is able to control this game and get the job done. Semi-total at a 151.5. I think that the just ghastly North Alabama defense of West Georgia playing up tempo gets you the over, and I'm willing to lay it with West Georgia. Made them a 7.5 point favorite. 306.575, 306.576. USC upstate plays us to Gardner Webb. Gardner Webb is a underdog of 12.5 points, 151.5 to 153.5 is the total, and I set Upstate as a 17.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Upstate is a relatively mid-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they are checking in more in that neighborhood of about 89th in the country, so they've sped up a little bit more here recently, and I have no idea why, but Gardner Webb has been playing at a pretty rapid pace, 93rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, despite the fact that they're outside the top 345 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a bottom 20 team with regards to rebound percentage. In terms of taking care of the ball, they're a bottom 30 team with that regard as well. They gave up 90 points on their own floor to something called North North Greenville, and a guy that's been averaging 4 points per game for North Greenville this year put up 25 points in that game. Like, that's how bad this defense is. Jacob Augerth, 11 points per game. He does shoot 43% for three for Gardner-Webb, and Spence Sims has been able to shoot about 43% from three-point range as well. But that said, this is a team that, other than Augerth, give you 7 rebounds per game. They don't have a single guy that gives you over 4 boards per contest. They're going to get absolutely decimated there. I recognize that UNC Upstate is not necessarily monsters of the midway on offense or outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but pair of guys in Kamari Gregory, Madison Benninger, that combine for about 30.5 points per game. They combine to shoot about 33% from three. Upstate as a whole just shoots 33% from three-point range. They've been outside the top 275 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but they should very much be able to control this game. It's an Upstate team that is not going to give themselves a whole bunch of second and third chances or anything like that, but they've been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of not allowing open looks from the inside as well. They've been a top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. It's an Upstate team that has had a few turnover issues outside the top 240 with regards to taking care of the ball, but you do have a guy that's been able to help out with that a little bit in Tyler Smith, who's been able to give you only about 4.5 points per game, but throws in there a steal and a half, 3 assists per game. It's an Upstate team that, with regards to turnovers generated on a per possession basis, top 200 team in the country. I think that that's more than enough to be able to get the job done against the Gardner-Webb team that is what match in a dark cave right now. I set my total at a 151.5. I like the under just because Gardner-Webb has been so sloppy on offense, and with Upstate, I'm willing to lay up to 17 with them, made them a 17.5 point favorite. 3 of 6, 577, 3 of 6, 570. Longwood is going to be playing us to Radford. Radford is a 1.5 to a 1 point road favorite. Total scheme 153.5, and with Radford, I did set them as the 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the one. I just can't trust in this Longwood team being outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and it's a Longwood team that has been really bad with their 3-point shooting outside the top 315 with that regard. They're not even that great down low. They're about 200th in the country with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Radford has been a top 175 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, albeit that falls well outside the top 230 when they're away from home, and it's a Radford team that in a pressure spot, they shoot about 72% of the free throw line. Longwood has actually shot it relatively well at the charity stripe, especially at home. At home, that goes up to about 79% at the free throw line. A Radford team is not afraid to foul. They've been outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That's where you're able to hurt them. But again, with Longwood, who's really shooting it well from 3-point range for this team, as you've been able to have the George Washington transfer and Jacoy Hutchinson do a nice job, give you about 12 points, 3.5 assists per game, and then Elijah Tucker is able to throw in there about 12.5 points per contest. He's been able to also give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. To the credit of Longwood, they become a top 100 team with regards to overall rebound percentage, and this is a Radford team that they're not really going to fight for a bunch of second and third chances. They're about 242nd in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but with Longwood having a tough time taking care of the ball, and this being a Radford team that, in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, are a top 100 team in the country, I do think that they're going to have success there. Now, Longwood, they're actually 23rd in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and Radford, despite the fact that you've got a pair of guys that come in from the ACC in the backcourt, and Del Jones, who comes over from Clemson, 17 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and Dennis Parker Jr., 18.5 points, shoots 39.5% for three. They have been outside the top 250 with regards to ball security, so I do think that it's going to be a little bit of a sloppier game, close enough for a late game fouling, so I did set my total at a 153.5. I'm right now seeing a 153. I'm in on the over, but I do think that with Radford, they just have just enough because of Longwood's inability to be able to shoot it from three, so I'm going to be willing to lay one here with Radford, and I do like 153 or less, so the over. 3 of 6, 579, 3 of 6, 580. Bethune-Cookman is going to be on the road against Southern. Southern does find themselves as a favorite here of 1 to 1.5 points. Total scheme 150.5 to 151.5. Made my line 1.5, so we'll lay 1 and not a half a point more for Bethune-Cookman. They've been the top team in the SWAC in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Bethune-Cookman, this is a unit that has been much better on the inside. They become a top 225 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, still leaving something to be desired in terms of ball security, though. Outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is a Southern team that maybe they're not quite what they were a season ago in terms of generating turnovers, but right now they are a top 65 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Bethune-Cookman, they're just 243rd in the country, even with Arterio Morris being able to give you about 12 points, 4 boards per contest. You do have the Dr. Bradley, back out of the fold for the team, so that's a little bit of an issue. And for the Southern team, they've been able to get relatively good production out of their top scorer in Michael Jacobs, 18 points per game. We've seen him actually drop off a little bit with regards to that scoring, but it's because other guys are getting back in the fold. Damari Jones has been able to give you 10.5 points. He's been able to shoot in the 60 percentile from the inside. He gives you about 7 rebounds per game. Malik Adjewaldi's give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Cam Embroy was out for quite some time. They've gotten him back. He's been able to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range. And then for Bethune-Cookman, you've got the Heady brothers and Quentin Heady and Jacoby Heady. Jacoby, he's been able to give you 18 points from 3-point range. He shoots about 42% for 3. And then Quentin, he shoots more like 30% for 3, but he gives you a steal, 10 points per game. And it has been a Bethune-Cookman team that has been able to do a really good job with their interior defense as well. Top 175 team with regards to opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. But if this is a tight spot. Bethune-Cookman, they shoot just 68.3% at the free throw line outside the top 3 and there. Not that Southern is amazing with their free throw shooting at 70%, but they've got an edge there, and with Southern doing a better job in terms of taking care of the ball in a game that I think is going to be up and down. Both of these teams in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Bethune-Cookman now in the top 50. I do think that Southern finds way in a high-scoring game, so my total 153.5. In on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to a point here with Southern 306-581, 306-582. Bryant is playing us to NJIT. NJIT road favorites of 2.5 points, 138.5 to 139.5 is the total. And with NJIT, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, NJIT overall for the season well outside the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage, but that has been kicked upward with having their main rebounder out of the fold to begin the season in Melvin Akongboli. He's been able to give the team 8 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Was missing for the first 12 games of the season. Since he's come back, they've been much better here in conference play. And then you got David Bolden, who's right now giving you 2 steals, 12 points per game, going up against a Bryant team that's in the bottom 30 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, outside the top 3 in terms of taking care of the ball. NJIT, they're outside the top 2 in terms of generating turnovers, but they've been a little bit better here recently. And Sebastian Robinson, overall for the season, 14.5 points per game, but he was dealing with injury in the non-conference portion of the season. Here in conference play, up to about 18.5 points per game. Ari Fulton has been able to throw in there about 6.5 rebounds per game as well. And for the NJIT team, they're a top 175 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They become a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And about all that this Bryant team has going for them is that they've been okay on the inside. They've been a top 150 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. You've got Timothy Radulski as a freshman, 12.5 points, shoots 35% for 3. And Keegan Harvey, a little bit of versatility, big man with about 10 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 34.5% for 3. But Bryant shoots just 29.9% from 3 points outside the top 3 with their 2-point shooting percentage, albeit they shoot 74.9% at the free throw line, but they're a bottom 30 team in terms of free throw attempts per game. It's an NJIT team that will put you on the free throw line, but they themselves shoot 71% at the free throw line. And with just the ineptitude of Bryant in terms of just being able to take care of the ball, I think that NJIT gets the job done. 1 to 4 with NJIT, and I like the under, so my total 134.5, 306-583, 306-584. Navy is going to be playing against Colgate. Colgate is a underdog here of 6 to 6.5 points, 142.5 to 143.5 is the total, and I'm going to be in on the under, so my total 138.5. Colgate is not super slow, but they are about 204th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Navy is super slow, 325th in terms of total possessions per game, and it's a Navy team that's been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, top 20 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They are just all around great on defense. Top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Colgate has been a relatively solid team on the inside. They're a top 100 team with regards to road 2-point shooting percentage. And for Colgate, they're now shooting about 36% from 3 points. That is the top 80 mark in the country. Jalen Cox has been that do-it-all guy. 17.5 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, 1.7 steals on 38% 3-point shooting. And Andrew Alakazeko has been able to shoot 38.5% from the outside. But for this Colgate team, they're going to get blasted on the glass. They're outside the top 3 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They don't give up a ton of second and third chances, but they're also a country average team with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and with 8 in KOA for this Navy team being able to give you 10 plus rebounds, 14 plus points per contest. They're going to be able to win that battle. Austin Benjini, top scorer in this game, 18 points, shoots 46% for 3. Jinwoo Kim is up to 40% 3-point shooting as Navy. They're now a top 100 team shooting about 35.8% from 3 points. They need to cover at the free throw line. They shoot 74% at the charity stripe. Navy has been outside the top 185 in terms of ball security, but this is not a Colgate team that really generates a lot of turnovers, with Navy doing as great of a job as they are on the glass, top 75 team with regards to overall rebound percentage. I think that they take hold of this game, keep it under, and get the job done. 1 to lay up to 6 here with Navy, and I like the under, so I total 138.5, 306-585, 306-586. Howard, they're going to be on the road, facing off against Morgan State. Morgan State, a home underdog of 9.5 points, 154.5 to 155.5 is the total, and I like the under, semi-total at a 154.5. Howard has been playing much more up-tempo here in conference play. Overall for the season, 128th in terms of total possessions per game, and they've just been a really good defense in general. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 31.5% from 3-point shots. A Morgan State team that they're very much going to be looking to pile drive the ball down low. It's a Morgan State team that's been well outside the top 250 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, and they traditionally are a top 20 team with regards to percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, but they've been taking a few more threes this season because they do have a pair of guys that have been able to combine for just under 11 assists per contest, and you do have a main scorer that's been able to give you right around about 17.5 points per game. And Alfred Worrell shoots 37.5% from 3. Elisha Davis, 6 assists, 13.5 points per game. Rob Lawson, 4 assists, about 13 points per contest, but it's a very top-heavy team. Christian Beeks has been solid down low with about 6 boards, 6 points per game, and it's a Howard team that is a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. And Howard, top 50 team, there's the turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Morgan State, 13 turnovers per game. That's outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. Morgan State is just praying to get to the free throw line at this point. They're a top 35 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis, but this is a Howard team that I think is going going to do a nice job hunkering down there as Howard, they're a top 40 team with regards to getting to the charity stripe as well, and they've got the best player in this game, in my opinion, Bryce Harris, 17 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists, a steal per contest, shoots 36% from 3, and since coming off of injury, Cedric Taylor missed the first 11 games of the season, 17.5 points, 6.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 1.7 steals per contest, about similar numbers to Bryce Harris. It is our team that they're only shooting about 34% from 3, a little bit down for them, but it is our team that, with the way that they're able to generate turnovers, and it's been a Howard team that has become a top 100 team with regards to overall rebound percentage. I do think that they're going to be able to dictate the terms of this game and get the job done. So with Howard, I did set them here as a favorite of 8.5 points. I think that we've gone perhaps a little bit too far because it is a Howard team that is also outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis and in a true road spot. I do think that this game is going to be just enough to be able to get you an under. So going to be looking at the under, and at 9+, that does become my value point here on Morgan State. 3-6-5-87, 3-6-5-88. You have Presbyterian. They're going to be on the road against Winthrop. Winthrop 7.5 to 8.5 point favorites. 147 to 149 is the total, and I did set this total at a 149. So at a 148.5 or less, I do like the over. And with this Winthrop team, they've just been very efficient in general, and they're quite a bit up tempo once again this season in terms of total possessions per game. 40th. Presbyterian is very slow, 311th in terms of total possessions per game, but it's a Presbyterian team that has not been able to do the little things well Winthrop has been. Winthrop top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Presbyterian well outside the top 3 on there, and for this Presbyterian team, they are giving it up from 3-point range as well. And this is a Winthrop team that, they're good, but they're not necessarily great from 3-point range. But Kareem Rozier, who comes over from Duquesne, he's been able to shoot just below 40% from 3-point range, gives you 13+ points per contest. Logan Duncombe, 16 points, 9 rebounds per game. But it's a Presbyterian team that has been solid on the inside. Jalen Peterson, great name. He's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. You do have Carl Parrish, who shoots 40% from 3-point range, gives you double figures, but they're based around Jonah Pearson at 16 points, 9 rebounds per game. And it's a Presbyterian team that is allowing teams to shoot about 35.7% from 3-point range. And it's a Winthrop team that they themselves will allow a little bit from the outside. They are allowing teams to shoot about 33% from 3 outside the top 120 with that regard. And Winthrop overall is outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But again, with Presbyterian, the nearly 13 turnovers per game has been very costly. They shoot just 68.2% at the free throw line. And it's a Winthrop team that they'll both get to the free throw line and they'll put you on the free throw line as well. And with Winthrop, they've been able to get over 40% 3-point shooting, right in that neighborhood of about 12 or so points per game out of Koei Kluit as well. I think that that'll be enough to be able to get the job done here, as I did set them as a favorite of 13 points. I'm going to be willing to take a 148.5 or less to the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 12.5 with Winthrop. Did set them as a 13-point favorite. 36-5-89, 36-5-90. Lipscomb is on the road against Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky does find themselves as a 2.5 point home underdog. Total on scheme 159 to 159.5. And with this Lipscomb bunch, I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Eastern Kentucky. They are right now outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do allow opponents to shoot 35.9% from 3. That's 294th in all of college basketball. Lipscomb, they're allowing teams to shoot 34% from 3 overall. That does go to 37% in games played away from home, but also for this Lipscomb team, they're going to give up quite a bit from the inside, outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Eastern Kentucky, 344th, despite having Matavius Myrick give you 13+ points, 7+ rebounds per game. Lipscomb, they've got a lot of size and versatility. Grant Asman at 6'10", he's giving you 14.5 points, shoots 37% from 3. You've got Charlie Williams, doesn't really give you a lot of rebounds, but at 6'10", 34% 3-point shooter, 10.5 points per game. Lipscomb has been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Eastern Kentucky typically generates a ton of turnovers. They are now well outside the top 225 with that regard, and Lipscomb is a top 85 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage as well. For Eastern Kentucky, your main man has been the transfer from St. Francis, Pennsylvania, Juan Cranford, shoots 37% per 3, 12.5 points per game. Turner Butler, he does shoot 90% the free throw line, 10 points per contest, shoots 37% from the outside himself, and for Eastern Kentucky overall, they do shoot 35% per 3, and they're a top 15 team in the country in terms of percentage of their shots. They come from 3-point range, but this is an Eastern Kentucky team that's well outside the top 225 with regards to defensive rebound percentage. They're giving up a lot of second and third chances, and with this team being well outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, do think that Lipscomb goes on the road, gets the job done here. I did set my total 156.5. Eastern Kentucky, they're fast, but they're not warp speed fast. 121st in terms of total possessions per game. Lipscomb is 90th, but Lipscomb generating the turnovers, I think is going to be able to keep you under, so I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 4 here with Lipscomb. 3-6-5-91, 3-6-5-92. Southeast Louisiana is on the road against Nichols. Nichols does find themselves as a favorite here, 4.5 to 5.5 points, 140.5 is the total. I like the under, so my total 138, as you have a Southeast Louisiana team that is 333rd in terms of total possessions per game, bottom 15 team in the country with their 3-point shooting percentage at below 30%, and For Southeast Louisiana, you will really only have two guys on the roster that will be able to give you double figures, as Jeremy Alizi along with Isaiah Gaines have combined for 21.5 points per game, and they both shoot 20% or less from three-pointers. But Kai Miles does shoot 36% for three and 80% at the free throw line, but team that's all outside the top 300 with their free throw shooting percentage at 68%. Now Southeast Louisiana, top 80 team with regards to turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but Nichols, they're a top 20 team with this regard. Now Nichols is giving up a lot of open looks in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage for 332nd in the country, outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but it's a Nichols team that's starting to heat up a little bit with their own outside shooting, 34.1%. That's the top 175 mark in the country. And with this Southeast Louisiana team, right now you only have one guy, that would be Gaines, who gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. So they're giving up a lot of second and third chances as they become a team that's been outside the top 200 with regards to their overall rebound percentage. And for Nichols, you've been able to have Sincere Malone sincerely give you a little bit of everything. He splashes in there right around about 11.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2 steals, 3 assists. Only shoots about 30% per three, but then you've got Jalik Dunkley, Jalen Surreals, who come out for 26 points. Both shoot approximately 35.3% from three-point, and if you have trepidation with Nichols, they do shoot just 66.6% at the free throw line, but among their top 5 scorers, 3 of them do shoot at least 76.9% at the free throw line, including Z. Armota, who's able to give you a trio of boards, about 10 points per contest, like what he brings to the table. And for the Nichols team, with the way that they've been able to kick it up from three-point range, the way that they do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, I think that they get the job done in a slog, despite the fact that they themselves are outside the top 275 with regards to rebound percentage. So I made Nichols the 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it in. I like the under, sub by total 138, 306.593, 306.594. You've got Long Island playing goes to Fairleigh Dickinson. Fairleigh Dickinson hopes to be fairly priced as 9.5 to 10-point underdogs. 137 to 137.5 is the total. I said my total 141.5. I do like the over. Long Island is a relatively mid-tempo team that has been a top 75 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. To the grab Fairleigh Dickinson, top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but with this Fairleigh Dickinson team, it's just very hard to be able to trust in them in general. They've slowed things down big time. Right now, they're about 353rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They actually shoot better from three-point range when they're away from home rather than at home. Fairleigh Dickinson, they shoot 26% for three-point range at home, 33% away from home, and have a Long Island team that has shot it quite well from three, 39% at home. That is a top 55 mark in the country. Fairleigh Dickinson outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. To have a pair of guys in the backcourt that have been able to combine for about 23.5 points per game. Joey Neesmith does shoot 36% for three, 12.5 points, 3 assists per contest. Eric Barnell is up to about 11 points per game. And for Fairleigh Dickinson, you do have Surreal Martinoff, the true 7-footer, give you about 8 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. And Teshad Jackson throws in there about 8.5 rebounds per game as well. But on the flip side, I do think that this Long Island team is going to be able to control the game, despite the fact that they're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security. For this Fairleigh Dickinson team, they're outside the top 235 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and Long Island has a really nice big three. Gecko Gordon gives you 13.5 points, 1.7 steals per contest. Jamal Fuller is your main three-point shooter at 43.5%, 16.5 points, 5.3 boards, steal per contest. Malachi Davis just makes things happen, 3.5 assists, 15 points per contest, and then Joe Moa Goinks has been able to shoot about 36.5% from the outside. Now Long Island does shoot 66.5% at the free throw line. That is an absolutely abysmal mark, but they're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're about country average with their own and opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and with the way that they pull in their second and third chances, I do think that Fairleigh Dickinson gets a job done, and that is enough for the over. So I told 141.5. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 11 here with Long Island, 306.595, 306.596. South Carolina State, they're going to be on the road. They're facing off against Maryland Eastern Shore. The Shore is a 6.5-point favorite, 135 to 135.5 is the total. So I told 136. I do like the over. South Carolina State is actually a relatively up-tempo team. They do clock in terms of total possessions, brain 112th in the country. Maryland Eastern Shore is not. Maryland Eastern Shore, right now they are 326th in terms of total possessions per game, and they're a bottom 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. For Maryland Eastern Shore, top 225 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 150 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and it's a South Carolina State team that has been not too bad with regards to perimeter defense. They're inside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, outside the top 340 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but could only make this line 6 because I just have no faith whatsoever in Maryland Eastern Shore being able to keep things clean enough to be able to help you out here, as both of these teams are outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. On offense, you've been able to have Zion Oblana along Joseph Lusardo for this Maryland Eastern Shore team combined for 19.6 points per game, and Lusardo does shoot 38.5% for three, and then Dorian Staples has now been able to shoot 36% for three, but team as a whole, they shoot 30.2% from 3 points. And for Maryland Eastern Shore, they're a team that is outside the top 250 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Not the world's worst team in terms of not allowing second and third chances. And for South Carolina State, they've been a respectable country average team with their three-point shooting percentage hovering right around about 33.5%. Jaden Johnson, along with Owen Bronson Jr., could combine for about 24 points and 35.5% three-point shooting. Johnson, 3.5 assists per game. The 14.5 turnovers per game has been rough, but they've been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They're also outside the top 3 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, and opponent's two-point shooting percentage shoots at 65% at the free throw line in a pressure spot, but they're going to be trailing and not ahead in this ordeal. I do think that you get just enough possessions for the overhand. South Carolina State to hold in there, so we'll take 6.5 plus here with South Carolina State, and at a 135.5 or less in on the over. 3 of 6.5 and 97, 3 of 6.5, 88. Norfolk State is on the road against Coppin State. Coppin State home underdogs of 8 to 8.5 points, and your total that is 142.5. And with Coppin State, I did make them an underdog of 8 points. So 8.5 plus, that does become my value point, even though Coppin State is just absolutely awful on defense. Bottom 10 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. At home, they allow teams to shoot 40.1% from three-pointers. Norfolk State, they're actually really good with their perimeter defense. They're a top 40 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but you've got a Coppin State team that doesn't have a single guy that gives you over 10 points per game. You've had a few guys be able to step up, give you a little bit of something. Khalil Horton, he's been hearing a who with about 8.5 points per contest. He shoots in the high 30s from three-point range, and you've been dealing with a little bit of injury to your main guy in DeMonterey Hall, but he's back. He's giving you about 9 points, 5.5 rebounds per game for a Coppin State team that is in the top 325 with regards to rebound percentage if you're looking for something positive. And it's a Norfolk State team that they've had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're about 300th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis if you need them to cover at the free throw line. They shoot 66.3% the free throw line. That is a bottom 25 mark in the country. Now, they do have the best two overall scorers in this game. Anthony McComb, 16.5 points, shoots 39% per three. Elijah Jamison, 14.5 points, 3 assists per contest. And then Devin Ellison is now shooting 43% for three. Norfolk State, top 175 team with their three-point shooting percentage, but they are well outside the top 225 with their two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's two-point shooting percentage, top 35 team in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. I will say they're also a top 180 team with regards to overall rebound percentage, which Coppin State is out, but Husan Williams has been able to step up for Coppin State with about 7.5 points per game. Coppin State, they do shoot just 67.5% of the free throw line. They're outside the top 280 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage and opponent's two-point shooting percentage. Situation of something's got to give. I did some I told 140 with Norfolk State not necessarily being the most up-tempo team and them turning the ball over as much as they do. I do like the under end at 8.5 plus. Taking the points with Coppin State. 3 of 6, 599, 3 of 6, 600. Delaware State, they're going to be playing those to NC Central. NC Central, a 1.5 to 2.5 point road favor. 135 to 135.5 is the total. And with NC Central, I did set them as a favorite of 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 1.5. You had a Delaware State team out of 365 Division I teams. 365th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I will say for Delaware State, what they've been able to do a really nice job of is generating turnovers. Top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for NC Central, this is a team that they need to cover at the free throw line. They do shoot 73.7% of the charity stripe away from home. That is a top 150 mark in the country. Delaware State outside the top 300 with their free throw shooting percentage, 63.3% at home. That is a bottom 20 mark in the country. And for Delaware State, they've been able to get a little bit of something out of the Ponce James, 13.5 points, shoots 34% per three. Lone guy on the roster that gives you over 10 points per game. Miles Webb has been able to throw in their 6 rebounds per game. He is pretty much a lone guy on the roster that gives you over 3.5 rebounds per game. Delaware State, they're also well outside the top 275 with regards to rebound percentage. Now, for NC Central, they are a top 35 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they're still outside the top 280 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis because they gamble for turnovers outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And they're outside the top 260 with their own 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but you do have Gage Lattimore, the top scorer in this game, 17.5 points, shooting 38.5% for three. Corey Carvey has been in and out of the lineup due to injury, but looking like he should be back for this game. 13.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. And then you do have the best point guard in this game, Dante Johnson, who's been able to fly about 5.5 assists, 2.3 steals per game. I think that this is going to be a very sloppy game involving a lot of turnovers, and both of these teams are not really playing up tempo. Delaware State 279th in terms of total possessions per game, and NC Central 262nd. So made a total of 134.5, 135 plus. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 here with NC Central. 306, 601, 306, 602. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin is going to be on the road against Eastern Christian. Eastern Christian home underdogs of 8 to 8.5 points, and your total that is between 138 to 138.5, and I do like the under. Somebody told 135.5. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin still very stout with their defense, top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they shoot it well from three, 36%. That's a top 65 mark in the country. Meanwhile, for Eastern Christian, they've been shooting about 35.5% per three-point at home, away from home. That goes down to 31.1%, and it's a Houston Christian team that they're playing very, very slowly. They're outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game. Stephen F. Austin not really really looking to play with a lot of tempo either. They're, in terms of total possessions per game, right around about 282nd in the country with this regard, and it's a Seton Austin team that they do shoot just 68.3% at the free throw line. That is a little bit worrisome, but you do have a Houston Christian team that they have been not necessarily generating as many turnovers as you'd like, and they're down to about 285th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They're not going to be able to find a lot on the inside against a Seton Austin team that has one of the better shot blockers that you're going to find in major basketball. And Jared Colonel, he's been able to give you multiple blocks, 7 rebounds per game, and then Keon Thompson does it all. 4.5 assists, 5 boards, 18.5 points per contest, and then you've had Latif Patrick step up in a big way, give you about 15 points per game. Narach Vinovic has been able to shoot 39% from 3-point and for Seton Austin. They're a top 25 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for the Houston Christian team, they've been dealing with a lot of ailments in the backcourt all season long, with Kylan Green having to step up, be the main guy with about 10 points per contest. Elijah Brooks has been missing for 21 games this season, and with Green, he's the lone guy that gives you over 10 points per game. Does give you 4.6 assists per game, but teams outside the top 280 with regards to their ball security, and with the Houston Christian team outside the top 250 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, albeit they've been a top 225 team in terms of rebound percentage. I think that this is a game that goes under, that Seton Austin dominates. I said Seton Austin as a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and like the under, so I told 135.5, 306.603, 306.604. Lamar is going to be on the road against Incarnate Word, and the Word does find themselves as a 1.5 point home underdog. 142.5 to 143.5 is the total, and the Word is, I made Incarnate Word the 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line, despite the fact that Incarnate Word really not great on defense. They're 316th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Lamar does a far better job here. Lamar currently in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis 116th, but they are going to give it up quite a bit from 3-point range. Lamar has been very stout on the inside, a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but Incarnate Word is well outside the top 275 with that regard. Meanwhile, Lamar is allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range right around about 35.1%. That's outside the top 245 in the country, and for Incarnate Word, they allow opponents to shoot 34.2% from the outside, and they've been a top 100 team in terms of ball security. The Incarnate Word, very slow tempo team, right around about 321st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Lamar, they're right around about 309th, so you need efficiency to be able to get the over, but I do think that you are going to be able to get that efficiency, as for Incarnate Word, you've got a pair of guys that are giving you 16 plus points per contest, as Todd Shavetsky comes over from Cleveland State. He has been very good for this team, right around about 17.5 points, shoots 38% from 3, and then Davion Bailey has been able to give you 18 points. He shoots 36% for 3. Jordan Pike, about 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. It is an Incarnate Word team that's a top 100 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And for this Incarnate Word team, they shoot about 72% at the free throw line. Meanwhile, for Lamar, you've got a guy in Andrew Holyfield who stands right around about 6'10", and he's been incredibly versatile. 12 points, 4.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Rob Lee shoots 42% from the outside. Lamar, country average team, shooting about 34% from 3. They've also been awful on the inside. They're outside the top 300 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 71% at the free throw line. They foul a ton. This is a Lamar team that ranks in the top 75 in terms of most free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis to their opponents. Neither here nor there with their generating turnovers, so they've been outside the top 225 with their own ball security. They've also been a top 50 team with regards to grabbing second and third chances. I do think that those second and third chance opportunities do get you to the over, but with the fact that Lamar just doesn't do a great job in terms of guarding the arc, I think that that's just enough for Incarnate Word to get the job done. So made the Word the 1.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line, and I do like this total over as well. So I told 143.5, 306.605, 306.606. Alabama A&M, they play Alabama State. Alabama State underdogs of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 141.5 is the total line with Alabama State. I did set them as a 1-point favorite. I like them on the money line. Alabama A&M has been a top 150 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and it's an Alabama A&M team that's starting to step up a little bit more with their defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 200 team in the country, 190th, but Alabama State is right there. They are 202nd, and it's an Alabama State team that's actually been better with their offense when they've been away from home rather than at home. For Alabama State, they are shooting less than 31% from 3-point range at home, and I'm not going to call it amazing here or anything like that, but away from home, that goes to about 33.5%. Meanwhile, Alabama A&M, they shoot 34% from 3 away from home compared to 32.4% at home, and both of these offenses have been leaving quite a bit of something to be desired with regards to Alabama A&M in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 271st, and Alabama State is 312th, but Alabama State also a top 65 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And do like what you get out of Ashawn Anderson along with Micah Simpson in the backcourt. These two guys combined for 29 points per game. Simpson is a 39% 3-point shooter. Both shoot above 75.5% at the free throw line. Jacarius Sandback going to be the best low post presence in this game. 5.5 boards, about 2 blocks per contest. And then for Alabama A&M, this is sort of the Grambling style as they bring in the Grambling coach, and one Mr. Dante Jackson brought with him Kadavius Ozier, who's been the top scorer with about 15 points. Does shoot 36% for 3. And in conference play, it's an Alabama A&M team that has been shooting right around about 33.5% from the outside. They're just not grabbing second and third chances, so they're outside the top 275 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, even with Sammy Pacisis, give you versatility, 11 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game. Alabama A&M has been outside the top 225 with regards to ball security, and they are going to be looking to play a little bit more slowly with Alabama State. They're a pretty up-tempo team, 68th in terms of total possessions per game. Alabama A&M more around about 279th, but I do think that Alabama State, with their ability to be able to generate turnovers, in Alabama A&M just not even knocking down their inside shots or outside the top 3 with that regard, I do think that that allows this Alabama State team to be able to get the job done, set them as 1-point favorite. So like Alabama State on the money line, maybe by total 145. So I'm also in on the over 306, 607, 306, 608. You've got Texas Southern playing against Jackson State. Jackson State is an underdog of 5.5 points, 151.5 is the total line. I said Jackson State as a 5.5 point underdog. I was seeing a 6 out there before. At a 6+, I'd be willing to take the points with Jackson State, mainly because it's a Texas Southern team that they've been better in conference play, but they're still only about 279th in the country in terms of points per possession, outside the top 275 with regards to ball security. Jackson State, not a team that's really lighting it up as well, and both of these teams not great on the inside, especially Jackson State, 349th in the country in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but Jackson State has a Sean Ruffin on their side, and he's the best scorer, 23.5 points. Does shoot only about 32% for 3, but 5.5 assists per contest, and then Jamie Mitchell, Dorian McMillan, they've been able to combine for about 26 points per game. You've been able to get a little bit out of DeJounte Thomas, who missed the first 8 games of the season, about 6 boards per contest. Lone guy on the roster that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for Texas Southern, Troy Upseed going to be the best low post presence in this game, 14.5 points, 9 boards. Does shoot about 30% from 3-point range. And Texas Southern, here in conference play, they've been able to shoot 36% from 3-point range. They've also been a team that's been in the bottom 3 in the conference with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've been first in terms of opponents' free throw shooting percentage, so they've been a little bit lucky there. They still have had some turnover issues, and you've got a lot of guys that have just been banged up throughout the entirety of the season. Bryce Roberts, along with Alex Anderson, both missed multiple games earlier in the season. They're back. They're giving you combined about 21 points per game, and it's a pair of teams that are going to be looking to push tempo. Jackson State, 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. For Texas Southern, they're more around about 53rd, and if Texas Southern needs to cover at the free throw line, they do shoot just 71.5% of the free throw line. Texas Southern is in the top 15 in the country in terms of most free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, and Jackson State, the one thing that they do really well, shoot it at the free throw line, 76.7%, top 40 mark in the country. So do think that you're going to get a little bit of an up and down game at 6+. We'll take the points with Jackson State, and I like the over, so by total 153.5, 36.609, 36.610. Alcorn State is going to be on the road facing off against Prairie View. Prairie View is a favorite here of 5.5 points. Draw last game, 154.5. Made Prairie View the 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Prairie View, top 20 team in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Alcorn State, more around about 151st, and Alcorn State, they're 338th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, despite shooting a little bit over 35% from 3-point range away from home, which is a top 100 mark in the country. Both of these teams have been very solid in terms of generating turnovers. Alcorn State, 74th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Prairie View is 30th, and for Prairie View, you've got on your side a 20-point per game scorer in Tayron Joseph. He comes over from Southern, so he's been all around the block in this conference. Prairie View, not an amazing 3-point shooting team at 32.5%. Top 5 team, though, in terms of free throw attempts per game, and they shoot 76.5% of the free throw line. That's the top 50 mark in the country. Very weak on the inside, outside the top 10 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and overall rebound percentage, but Alcorn State is even worse on the glass, and you do have Lance Williams, who's out shooting 42% for 39.5 points per game, and Corey Wells does give you 7 rebounds per game. He's the best overall rebounder in this game, while Alcorn State, they've really only got one guy that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. That would be Tyson McDaniels, 11.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game. Though Jameel McMorris is out giving you 2 steals, 3 assists, so he's been able to stuff the stat sheet. Shane Lancaster, top scorer with 11.7 points, shoots 47% from 3, but this team being outside the top 330 in terms of ball security, 14 turnovers per game, and this Alcorn State team being even worse on the glass than Prairie View, and being a bottom 5 team in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. For a Prairie View team that's in the top 75 with regards to percentage of shots that come from inside the air, I think it allows for a high-scoring game and Prairie View to get the job done. So Prairie View is an 8-point favorite. I'm willing to lay the number and like the over. Set my total 156 after 6611 through 6612. UT Rio Grande Valley plays those to East Texas A&M. East Texas A&M 9.5 to 10.5 point underdogs. Total on this game 146.5, and I made a total of a 140.5. I like the under. Now I'm going to be willing to lay with UT Rio Grande Valley, but the Grand Valley offense has not been the same when they've been at home rather than away from home. They're overall about 107th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. No big splits there, but for Grand Valley, they're actually averaging 10.1 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and they shoot over 40% from 3-point range away from home. At home, that goes down to just barely above 30%, but that's at East Texas A&M. 339th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're just getting absolutely nothing going whatsoever, even though you've got G&I Hunt. He was a part of that Elite 8 team of Oregon State, way back in the day. He's been able to give you 4 assists per contest. He's up to double figures, and Rodney Harrison gives you 15 points per game for a team that shoots about 32.5% from 3, but they don't give themselves second and third chances outside the top 320 with regards to defensive rebound percentage. They're getting absolutely line based on glass outside the top 250 with regards to defensive rebound percentage, and the turnovers are killing them. They're outside the top 300 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis on the offensive side of things. Meanwhile, you've got a Grand Valley team that has a quartet of guys who have been able to do a nice job, give you between 9.8 and 13.4 points per game, with the top scorer being Corey Cotton, 40% three-point shooter, 13.5 points per game. And then you've got a guy by the name of Always Right who helps flow the offense with a pair of assists per contest. Marvin McGee, 5 boards, 10.5 points per game. Phil Brankovic, 13 points, 4 boards. He shoots 34% for 3. And McGee, he shoots 40 or so percent from 3-point range as well. And for this Grand Valley team, they're a top 100 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. They don't give themselves second and third chances. They're outside the top 250 with regards to defensive rebound percentage, but they shoot 75.5% at the free throw line. It's a East Texas A&M team that's outside the top 300 with their own free throw shooting percentage as well, in a game that might be able to get a little bit physical. And for this Grand Valley team, they're playing much slower than they have in past seasons. They're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. East Texas A&M 201st, so I like the under, so I total 148.5. And with Grand Valley, made them the 12.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number 36-6-13, 36-6-14. McNeese is on the road against New Orleans, and New Orleans does find themselves as a underdog here of 8.5 points total on this game, 152.5. I did sell my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. New Orleans, bottom 30 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. McNeese leads the country. They generate about 23.9% of opponents' possessions do yield a turnover, so that is absolutely tremendous. Now, it's a McNeese team that they are not shooting it well from 3-point range when they're away from home. At home, they've been a team that's been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range. Away from home, this falls to right around about 28.8%, so they're 279th overall, but it's not like it's a New Orleans team that's magical with their 3-point shooting. They're about 245th in the country at 32.7%, even though Colton Benson shoots 35% for 3, 90+% at the free throw line. He's been able to supply the team with 15 plus points per contest, and then Jacavion Buckley, 5 boards, 5 assists. He's been your number 2 scorer, being able to pump in there about 14 points per game. And Jay Thomas is able to stand up down low with about 7.5 rebounds per game. And New Orleans is a top 25 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis. They do shoot 75% at the free throw line and are a top 125 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. That said, it's a McNeese team that has been able to do a really nice job on the offensive boards. Top 55 team in terms of offensive rebound percentages. You've been able to get right around about 5 boards, 17 points per game out of Larry Johnson. No, not the running back. And this is also a team that they shoot 75.5% of the free throw line. McNeese will put you on the free throw line, but they're also a top 75 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis. As McNeese, not necessarily an up-tempo team. New Orleans is. New Orleans 78th in terms of total possessions per game. McNeese is 284th, but that said, DJ Turner-Up Richards shoots 38% for 3, 8.5 points per contest. Tyson Archie, Javon Garcia, they combine for 25.5 points per game in the backcourt, and with New Orleans also being outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers, McNeese should have nice clean possessions to be able to take hold of this game. I did set my total at a 149.5, so I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 11 here with McNeese. 306-6-15, 306-6-16. North Florida plays host to Jacksonville. Jacksonville 1-1.5 point underdogs. So on this game, 149.5 to 150.5. And for those that follow the angle of our good friend Luke DeVostra over at VSiN, this is one that he's scoped out as, I said North Florida's a 1.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. For the Jacksonville team, I just don't know what they're doing well. They're outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. I guess they're not giving up a lot of second and third chances, as in terms of defensive rebound percentage, are in the top 175 in North Florida. Well, they are giving up a lot of second and third chances, as they're a bottom 30 team in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That's not necessarily tremendous, but Jacksonville doesn't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. You've had Jason Thirdkill be able to give you about 4.5 or so rebounds per game, and you've got Donovan Rivers also up to about 4.5 boards. Hayden Wood, your lone double-figure score with about 11.5 points per game, and it's a Jacksonville team that has been a top 175 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They're absolutely terrible with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage at 31%, and North Florida, they're able to bomb you from 3. This North Florida team is right now shooting 35.8% from 3. That's a top 100 mark in the country. In North Florida, they take over 50% of their field goal attempts from 3-point range. It's a Jacksonville team that's been outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. In North Florida, by far the top scorer is on their side in Cameron Oriole, 20.5 points, 4.3 assists, shoots 40% from 3. Tulsi Gaiman, he shoots 38.5% from 3, 10.5 points per game. Mason Leith shoots 38% from the outside. It's a North Florida team that if they have to cover at the free throw line, they shoot 77.8% at the free throw line, albeit this team is outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. This Jacksonville team, though, they're outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers. Jacksonville, they shoot just 71.5% at the free throw line, and with this team not grabbing a lot of second and third chances, I think that North Florida gets the job done. I did set my total here at a 153.5 with the overall 3-point shooting, so like the over and the money line here. of Jacksonville, and this will be the final game that I hit before we go to our final break. 3-6-6-17, 3-6-6-18. Arkansas Pine Bluff plays those to Mississippi Valley State. Valley State 13.5-point underdogs. So this game is 147.5. I set Pine Bluff as a 19-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number mainly because this is a Mississippi Valley State team that you need to tell me what these guys are doing well, because they are pretty atrocious in pretty much every facet of basketball. A bottom 10 team in the country in terms of rebound percentage, along with points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And it's a Pine Bluff team that has been able to do a really nice job in terms of executing on offense, especially at home. They're 81st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home, albeit they're still outside the top 3 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. But still, this is a unit that has been able to shoot at home over 40% from three-point range. They've got 2 really good scorers to be able to headline things. Jaquan Scott, 15.5 points, throws in there 7 boards, shoots 34% from 3. Keon Williams comes over from Oklahoma State and Abilene Christian, 8 boards, 5.5 assists, throws in there 17 points per game. And then you've had Milan Charles do a nice job, giving you about 11 points per game. He throws in there about 4.5 rebounds per game. And I will say this for Mississippi Valley State, they do have a pair of guys that have been really good. Daniel Mayfield has been their main low post presence with about 6 boards, 13.5 points per game. And Michael James, 21.5 points, 3.5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, so shoot 33% from 3. Not much outside that. Xavier Childress has been missing for much of the season, but he's been able to come on strong, give you about 9.5 points per game. But Lamont Sams, who is out playing out down low with about 4.5 rebounds per game, one of just 3 guys on the roster that give you over 3.4 rebounds per game. He's injured once again for Mississippi Valley State. They can't exploit the fact that you've got a Arkansas Pine Bluff team that has so many ball control issues because they themselves are in the bottom 5 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, outside the top 1 in terms of generating turnovers. And Arkansas Pine Bluff, top 60 team with regards to total possessions per game. Valley State, they're in the top 125, but I just don't think that Valley State does their part with his total. So my total at a 145, I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 19 here with Arkansas Pine Bluff. We'll hit a break and the final 2 games next right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. 2 games left to hit on this college basketball Saturday. Let's find you those final winners right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
3-6-6-19, 3-6-6-20, Texas A&M Corpus Christi plays us in Northwestern St. Northwestern St, an underdog of 6.5 points, 133.5 to 134.5 is the total. Weighing it with Corpus Christi, I set them as an 8.5 point favorite. Now, it's a bunch in Northwestern State that is just getting absolutely lambasted on the glass outside the top 10 with regards to overall rebound percentage. They are allowing opponents to be able to pull in there about 33.6% of their missed shots as an offensive rebounds and games played away from them. Now, if you do have trepidation with Texas A&M Corpus Christi, it is the fact that they are outside the top 320 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage, but you do have a nice guard that comes over from Denver in Nicholas Shanbanyo, who's been able to give you 12 points per game. He's been able to shoot about 40% from 3, and then Sheldon Williams should be able to control things down low, 11.5 points, 7 rebounds per game for a Corpus Christi team that has actually been doing a very solid job on the glass for Corpus Christi in terms of defensive rebound percentage. This is a team that is checking in the top 125 in all of college basketball. Now, it is a Corpus Christi team that has been relatively rough on the inside. They're outside the top 275 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. And you do have Willie Williams for this Northwestern State team, who's been able to do a pretty solid job down low. He's giving you 7+ rebounds per game. He's been able to toss in there about 9 points per contest, but one guy on the roster gives you over 3.5 rebounds per game. Northwestern State needs to hope that their 3-point shooting is enough to be able to hold in there, as AC Miles shoots 39% from 3, 10 points per contest. Micah Thomas, 17.5 points, shoots 38% from 3. But in conference play, they've gone down to shooting just 31.1% from 3-point range with this Northwestern State team. They overall for the season in games played away from them do shoot about 33% from 3-point range, but it's also a Northwestern State team that has been really giving it up from 3-point range as well, and it's a Corpus Christi team that has been pretty solid in terms of not allowing good looks from 3-point range with the Texas A&M Corpus Christi team. Right now, they're allowing teams that only shoot about 31.3% from 3, top 50 mark in the country. Meanwhile, for Northwestern State, towards 62nd in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. So, like Corpus Christi here in the spots, made them an 8.5 point favorite and made by total a 135.5, so 133.5, 134.5 in on the over, where you wrap things up with 3-6-6-21, 3-6-6-22 for A&M on the road against Grambling. Grambling, 5 to 5.5 point favorites, 139.5 is the total. So, my total 137.5. I like the under. Even though Florida A&M has been a pretty up-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game, this unit is right now checking in the top 100 in the country, right around about 94th. They are outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and both of these teams generate a bunch of turnovers. Both of these teams in the top 50 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Florida A&M is going to give it up from the outside. They are 278th in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Grambling much better with their shooting percentages. At home, teams only shoot about 31.3% from 3-point against some top 200 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Grambling is the team that has more turnovers on offense. They're a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis at home, but you do have a guy that grinds very hard in Roderick Coffey. He's been able to give the team 11 points, 4.5 boards, 4 assists, shoots 9/30s from 3-point. Antonio Munoz has been able to give you about 13 points per contest as well. Darius Ward throws in their 10.5 points per game, and it's a Grambling team that does find themselves in the top 225 with regards to rebound percentage. If they need to cover at the free throw line, they shoot about 73% of the free throw line. Florida A&M, they are shooting less than 70% of the free throw line against a Grambling team that is in the top 30 in the country in terms of fouls committed on a per possession basis. For Florida A&M, you have been able to have Tyler Shirley. Shirley give you about 12 points, 5 boards per contest, and does shoot 34% from 3. You're in conference play. It's a Florida A&M team that has been shooting about 34.5% from 3, and they've been third in the conference with their 2-point shooting percentage. Big reason why is Micah Octave, who dealt with injury for the first 9 or so games of the season, about 10 points, 8 rebounds per game, so he's been able to elevate them a little bit with Grambling. I just fear that the turnovers are a little bit too much for them to be able to cover this number. I do think that Florida A&M, while they lose this game, they're going to be able to hold in there, and they've been a little bit better here moving forward, and they've been slowing things down a little bit more as well. So I did set my line at 4.5. I'm going to take 5+ here with Florida A&M. I like the under, so my total 137.5, and that wraps things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever you for this podcast, you have 1 or 2 ways to be able to throw those in. First one is by Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind there's the name doesn't matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it's very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast, find that 5-star review. I'll move you guys every single day, give you picks and analysis on every single game, every single day, so I'll be back with you once again tomorrow. Thank you.